Hey, Gum Gum. Oh my god. Dude. I ate out at some buffet restaurant, and on the way back home, I literally thought I was gonna shit my pants while riding my motorcycle. And then I got home, and I take this big shit, flush, then I feel another shit coming. I take another big shit, and I flush. And then I am about to stand up again, and then I feel another shit coming, and I take this big shit, and then I flush, and I still feel like I need to poop. I just literally feel like I'm gonna have endless shit coming out of my ass. Oh my god. I feel so weird. Oh. Why don't we start with some mints?
Borrowing $1 from Big Richard.
I'll end up in the Everglades. Woo woo! You're not having trouble urinating, are you?
This is for all the gildings. I'm about to represent Iron Mag Labs, Hater Repsy Shoulders, and Gunting Goats.
Paul DeMayo and Tom Platz hacked into your account?
I don't know.
F donated $2. React. Let me see.
Hi and welcome back. So as I said in the first of these two videos, navigating the grocery aisles in search of nutritious food has become more and more complex as larger numbers of so-called healthy foods start to fill our shelves. Companies often use wording on their product labels and in their marketing to appeal to customers like you and me who are really trying to make healthier choices. You might see claims on labels like low fat, vegan, organic, gluten-free, and even low carb. Unfortunately, just because companies use words like these on their labels, or it's generally thought that these are healthy.
Yes, I deleted yesterday's stream because of the yo-yo video.
Choices doesn't mean that these are actually going to be good for you. And there are links in the description below to the studies and the articles I used to put this presentation together. Let's take a look at 5 more foods that may not be as healthy as their marketing claims make them out to be. Let's start with low fat and fat-free products. Just because a food is low in fat doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be the healthier choice. Food manufacturers very often replace fat with sugar in low fat and fat-free products to make up for the massive loss in flavour. This reinforces the need to start reading the nutritional facts label that's usually on the back of the packet. Look up the carbohydrate content, the sugar content, and the added sugar content too. Also take note of the serving size. Please don't assume it's always going to be 100 grams. It may be 100 grams, it may be 50. They may be less filling than their full fat versions because of their benefits. Next on my list is breakfast cereal. These are very high on my fiber in added sugar diets to an increased risk of heart disease. We've got vegetable and seed oils. Our effect studies have linked high sugar diets to an increased risk of heart disease and heart disease risk factors like high blood pressure and high triglyceride levels. And number 3, we've got vegetable and seed oils. Our bodies need both omega-3 and omega-6 fats like EPA and DHA. Unfortunately, modern day diets have a ratio of about 20 to 1. This far exceeds the body's need for omega-6. Research has found that this...
There's no research indicating there's any kind of ideal omega-6 to 3 ratio. At one point, it was assumed you should aim for an omega-6 to 3 ratio of 4 to 1 because of the enzyme binding receptor affinity. But that doesn't seem to matter. People who eat higher amounts of omega-6 seem to have better health outcomes.
Imbalance in omega-3 6 to omega-3 ratios is associated with systemic inflammation.
There is no process in which omega-6 causes inflammation.
And studies indicate they may contribute to an increased risk of disease.
So, by the way, this study is talking about how omega-3 fatty acids can be anti-inflammatory. That doesn't have anything to do with omega-6 fats being pro-inflammatory.
And studies indicate they may contribute to an increased risk of disease. Now, most people who eat a Western diet consume far too much omega-6.
There is no evidence that omega-6 fats contribute to disease.
And not enough omega-3. For this reason, it's best to limit your intake of foods that are high in omega-6. This includes cooking with soybean oil, corn oil, sunflower oil, etc. And number 4 on the list, we've got the dreaded diet soda. Now, although diet soda contains no sugar and is generally
Diet soda is perfectly safe to consume.
thought to have 0 calories, studies have shown that those who drink diet soda regularly are more likely to develop certain health issues. This
That is not true.
when compared to those who don't drink diet soda at all. For example, diet soda is also associated with a higher risk of metabolic syndrome, a group of
That is not true.
symptoms that include increased belly fat, higher blood sugar, higher blood
That is not true. He's literally making that up.
pressure, and higher blood fat levels. Studies have shown
That is not true. He's literally making that up. Like, notice how he also does not provide any research source for any of these
that
claims.
diet soda may contribute to these health issues by altering our brain's responses.
Yeah, okay, so this is just a fucking old, out-of-shape retard just making up bullshit on his fucking YouTube channel. React donated $2.
All right, so Walter from Fresh and Fit has been getting clowned on a lot during the podcast by callers, guests, even his own producer. And Myron will rarely come to his defense anymore, because he used to defend him all the time, but now not as much. I think because there's some tension between them, and they're probably just getting sick of each other at this point. So now
Dr. Mike Israetel is doing a collab with Hassan later today. Does he not realize Hassan wants to exterminate his race? Like, why the fuck would he do a collab with Hassan? I swear he was doing like a thing with Knut. And he was being shown like the crazy shit Hassan has been doing. Like with the terrorist propaganda videos.
Myron just lets Walter fight his own battles, which obviously doesn't go very well. Like recently someone called in and started roasting Walter for basically riding Myron's coattails. And right when Myron realizes where the call is going, you can see he's like, oh, here we go again. And he just goes off mic and lets Walter try to handle it himself, which results in him pretty much proving the caller's point because he has no response and he just keeps laughing and saying random shit. And he's probably waiting for Myron to step in and help him.
Yeah, Fresh, I wanted to know, right, as a man, how does it feel to know that the only reason you're successful is based on the talent of Myron?
How's it feel?
Yeah, how does it feel to know that if it wasn't because you met Myron, you would still be working at Chick-fil-A or whatever it is you used to do?
What was my last job?
Your last job? I don't know, man. One time I heard you say something about Chick-fil-A, but I don't know, something that wasn't as successful as what you're doing now. That's what it was. The money you make now is 100% based on the intelligence and the talent of Myron Gaines, not yours.
I wouldn't say intelligence or talent. There just happens to be a lot of retarded men who hate women who like what Myron has to say.
Why are people these days so stupid?
Well, I think they've always been stupid, Dodo. I don't think there's ever been a time when people weren't stupid. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What's the show called?
It's called Fresh and Fit.
Okay.
Check Hassan's stream title.
Congress.
Sarah McBride doesn't get it.
Dr. Mike Israetel and I get Brolic later. So I'm assuming he's just gonna have a video call with him at some point.
Just wondering.
Yeah, but can you answer my question? I mean, you're kind of saying like random stuff. Can you answer my question?
What's the goal here, my friend?
Well, the goal is because I wanted an answer to it, but it's also kind of crazy to me that after everything Myron has done for you, he's basically made you rich.
My views actually help the show.
Yeah.
By the way, if you didn't know.
You said your views helps the show?
100%.
How does you going contrary to the things that Myron says on Twitter and attacking his friends and disproving of his actions, how does that help the show?
Well, you're smart enough to do the research.
How does arguing with
Let me ask you this, bro. What is me giving you an answer going to help you with today?
I mean, no, I just feel like you've never really answered for any of these things. Myron has never confronted you, at least not, publicly. I don't hear the callers confronting you about it. So I'm like, well, I want to hear your answer to these questions. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what the audience thinks about you.
Let me get this straight.
You know what the audience thinks about you.
Let me get
you know what I'm saying? You know the audience believes that you bring nothing to the show.
Yeah, so I'm surprised they even took this call because Walter was just getting roasted, and this is why he needs Myron to step in and defend him, because Myron's better at defending Walter than Walter is at defending himself. But even when Myron gives Walter some credit for the success of the show, it's crazy. He's still like, listen, I know Walter has some flaws, and instead of Myron saying, I know he doesn't go to the gym or he doesn't work on himself as much as he should, Myron says his flaws are he stutters and he's black. That's what Myron says about his co-host.
Say all the shit that you guys want to say about Fresh. Look, I get it. He stutters and he's black. But at the end of the day, bro, he's been an instrumental part of keeping Fresh and Fit afloat, despite the cancelizations, demonetizations, etc. So he does a lot of things behind the scenes, man, to keep the show going. You know, so
that's fine, man.
We would have been canceled by now. If it wasn't for Fresh, man, we'd been going everywhere.
And it seems like Walter definitely is more concerned about the show being canceled or losing money or being demonetized than Myron, but maybe it's because Walter knows this is all he has. But you can tell he at least tries to hold Myron back from saying stuff that could affect their business, because Myron just wants to say whatever he wants and be as controversial as he wants, but Walter seems to care more about them complying with the platform's rules so they don't get banned or demonetized, because I'm sure they...
Dude, it is fucking cold down here. I'm gonna turn on the space heater. Oh, geez, I just want to be cozy. I want to be cozy.
They can't afford much more of that at this point, so at least Walter knows Myron needs to chill a little bit with some of the controversial topics, because it definitely is not helping their business. But also, Walter does a lot of stupid shit that affects their business too, like him knocking out that escort. Obviously, that was a terrible look, because that exposed him as a massive hypocrite and basically a simp. Like, for the host of a Red Pill podcast to fall in love with a 304, introduce her to his mom, buy her expensive jewelry, and then accidentally get her pregnant, that's just embarrassing as hell. And the caller that I was playing earlier, he brings this up to Walter and mentions how Walter gets played by girls, and of course, Walter has nothing to say and he just laughs at it.
You know what I'm saying? The whole situation with that girl, the Chinese girl, these are things that happen. You know what I'm saying? These are things you've done. You know what I'm saying? Girls come on the show, they disrespect you on the show, bro. You know what I'm saying? You don't even say nothing. Myron got to back you up. Myron got to help you out. He got to save you. You know what I'm saying? You a grown man, bro. Fight your own battles, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Be the man that you telling us to be, bro. Like, what kind of an example are you setting, right? And you over here getting punked out by girls, bro. Like, what's that? What is that on your own show? What is that? Huh? What you laughing about? It's not funny, bro. It's not funny. What you laughing about, bro?
It's funny to me. You think I have to answer to you about what I do. I really don't.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so it's getting rough for him now. I mean, even the guests on their show will roast him for being a simp.
But you know what the first thing you did as the simp du jour? I think that's the way it's got to go. How do you feel about that simp du jour? It just means the simp of the day.
The point I was trying to make was that, like, in that scenario of her...
Simp du jour? Now listen, let me...
I find it hypocritical that you are pro-war but support culling predatory species because it's a rights violation when war itself kills people, and it's a rights violation but it's easily regardless to prevent a greater rights violation. Same thing with predators.
I don't know what you mean by pro-war. I'm not pro-war. I think war is justifiable in times when, I don't know, people are trying to exterminate your race, for instance. So I don't know what you mean by pro-war. And, but thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Maybe just stick to telling me about Disney movies or something. Did you see Turkey Tom's new vid on Neon? No, haven't seen it. We might have time to react to that later.
This nigga, bro. This nigga, man. Yo, this nigga, bro. No, he's a simp du jour, but I appreciate him for being it. Let me tell you what.
Dude, that's funny. Tommy Sotomayor's taking shots at fucking Walter. He's kind of one to talk to, because he had like, what, 2 or 3 failed relationships where he got the girl pregnant, and then he had like a really messy breakup and he has to pay child support and shit.
Why? That's why I don't want them to think that it's a diss. So they will say this, but we will have a man like you or me sometimes, or you sometimes. You can't say me. No, listen to what I'm saying. That's why I'm bringing things. I'm really good at conversation.
I understand.
No, but I'm saying I bring
It's all of us. It's all of us.
And now it seems like Myron is basically just like, yeah, that's who Fresh is. I don't think he's going to change at this point. Like, he's kind of just given up on him. And it seems like they both might kind of be over each other, which I've been talking a lot about over on Patreon. I've been covering their downfall. So make sure you check that out. But it seems like Myron wants to take the podcast in a different direction than Walter.
Hey, Dev
or just start his
Rabbit,
own.
what's up?
Like, he did announce a new one a couple months ago with him, Nick Fuentes, and Sneeko. But I doubt that'll ever come to fruition. But I think Myron is looking for something new without Fresh. Like, also he makes podcast appearances by himself now. And he admits him and Walter disagree on a lot. But he also says it's kind of good for the show.
So, I don't know if you understand how business works and how creators work, companies work, but whatever I do.
Do you have tips on regaining focus after burnout? Yes. But just allow your mind to just focus on butts for a little while, have some good gooning sessions, watch some hentai, and then that'll set your mind right. That's what I usually do.
Right? Is for a reason. And listen, you may not like what I do, you may not think it's manly, but to be quite frank with you, bro, your opinion of me, I really don't care about. So I'll just say
it's not about my opinion. You actually making it about me. It's not about me. It's about you.
Because
it's not about me, bro. I'm just confronting you on the things you've done, but it's not about me.
Like what?
You're talking. It's not about me, bro.
Okay, what did I do?
Huh?
Am I muted? Oh, look, man. This is the thing, bro. You guys always call in. You guys want to criticize Fresh and everything else like that. So I was like, you know what? I'll just have y'all talking. I was obviously talking with the team behind the scenes. Bro, if you don't like Fresh, man, you don't like Fresh. I mean, I don't really know what to say anymore at this point. There's like an army of youngsters that just dislike Fresh. It is what it is, man. Like, there's really nothing's gonna change. It's like, bro, me and him have very different viewpoints. I know that you dislike the fact that he's not willing to talk about the JQ and other things like I am or whatever, but we have different views, man. And I think that's having different views makes things interesting sometimes.
We're not an echo chamber.
We're not an echo chamber, you know?
Yeah, so Myron even says he doesn't think Walter will change, which wouldn't be as big of a deal if he wasn't the host of a Red Pill self-improvement podcast. Like, recently, another guest of theirs started clowning on him for not going to the gym, which I think Myron's been trying to get him to go for years. But I'm sure at this point, he's pretty much given up, even though you can definitely tell he enjoys hearing somebody else roast Walter for not going.
I remember this freshen.
Yeah, I heard about Netanyahu's garden being bombed.
And I said, yo, bro, why you never in the gym? I said, because I'm in a gym and this guy be walking by with his dog. I said, yo, bro, why don't you work out? I'm like, you are fresh and fit and you not in the gym every day. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You did start.
But hold on. And I told you, okay, one is fresh, one is fit, right?
Okay. But still.
Yeah, I know. Listen, he gave me good advice. I'm eating healthier. I feel better.
And I was on him every day about it.
Yeah, he was. Pause. Big pause.
Yeah, so he just can't catch a break. Like, even his own producer started roasting him recently. This was hilarious. They had on some girl, and Walter's like, do I know you from somewhere? You look really familiar. And she's like, no, you don't know me because you never text me back. And at first, the whole place is in disbelief. They're like, wait, what did you just say? Who didn't text you back? Walter? Are you serious? And she's like, yeah, he never responded. And then Walter's producer's like, damn, that's insulting. Like, Walter, you're an ugly dude. For you not to text her back is pretty bad.
Don't text me back. How can you even say how do you know me if you don't text me back?
Oh, wait.
What? Huh?
Okay. Wait. Text you back?
And now my number has changed.
Oh! Wait, no. Okay, wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Yo,
I have a husband.
so question.
You better not be watching.
In the past, so who didn't text you back though?
Fresh didn't text me back, so we didn't have nothing, right? You see how it works? You don't text somebody back.
I was a model girl, right? And some guy didn't text me back. I'll be offended. You don't understand, Chris. Especially from you, Fresh, because you're ugly ass nigga, bro. I mean, Chris, you need if I was a girl, right? And I was text me back.
Yeah, I have a feeling Fresh is not long for this show.
Little cute cow always helps after a hard day. 3.
Let me take a look. Oh my god. Wow, that's a nice cow. Wow, so handsome. Oh my god.
And predatory species are justifiable as well to prevent it overpopulation. Again, we can't sterilize all prey species on Earth. It's no different than park rangers killing deer to prevent overpopulation is, or putting down hundreds of dogs and cats in shelters.
I don't think we need predators to prevent overpopulation, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, Valumishehotep.
Criticize my program. I'm trying to get my squat up or my legs in general. Trying to hit a 405 squat before I hit 18.
Sunday, legs, abs, barbell squats, dumbbell lunges, barbell hip thrusts, barbell good mornings, Nordic curls, sit-ups. Well, there's no set or rep scheme here, so that makes things kind of difficult. Um... So, you're doing barbell squats twice in the week. If you're going to have the same lift repeated, you're also doing dumbbell lunges twice. If you're going to repeat lifts, you're definitely going to want to, vary the rep range and intensity. So, like, say for day 1 legs, you might want to do, like, you know, sets of 5 at around 80%. And then for day 2 legs, if you're doing barbell squats again, you're going to want to do maybe sets of like 8 to 10 with around like 65, 70%. So just make sure you're not just doing like sets of 5, sets of 5, sets of 5, or like sets of 10, sets of 10, sets of 10. You probably want to vary the rep range. I think you should swap out the dumbbell lunges on day 2 with some other movement.
Okay, then explain to us how on goods green earth in sits fish and rodent species that breed like rabbits and have hundreds or even millions of babies can all somehow be stars then.
I don't think you'd even have to do that. I don't think there's very many, like, ecosystems where predatory species even reduce prey populations to any meaningful extent. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, so you're literally repeating the exact same program twice. Again, I don't know what the rep range is, like for day 1 versus day 2, but I would swap out the dumbbell lunges and barbell hip thrusts with something else for day 2. And I don't know if you're training at home exclusively or if you have a commercial gym that you go to. But if you have a commercial gym, I'd take advantage of some of the machines they might have there, like the hack squat or the leg press. Like, if you want to build a big squat, you're going to want to have to do, like, just more volume for your quads, like as much as you can handle. So, just squats and lunges, you probably want to add in another quad movement. So, like, if you have access to it, something like leg press or hack squat, or even just some isolation movement like leg extensions or something, just to get some more additional volume for your quads. But I wouldn't do the exact same secondary exercises for day 2. I would definitely swap out these variations. So rather than doing dumbbell lunges on day 2, you could, say, do Bulgarian split squats. Or you could do Bulgarian split squats day 1 and then dumbbell lunges day 2. I think Bulgarian split squats are more hypertrophic anyway. And barbell hip thrusts, it's debatable how useful that exercise is. It's fine if you want to do barbell hip thrusts for one of these days, but I wouldn't do it twice in the week. I think that's pretty much pointless. So if you don't have access to any machines and you're not going to a commercial gym, you can do barbell squats, whatchamacall, Bulgarian split squats, and then maybe do like front squats if you don't have access to machines. And if you have access to machines, then just do a machine movement like leg press or hack squats. So that's the change that I would make. Don't repeat the same supplementary exercises for day 2. It's fine to have barbell squats twice in the week, and it would make sense if you really want to build up that particular lift and you want to try to max out on the squat. But for the supplementary lifts, I wouldn't bother repeating them. I don't think that's really going to do much for you. So choose some other variations. But hope that helps, Death of Rabbit. Thanks for the big donation, dude. Appreciate it.
Not true, VG.
A world without predators. It sounds like a safer, happier world, but come on, this is science. The only way to really know what would happen would be to do a large-scale experiment that takes a big swath of relatively pristine habitat, divides it up into lots of replicates, removes the top predators from some, and you get it. But luckily, we don't have to go to these great lengths, because someone already ran this experiment for us, accidentally. Hi, I'm Cameron, and this is Minute Earth. The accidental experiment began during the 60s and 70s, when the Venezuelan government built a huge hydroelectric dam on the Caroni River. The dam ended up birthing a brand new lake, which by 1986 had created a bunch of brand new islands of varying sizes, each of which ended up with a more or less representative sampling of local species. Except that all the top predators, like jaguars and harpy eagles, had abandoned or died off on the smaller islands because they didn't give them enough territory to hunt. Scientists quickly realized that the situation was an amazing experimental setup. They could watch what happened on these islands, some of which had predators and some didn't, to document in real time what happens when large predators disappear from an ecosystem, something scientists have been debating for years. When scientists checked on the islands in 1994, they found some serious monkey business going on. Literally, the populations of howler monkeys on islands without predators were as much as 50 times denser than those on the large islands, which still had predators. Rodents were crammed onto predator-free islands at 35 times the densities found on islands with predators, and the antics of leaf-cutter ants were even wilder, especially on the smallest islands, where their populations were 100 times denser than normal. But it wasn't just animals that were affected. Predatorless islands had half the density of tree saplings as the islands that still had predators. And by the year 2000, that is only 16 years after the experiment began, the predator-free islands had lost 3/4 of their plant species. One scientist described one of the experimental islands as a nearly treeless island buried under an impenetrable tangle of vines. But why did losing the top predator species cause this giant ecological change? Well, with no predators to keep them in check, herbivore populations exploded. Some of those critters quickly nommed their way through their typical food.
I don't know if there's any way to know this, because I'm sure creating like a new lake with new islands would affect flora and fauna. So I don't know if I'm not an ecological scientist, but that sounds like a confounding variable.
Food supply, and when that wasn't enough, they started chowing down on stuff they normally passed over, ultimately devouring every plant part they could. Meanwhile, others, like leafcutter ants, carried away plant debris so fast that nothing was left to decompose on the forest floor and replenish the nutrients in the soil that plants need. The few scrappy species that could tolerate these conditions ran wild. In the words of the scientists, removing the top predators unleashed an ecological meltdown. And the Lake Guri Islands are not the only example of such a predator-free catastrophe. Similar meltdowns have happened in
Oh my god, he's mentioning Yellowstone. That's the biggest fucking meme on the, like, just ever. This guy has no fucking clue what he's talking about.
places that have lost wolves, sea otters, and
like, by the way, did everybody die? Like, are the monkeys dead? Are the mice dead? Are the ants dead? Like, is all the food gone? Like, he didn't make any mention of that.
and even sea stars. So in the end, it turns out that predators aren't preventing that perfect utopia.
Fuck this guy, he's fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Just random vids, donate $2, let me see. Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, that looks like fun. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that's a nice ferret. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that is a sweet ferret. Wow. They're literally, telling them to get the fuck off the stage? That's hilarious. Well, I guess that's what happens when you be a fucking corporate shill dipshit. Islam is gay. Yeah, it's pretty fucking gay, dude.
Forbidden to play boxing. Harming yourself and others is forbidden. Hitting the face is forbidden. As for working out and training, it is not forbidden. Is it forbidden?
Yeah, Islam's pretty fucking gay. You got that right. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
I mean, when he had the Lambo, the McLaren, the G-Wagon, that's crazy, bro. Back then, you fat bitches, bro. You did, though. Fresh.
Yeah, so even his employee can't help himself from making fun of him. But honestly, Walter probably didn't mind this because it makes him look like less of a simp.
Yeah, Walter is probably not going to be around there for too much longer, I don't think. Sounds like he's going to get booted.
Before I was under... Today there...
Let me see. Alright, so this is the Carnitard debate. So, Simon Hill debated Dr. Kiltz. This is the guy who claims bacon is one of the healthiest foods you can eat.
Simon and Robert for coming on my podcast. I'm very excited for the conversation we're going to have today.
Fatty meat, ribeye steak, oh my God, it's heaven. When you realize you can eat it with joy and know that it's the healthiest thing for you.
But people want to hear that, so that's why people are gravitating to you.
They
You're
gravitate to
charismatic,
you.
and you're telling people that their favorite foods that are rich in butter and high in animal protein that they thought were unhealthy, all of a sudden they're healthy.
Prove it.
People don't really want to eat salads, I think. That was Simon Hill and Dr. Robert Kiltz, two passionate experts with polarizing views on nutrition.
What if there's a different story?
I have a problem with this idea of not trusting the science, but then thinking people on social media are somehow going to do a better job of getting to the truth.
Simon Hill is a physiotherapist and nutrition scientist and host of the Proof podcast. For the best-selling book, The Proof is in the Plants.
Fiber.
Oh, wow. Wait. It says he's an MD, so why did she introduce him to as a physiotherapist? And why the fuck is it saying update my Chrome? Is his website a fucking scam? Wait, fuck. If he's an MD, why did she say he's a physiotherapist? Booty come, don't you tell others when we watching this?
I think Kamala...
We'll watch that one next. Don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Booty come.
And whole grain intake. Across the board, 135 million plus people follow up that shows a reduction in risk.
Let's hear your whole story. Then
And I'll push back a little bit on that, if I may.
That was the diet that was best for us. And yet I suffered for years with dyslexia, depression, anxiety, migraines. And as a child, I had severe migraines, severe stomach and bowel problems. And over the years, I tried every diet imaginable, mostly plant-based, never went mostly meat-based, never read that or thought that would be the optimal. And after I found paleo.
Well, VG, if you're not an ecological scientist, how would you know that for sure? Also, wolves did in fact prevent overpopulation insertion. Arras maybe not Yellowstone, but hey, that's just one limited range.
If wolves wouldn't reduce the elk population in Yellowstone, I don't know why it would be assumed that they would reduce the deer population anywhere else. there's just no fucking way there could be a high enough population of wolves that are successful enough at hunting where they'd be able to reduce the deer population, and then people would just start complaining about there being wolves everywhere killing and eating their fucking pets or biting them and attacking them because they have like fucking rabies or something. Like, that's so retarded. Like how many fucking videos have you seen online where bears go into fucking convenience stores and they're like, you know how like when you're driving at night and deer will jump in front of your car? Well, what if we like put a bunch of bears there to eat the deer so that instead of like having to worry about running into a fucking deer on the road, you can get bitten by a deer when you're going to the convenience store. Yeah, all right. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Death of Rabbit donated $2. Thanks, VG. I'm getting a leg curl extension in the mail soon. Hopefully I can get that set up before the program starts. All right, well, good. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. Appreciate it.
Paleo, mostly a ancestral diet with fatty meat, and some plant-based in that. I got better, but it was when I found carnivore, when I nearly eliminated all plants to my diet, that I found that carnivore fatty meat was the most optimal for myself. I wasn't really teaching it to my clients, patients, or anyone, and I wasn't podcasting, but over the years, I found that many of my patients and just people I meet that have gone carnivore have eliminated or significantly reduced the diseases they've been suffering from. And we're all suffering, and that's one of the biggest.
This guy's elbow looks fucking gigantic. It's like he has bursitis or something.
Problems, cancer, stroke, diabetes. My sister died of diabetes. Good friends have died of cancer. So I believe that a meat-centric diet and fatty meat is probably the best for all of us, but for each their own to find their way to figure this out. Whether or not it prevents disease or it enables us to live longer.
This guy's psychotic.
We have not proven that, but I do feel that it significantly reduces the diseases we're suffering from.
Cool. So my kind of on-ramp to this goes back to when I was a kid and I was 15. I'll cut a long story very short. But it was a seed that was planted that kind of set me on this journey of science and just being curious. I think you mentioned off air, being curious. You know, it's kind of my life mantra. My dad is a professor, physiologist, and is publishing on cardiovascular disease risk factors. And so I grew up in a household where there was scientific studies, littered around the house and scribbled on, highlighted. And I never knew what any of these things meant. But what I did understand was that science was a really cool tool, important tool for humanity to better understand the world and kind of test our intuition or test our hypotheses. So I had this exposure to science from a very early age. And when I was 15, my dad and I used to drive out and visit wineries. This is in the outskirts of Melbourne, in a place called Yarra Valley. And we're driving along, and my dad had an old MGB, those British convertibles. Yeah. And he started to develop chest pain. And I could tell he was uncomfortable. He said to me, I'm getting this pain in my chest and shoulder. I think it's okay. We went home, proceeded to have dinner. The pain got worse and worse, and eventually, in the middle of the night, I woke up to noise in the kitchen, and my dad was having a major heart attack. And so, called 000, which is 911 in America, and we were in a remote location in the country, and they sent a helicopter, and modern medicine, thankfully, saved his life. And in the aftermath of that, the next day, there was like a family meeting with the cardiologist, and the cardiologist sort of sat my brother down and myself and said, "Look, cardiovascular disease runs in families, and so you guys, you're young adults, you'll need to be screened and be careful of this as you're aging." And the conversation sort of ended there. That's somewhat of a kind of a limiting belief to then carry as a kid, because it felt like to me that my health fate was going to be determined by my genes. And my dad on the outside, he actually looked like a sort of middle-aged, healthy Australian man. He exercised, he ate fairly well, not perfectly. He was overworked like most young dads, and carried a bit of stress, but he wasn't on a whole slew of medications and didn't see any of this coming. So I had no reason to kind of believe that my health trajectory would be any different. Until a number of years later, when I went to university, I did an undergraduate science and I did a master's in nutrition science. And it became increasingly clear to me that while our genetics predispose us, certainly, to certain diseases, the lifestyle
Yeah, I've seen all the Godzilla Kong movies. I do like them.
Choices that we're making, particularly nutrition, affects how our genes are expressed and our risk of chronic diseases. And I think that the main thing that Dr. Kiltz and I will share is our passion for helping improve cardiometabolic health, metabolic health at a population level. We may butt heads at how we do that, but I think we agree that the current state of health is not ideal. And over the years that I was, getting more and more familiar with the research, and your anecdote is really a really important anecdote. But I think something that I would put out at the beginning of this conversation for us to explore is that there are anecdotes everywhere. And so I got exposed to very similar anecdotes from people like Caldwell Esselstyn doing hardcore vegan diets. And then there's anecdotes from people doing macrobiotic diets, low fat, high fat. And so with all of these anecdotes that are out there, how do you sort of come to some type of truth or move closer to a truth as to what is an optimal diet? And that's where I believe the anecdotes are interesting and they're very hypothesis generating, but you need to come back to the science and data and look for trends and patterns and converging lines of evidence across different types of studies to get a proper feel for what optimal is. And that's another term that we'll need to define in this, because it might be that our definition of optimal is different. Yeah. My definition of optimal in the way, I think of my communication of science and helping people as kind of, there's an art form to it. It's how are you optimizing for that person to be healthy and vital today, to do the things that they want to do at whatever age they're at, and also age well and reduce their risk of pre-diabetes, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, these things. And that can be a little bit of a juggling act. In short, my view from a dietary perspective is that there is no single optimal diet for longevity. So I think we maybe are aligned on that. But I do think there is a theme. And I think that when you do look at the different types of evidence, observational studies, clinical trials, that theme becomes obvious and you consistently see good outcomes for cardiometabolic disease. And that is diets that are high in fiber, they are low in refined carbohydrates, contain a good amount of unrefined carbohydrates. They're not low fat. Dr. Kills mentioned he was adopting a low-fat diet. I think some of the messaging around low-fat diets over the years, it has confused people, and our understanding of fat has evolved.
Nerd donated $2. What's your opinion on avoiding fights at all costs? I don't know why I'd want to avoid a fight at all costs. So, like, if somebody was going to press a button to make everyone suffer horrible torture infinitely, and I had to fight them to stop that, well, I'm not going to fight anybody at all costs. I guess everybody's going to have to get tortured for eternity. That's stupid. Do you think it's a sign of maturity or sign of being a pussy? Depends. In school they teach this, and I think that's why we have so many school shootings. That has nothing to do with school shootings. People snap eventually if anger is not released. No, people snap because they're mentally ill and they're getting bullied and mistreated. Thanks for the donation, nerd. Canada sucks. Donate $2. Canada's housing crisis sucks. Fuck Trudeau. Do you think Polyev would help with that?
The skyrocketing cost of living.
Probably not. I don't expect him to do much for housing, but Trudeau's literally doing nothing, so,
Skipping meals because I was struggling to afford my
if
food
anything,
and my
he's
rent.
making it worse.
2 million Canadians had to use the food bank in 1 month alone.
No wonder crime is rocketing after 8 years of Justin Trudeau.
Canada is worse than you think. Just 2 years ago, a simple 2-bedroom apartment in Toronto cost on average 2,400 Canadian dollars. Today, that's 3,300.
Holy
an
shit.
average increase of 25% per year. And that's not an outlier.
I just found out my rent's gonna be increased from $2,100 a month to $2,400 a month for a 1-bedroom condo in Toronto.
In most Canadian cities, you would need to earn at least double the minimum wage to afford a 1-bedroom apartment, and you can forget about buying. In major cities like Toronto and Vancouver, the minimum income that's required to qualify for a mortgage is double or triple the median household income. This
Dude, that's just unreal. Like, you have to be a fucking dentist, and even then, you, just barely be able to, buy a home. That's fucking crazy. Holy shit, dude. Ottawa isn't nearly as bad, but, holy fuck, that's crazy. That's still really fucking high.
makes buying even unattainable for the top 10% of earners. There is a housing crisis, a cost of living crisis, and now even an immigration crisis. This is a real change from the Canada I know and admire. What has happened?
It's time for a change in this country, my friends. A real change.
The primary problem is there isn't enough homes being built. It's primarily a supply and demand issue. There's also an issue with how Canada gives out mortgages. And they've actually been increasing the price of homes because they keep finding more ways to lend money and extend mortgages, which, again, further increases the supply and demand issue because they keep finding, like, stupid ways to get people to buy homes they can't fucking afford by, like, extending fucking mortgage. Like, there are people with 60-year fucking mortgages now.
Is how living in Canada became impossible with hindsight.
Canadians from all across this great country sent a clear message tonight. It's time for a change in this country, my friends. A real change.
Justin Trudeau was first elected in 2015 with a message of positivity. Go back in history. Canada's grip. The basic philosophy is that immigrants are selected based on their merit and what they can contribute to the country. This system is still in place in Canada today, making it the oldest immigration system of any country in the OECD. An early challenge was that an increasingly large percentage of newcomers were family members. In 1971, economic migrants made up 73% and family members 21%. But a decade later, this had turned around. Family members were seen as unproductive consumers of welfare benefits, and this prompted the government to make entry requirements stricter. By 1995, the percentage had dropped to 36%. Canada vested a lot of power in the federal executive branch of government, which makes it possible to respond quickly to unwanted flows of migrants. Any country in the OECD. But that wouldn't last. It slowed during the pandemic, and that's where the problem started. Canada was facing a host of challenges. One of them was a shortage of workers. There were difficulties in all major sectors, from construction to healthcare. Companies were just unable to find the people with the right skills.
It's simple to me. Canada needs more people.
This was the new Minister of Immigration.
Canadians understand the need to continue to grow our population if we're going to meet the needs of the labor force.
Fraser, like many before him, saw immigration as a tool to fix specific issues. The worker shortage, but also demographics.
You know, immigration in Canada is not just something that we do, it's who we are.
2 workers for every retiree by 2036. The number of Canadians that are over the age of 75 will double over the next 2 decades, while fewer people are entering the workforce.
If we don't do something to correct this demographic trend, the conversation we're going to have 10 or 15 years from now won't be about labor shortages. It's going to be about whether we have the economic capacity to continue to fund schools and hospitals and public services that I think we too often take for granted.
This inspired a radical new immigration plan. In 2022, Canada has had a record immigration offices were already 2
Our communities to build our future.
Public opinion site in Canada.
Immigration has nothing to do with the increased cost in housing, like literally nothing to do with it. And in the long term, there's data supporting the idea that it would actually reduce the cost of housing because a lot of immigrants are builders. So they work in construction. So if they're able to actually build homes and they're able to provide cheaper labor to build homes, that would lower the cost of housing over the long term.
And what happens to the election in 2025? Is mass immigration going to become the main issue in the... That's what this Vancouver...
To the problem.
Okay, this guy is a fucking idiot and doesn't know what he's fucking talking about.
And I'm not sure if Ansel Keys will come up in this conversation, but you know, some of the 1980s messaging around low fat, I think it confused people. The quality of the fat matters a lot, and we can dig into that. But diets that are high fiber, low in refined carbohydrates, have a good amount of unsaturated fats, so low in saturated fat, and low in ultra-processed foods, and that could be omnivorous, it could be pescatarian, there's a number of ways to cut it. Those diets are associated with better long-term health outcomes.
And what do you think about that? All that he's had to say there.
Well, I'm a scientist, a mathematician. I went into medicine because I believe in science, and I was very scientific, dogmatic forever. And recently, American College of OBGYN came out with a consensus of a healthy diet for women lactating and breastfeeding. It was mostly plant-based. It included healthy fats, which I don't know what that is because we label things as good or bad, healthy or not, but those are opinions in so many ways. I believe fat is from an animal and oils are from plants. And the term healthy or not, that's where the debate is all about, and that's the beauty of all this. But ultimately...
what does he mean by that? Fat is from animals, oil is from plants. What do you think oil is made out of? Fat, you fucking dumbass.
The cause of disease in science and medicine seems to be...
Like, by the way, there's a term, oily fish. So, like, the fat you see in fish is usually a oily or liquid fat.
Multifactorial, idiopathic, uncertain, but we can agree that sugars are probably part of the problem, refined sugars more so than others. I do believe that plants are basically carbohydrates, all plants. It doesn't matter if you're a potato, tomato, or kale, or spinach, because they all break down to simple sugars in the gut. And
Nerd donated $2. Should anti-bullying policy in schools change then? The issue isn't with their anti-bullying policy. The issue is with them carrying out their policy. All these stupid-ass schools have a zero-tolerance policy for bullying. Oh, if you're getting bullied, tell a teacher and they'll do something about it. And then all of these fucking schools, you'll see every fucking kid in the school is being bullied, mistreated, either by other students or the fucking teachers and faculty themselves. And nobody gives two fucking shits. And then when the fucking kid who's getting severely bullied shoots up the whole school, everybody's like, oh, why did this happen? Like, it's just fucking ridiculous. That guy, David Hogg, the fucking anti-gun fucking dipshit who tried to make that, like, protest to ban the AR-15 and everything, he was bullying the fucking school shooter who shot up his fucking school. He was one of the fucking bullies who was mistreating that kid. So, no, the fundamental issue is none of the teachers care if students are getting fucking bullied and mistreated. They'll do absolutely nothing about it, but then they'll, like, play like the victim when, like, some kid shoots up the fucking school. Teachers say if someone bullies you, you should never fight them. Instead, you should tell them to stop or report to the principal. That way you lose respect for snitching and often get more bullied as a result. Yeah, like anybody ever fucking listens to what teachers have to say, dude. Thanks for the donation, nerd.
My sister died of diabetes. She had it since age 4. The question is, why did she get it? And that's the mystery. As I look more and more at the plants and poisoning from plants, I believe that they're probably the leading cause of most of our diseases because they contain a tremendous amount of plant sugars, plant antigens, lectins, oxalates, phytates.
What kind of plants are you talking about, though?
I'm talking about all plants, just all plants, because plants are live organisms and they don't want to be eaten, killed. And animals obviously are live organisms. They don't either. So no organism we don't want to be.
This guy's a fucking retard. Yeah, let's anthropomorphize plants. Plants want things. They have a brain, right? Like, remember that time when you're gonna just snack on a cucumber and the cucumber told you, please don't eat me? Like, this guy's a fucking asshole.
Killed and eaten, but obviously we all must eat something in order to be alive. And so did we evolve eating mostly meat and then we ate some plants? And you know, I was never there. None of us were there, but certainly the scientific review of what we likely ate for many, many years was probably raw meat. For a long time, that's likely how we evolved. And then we began to eat some plants, and we probably ate some plants way back when we began as a human being. But I think that the plants, if you look at them, heroin, cocaine, marijuana, nicotine, caffeine, all come from plants. I don't know what toxic chemical comes from fatty meat. And we've vilified fat. And fat has...
I don't know, any U5GC? Let's just forget about that.
Been talked about as the cause of most disease, saturated versus unsaturated, healthy oils versus unhealthy oils, which can be very confusing for most people who are trying to learn about health and wellness. And for most of us, like myself, I just want a simple story because the science can be very confusing.
Like, by the way, nicotine, that's not even really an edible plant, technically. Like, people smoke tobacco. Or they, like, chew it, and you don't really chew it. It's just absorbed in your mouth through your saliva, and then you spit the crap out. You don't swallow tobacco, so it's not really an edible plant. Nicotine is in things like tomatoes, but it's, like, in microscopic fucking quantities. And cocaine, again... Cocoa leaves aren't really an edible plant. You don't, like, swallow them. You put them in your mouth and chew them, and then you spit it out. Like, why is he mentioning this? As if, oh, this is evidence. Oh, you see, all these plants have toxins because you can make drugs from them. What a fucking idiot. Forgot my namification, donated $2. Isn't getting eaten also a common... seed dispersal method in the Flora Kingdom? Well, yeah, like this guy is he's retarded. I mean, so yeah. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
Confusing, and I've written plenty of papers in my day in reproductive medicine. I read a lot of them, but they can be very confusing. And many of us are constantly arguing over which is the right side.
Right, but I don't you think as science communicators, rather than choosing a story that feels nice, it's our job to say, this is confusing, let's double click on it and explore the nuance and then work out how to communicate that to the public. Because that's certainly how I approach it. So like with your stance on fat, I think it is nuanced. I think the messaging around low fat is not a great message because there are different types of fats. But then I would challenge you and say that when we look at outcome data, which is what I care most about, not mechanisms, we can explore mechanisms, but on outcome data, whether saturated fat is good or bad depends on what someone is eating instead of. So when you look at replacement, you look at saturated fat, when people replace calories from saturated fat for refined carbohydrates, which often happens in the Western diet and certainly happened from 1980 because the messaging wasn't good enough. The messaging should have been, if you're going to cut your saturated fat, what are you going to eat instead?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm sorry. What is saturated fat?
Saturated fat is a type of fat in our body that doesn't have these double bonds like unsaturated fats.
But when you choose a food to eat, which one is it?
It's like myristic acid and stearic acid. So it's fats. There is not one type of saturated fat. Saturated fat is an umbrella term.
Right.
It even includes short chain fatty acids that our gut makes.
I think what I'm asking is, so for you to go to the market and buy food, and we're communicating to a world that needs to understand simplicity.
Oh, we can bring it back to food.
This is one of the things I think we need to look at much more, is because people are confused over cholesterol and triglycerides and saturated, unsaturated. And what I like to do is look at, when you go to the market, you don't need a label. You know what it is. It's so fat.
But we're going to
Do you know about Noita? Have you ever played Noita? I feel like you would suck at it and hate it.
I have never even heard of Noita. The hell is Noita? Oh, that game. It doesn't really look like fun. I've seen it on Steam. I wouldn't bother playing it. Thanks for the donation, though, non-wib.
Disagree on the foods. So that's why it's important to first start with the nutrient and understand.
I don't know that we're going to disagree. I'm not saying that yet. But we might agree on more than you know, okay? And what I'm saying is that
I've been using Symbiotica supplements and incorporating them into my daily routine for the last 6 months, and it feels so good to nourish my body with high health and chalky, but absolutely improves brain. 20% off.
Used is what we're simply working to do, because you're in the nutritional field, I'm in the medical field. We often write papers and we have conversations because it has something to do with the need to publish, the prestige for all of us, or the money that is taken in order to write the papers or keep us wherever we're going. This is no accusation to you or anyone, just sort of a global look at it. What I've learned in medicine is that so much of what we get as science often has some propaganda in that it's hard for our communities to create some simplicity of, what do I eat?
I 100% agree that at the end of the day, when the dietary guidelines come out and are communicated at a population level, they need to be very simple, right? But I think what we're discussing today is how do you arrive at what that plate looks like? And in order to do that, you need people that are educated in science to click on these areas of confusion that exist, because I'm sure your position, or at least what I understand, is that saturated fat is not a problem, right?
Animal fat, I believe, is not the cause of disease at all.
Okay.
So rather than calling it saturated fats, because it's the science of the bonds, and then you look at these long charts that try to tell you, well, which is the good one, which is the bad one, and it's very confusing for most humans to find what's the best way, because I see so many people suffering from infertility. In the foundation of life, fertility is it. But more and more men and women are suffering from being infertile, miscarriages, losses, birth defects, and many.
Yeah, it's the main cause of infertility is probably just obesity.
Things which I believe is secondary mostly to the food we eat, which contains a tremendous amount of sugars, a tremendous amount of chemicals that people even aren't aware of. Goitrogenic foods. Are you familiar with goitrogenic foods?
Oh, here we go. Soy.
Certain plant foods.
Many plant foods. Most of the plant foods we actually eat. Kale, asparagus, wheats, soy, go down the list. 99% of the plants.
Right, but anything can be toxic. The dose is what matters. Oxygen is toxic to us, can be toxic to us.
Of course.
But would you agree that we need air? Like, we need to breathe air. It sustains us. It's beneficial. So it's narrowing down a plant and saying that, okay, that plant contains this single compound. Therefore, when eaten as a whole, it's detrimental to your health. I would push back and say, show me the health outcome data. And earlier, your point about all these plants and the defense chemicals, and you believe that this is the explanation for poor cardiometabolic health and obesity and these things, I'd push back and say, let's look at the average person's diet. How much fruit and vegetables and legumes are they actually eating? 70% of the calories are coming from ultra-processed foods. It's hard to blame foods like kale and broccoli and asparagus and lettuce when people are not eating them.
I agree with you that it's hard to blame, but they are the leading cause of disease.
And how would you substantiate that? Based on what evidence?
Okay, so getting things published is not very easy if it doesn't meet the standard appropriate acceptance of what is science. Because when you're talking about something opposite, carnivore is a very opposite idea. It's not very accepted in the medical field. I've already been reported to the medical licensing board of New York State, and my hospital came to me and said, Dr. Kiltz, you cannot talk about this. And I'm saying, well, okay, the guy was a diabetic without legs who was telling me this, a physician, a scientist, because we are very blind and biased against other opposite ideas. So,
but that doesn't prove your point.
I'm not trying to prove my point. I'm just having a discussion.
Because that affects everyone. We could have a vegan doctor here saying the same thing.
I love vegan doctors. Look at it. I'm not, whatever you choose to eat, but if we want to stand and get down to the science, first thing we need to do is look over biases, because our biases are big. I'm here because I want to learn more from you. I believe you have a lot to share. But I think that the nutritional sciences are highly biased because of where it all started. The Seventh-day Adventists, John Kellogg, and there are others.
This guy is trying to gaslight people into not trusting any science so that he can give you some fucking horseshit about how, oh yeah, trust me, I know a guy on Facebook. Here we go.
There's many others that are teaching mostly a plant-based diet. Plus, we're in a world of plant-based. Our religious and cultural biases. I'm Italian in my upbringing. Oh boy, I love the fruits and the vegetables. All these. I grew up in Silver Lake in LA. We had fruit trees everywhere. My daughter would die to a banana and avocado. More people are allergic to plants than they are to animals.
That is completely and utterly bullshit. The most common dietary allergies are one, milk or dairy allergies, because they lack the enzyme to break down lactose. And two would be egg allergies. Those are the two most common dietary allergies. So, no. The most common dietary allergies are not to plant foods, they are to animal foods.
Demify animals, which I think we just need to be open. Like, you can eat both. But when you have an illness, or there may be a risk of you getting an inflammatory disorder, like cancer, like heart disease, like strokes, we want to learn more and be able to talk about this in a way that, yes, there are some people that are more allergic to some plants over others. Which are those that are...
Soylent versus Huel. 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 Benny Cock.
Huel is probably better. Pretty sure it does contain less lead. So I would go with Huel. Thanks for the donation, though, non-wib.
Less allergenic, what can you add to that diet that may be able to reduce inflammation even more? And I think adding more fat, animal fat, is really the best one.
Okay, so...
animal fat appears to be pro-inflammatory, so that would be stupid.
Well, I want to ask you guys a question to narrow down like the direction of this conversation. This is super interesting. I love it. I think this will help us get to a very specific topic right now. What do you believe is the best form of evidence? Let's talk about the hierarchy of evidence so we can narrow down, if you guys agree on any level, what's the best way to look at the evidence?
Oh, this jackass has no epistemic standards. Anytime you debate one of these carnivore quacks, they have zero fucking epistemic standards. So when it suits them, they'll say, oh, look at this fucking study on meat, and, you know, it's a prospective cohort study. Then you'll point out just a better study, like a randomized trial, long follow-up period. Oh, well, you can't really trust, like, the science, because it's all biased. And then they'll rely on personal anecdotes. Then when you give personal anecdotes, oh, well, that's only a personal anecdote. Like, they change the goalposts whenever it suits them.
And figure out which one has more weight than others on optimal nutrition.
My grandmother. We used to eat a lot more fat in our diets, and we don't today. A Mediterranean diet is basically a low animal fat diet. And our standard diets we're eating today, yes, there are processed foods, but one of my best friends died of cancer, and he ate a very healthy diet. He was a healthy, strong doctor, very, very exercised a lot, great positivity in life. But when he died, Dave died of cancer.
So now he's just relying on anecdotes.
I was like, okay, why did that guy die? And so Evidence is in our conversations and things we share. This is where evidence comes from. It's not a scientific paper that someone gets published.
You know what? 50 Cent got shot 9 times, and he's alive. And as far as I can tell, he doesn't have any health problems. He's in pretty good shape. Works out. So, like, if 50 Cent could get shot 9 times and be perfectly fine, clearly guns aren't that dangerous. So, like, I don't know why the police have a problem with me going to a shopping mall and just firing a machine gun into a crowd of people.
Fuel tastes like donkey doo-doo shit ass shat fart cum water toe. Why can't they make one flavor that doesn't get old after 2 drinks?
I've never actually tasted Huel. I've also never tasted Soylent either, so... I don't know about taste, but just from looking at the formulation and independent testing of, like, lead levels, Huel does seem better. Thanks for the donation, though, non-wib.
Prove things. The government and science and medicine, they're certainly looking for answers, but I hope that each of us can be a little questioning whether or not that's exact. But I would say our stories are one of the most important things we can do, because...
Wow, dude. So this guy is unironically saying anecdotes are the highest form of evidence.
when you look at the Bible, it's stories. When you look at so much that people are reading about, people want to look at stories. And I've learned from people like yourselves that are blogging.
So made up bullshit is the highest form of evidence? Well, you should trust the Bible because it's made up stupid stories. You know, a guy lived in a fish for a few weeks. Female bears murdered a bunch of children after they were cursed in the name of God. A guy walked on water and, like, virgin birth. They're stupid made-up stories, so you should just believe them. If somebody said it, it's true.
And sharing stories online more than anything. I just came from Montello, Wisconsin, for a meetup, MEAT up with Healing Humanity. And I visited with hundreds of people there that had simply lost all of their diseases, all of their suffering of drugs and medications by going carnivore, which would not have made sense to me 20 years ago, but it does today. And what I've learned is that the medical community is completely biased against it. Because the money comes...
This is so fucking retarded. So he's saying big broccoli is the reason why, like, a carnivore diet isn't being researched? Like, by the way, there's also no way for him to know if these people got symptom relief from the carnivore diet or if it was from a downstream effect of the carnivore diet, like just simply weight loss. So if you're diabetic and you go on the carnivore diet and you lose weight, you may very well reverse your diabetes. That doesn't mean the carnivore diet reversed your diabetes. It just means the weight loss reversed their diabetes. He has no way of knowing whether the carnivore diet did it or if it was a downstream effect of the diet they were on that allowed them to lose weight or something like that.
Comes to the medical communities. The American Heart Disease, the American Diabetic Association gets money so that it can support their foundations. And then they sell a label that says heart healthy on cereals, which is made up of primarily sugar. It breaks down to sugar in your gut. It may look nice on a plate, but basically in your gut, it digests down to only 3 things: amino acids, simple sugars, and fatty acids. And the majority of plants that we're eating have sugar. Nature's sugar. Nature makes sugar. And so what's the best evidence? Actually, these conversations. People are going to listen to this, and then they're going to make their minds up whether they want to be on.
By the way, this guy mentioned the Bible. He's wearing a cross, so I'm assuming he's Christian. What does the Bible say about, like, the food you should eat? Let's see. God made humans to live in the Garden of Eden. What kind of foods do you find in a garden? Fruits and vegetables, dipshit? And then after Adam and Eve were cast down onto Earth, oh, You may eat every plant-bearing fruit and every plant that bears seed or whatever the fuck it is. Like it explicitly says you should eat plants. And then this guy claims he's a Christian and follows the Bible, but then recommends eating nothing but meat and says plants are unhealthy, even though God himself told you you should eat fruits and vegetables? Like, this guy is a fucking clown.
Random gal is gay more like random gay ha 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 esque. Way.
True. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
On the plant side or the animal side, but none of us know the answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a very different view.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of false equivalence to say, hey, there's an anecdote here and there's an anecdote here, therefore we don't know. I think anecdotes are, for the most part, explainable, and often the stories that we're subject to are affected by enormous bias. And so the people that I get coming to my community, that there is a huge selection bias. People at conferences, massive selection bias. How do you know for every person that adopts the carnivore diet that gets this great result, how do you know how many people had equal and opposite result, had no result? Well, you don't until you capture that within a study. So it can be very easy to fall into this trap of hearing good story after good story and assuming that that is the typical, that is the average, that is the expected.
Oh, just look at, what is it? Carnism is cancer or something on Instagram. They post tons of fucking stories of people. Let me see. What is the... Carnivore Cringe. They post tons of anecdotal stories. Hello, all carnivores. I've been on the carnivore diet for 5 years. Last 2 years, only animal foods. Red meat, pork belly, bacon, eggs, cheese, yogurt, salt water. Last few weeks, started having a skin problem. I've already cut out eggs for the last few weeks. Today, I started the Lion's diet. Water, salt, butter, red meat. I do strength training, but I always train hard. It gets worse when I train. Doesn't itch. My skin doesn't feel hot. I already take Algira, blah, blah, blah. Like, you can find tons of anecdotes of people saying, oh, yeah, carnivore for 2.5 months. Horrible, severe joint pain. Like, just left and right. Just left my dentist a little down. Carnivore for 2.5, 3 years. Haven't been able to get into a dentist for 2 years due to move on scheduling. I have deep cleaning, bone loss. Anyone have this problem? Like, endless fucking stories of people having health problems on the carnivore diet. Oh, here's a good one. This guy's being carnivore for 6 months, ended up developing cholesterol deposits on his fucking skin, and he has these gross yellow fucking protrusions on his fucking face. Like you can just find endless fucking anecdotes of people having a terrible time eating that fucking diet.
You need the scientific method to actually be able to investigate that. I grant that at the anecdote story level, it's interesting. I don't think people should be shutting down conversation. I think people should be saying, hey, that's interesting, isn't it? But let's remember, that's an anecdote, and there are anecdotes all over the place. We can find someone who says just drinking green juice cured their cancer. Where does that leave us in terms of creating recommendations for people? We have to come back to some type of method to test our hypotheses. And more often than not, our hypotheses are wrong. We prove them.
All you wally blue vegan? More like all you wally boobs penis.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
That's false. And so we use a scientific method to reduce our bias. And we look at different types of studies. We look at mechanistic studies. And Robert's spoken to some mechanisms already in this podcast. And I think mechanisms are interesting. That's often preclinical, lab-based research.
77,777,777.
All right. Well, that took a while, but thanks again, non-wib.
Isolated pathways, it's very reductionist, but it can be hypothesis generating. And then you go a step further and you look at observational large populations where you're trying to control for confounding variables and getting as best a look as possible at how different diet variables are affecting someone's health. And then you go to a clinical trial level, and there's going to be varying lengths of those. Some of the shorter ones, you're just looking at how dietary changes affect certain established risk factors like blood pressure or inflammation or ApoB. Then you might have longer randomized controlled trials that are going for long enough to see hard health outcomes. What's the incidence of cancer during that trial or having a heart attack? And so the way that I'm trained, again, going back to when I was a child, all the way through my scientific training to today, is to look for converging lines of evidence. Mechanisms are pointing in a certain way, observational evidence, and then supported and corroborated by clinical trials. And that to me is more objective and less subject to bias than listening to a story, as compelling as storytelling is. Storytelling is compelling, and I actually would push back and say, I think storytelling is why people are so confused, because it is so engaging and they're getting exposed to so many stories on all these different diet tribes. And what's the commonality among many of these diet tribes? Like, why do a lot of people adopting a carnivore or even a vegan or some other variation of a diet achieve results, at least in the short term? They remove 70% of the calories that are ultra processed and often are losing weight. And I believe, based on the research, that one of, if not the most significant drivers of poor metabolic health is having excessive adiposity, fat levels, particularly when that fat gets inside the liver and the pancreas, ectopic fat. And so when you remove someone and take them off of a Western diet that's full of low protein, low fiber, low water, energy dense, hyperpalatable foods that are easy to overconsume and create an energy surplus and lead to weight gain, when you take them off of that diet into any number of diets, you can help restore metabolic health. The question then becomes, of those different variations, which variation is going to also help them reduce risk long-term the best? Granted that because they've lost weight, significant weight, with any of those types of diets, they've already reduced their risk of a lot of diseases. So I'm not here to argue that there's one way to kind of restore metabolic health in the short term. And I think if you look at low-fat versus low-carb diets and weight loss, it's very clear that there's no unanimous winner. I think low-carb in the first 6 months tends to perform a little better, but by 1 to 2 years, there's no significant difference in terms of overall weight loss or what dietary pattern is best for restoring metabolic health. What I'm interested in is, what does the dietary pattern look like for not 2 years or 3 years, and not these individual stories we see, but 10, 20, 30 years down the track.
Our dietary advice is not working.
I agree.
Science,
I agree the dietary advice is not working.
And I will tell you that science is not working.
Can I ask you a question about the dietary advice?
Oh, please.
So is it the actual recommendations, or is it the fact that people cannot adhere to them that is the problem?
Well, the food we sell is highly addictive and not good for people. We know that. We know that the majority of the processed food, which is mostly sugar laden, is the biggest culprit, because sugar is the major cause of a lot of our addictions and the diseases.
When you say sugar, what do you mean?
Well, plants are made from a combination of carbon dioxide, sunlight, and water. It's a long chain carbon particle that comes together. And sugars, all plants basically are broken down to simple sugar, unless they're fiber, which are poorly digested in the human body, except the microbes like them in the human body. Microbes, bacteria, and yeast ferment plants fiber in our gut, which makes heat, alcohol, aldehydes, and gas. Our children are walking around with alcohol in their bodies, and so are you likely, because fermentation in our gut is causing alcohol to be made. And it mostly happens in the colon.
So you think fiber is
bad for you? It's absolutely bad. Fiber is one of the leading causes of colon cancer.
I've never seen anyone in my life get drunk from eating fucking potatoes. Like, the shit that comes out of this guy's mouth is just so fucking insane and unhinged. He thinks your gut literally acts as like a brewery, and if you eat carbohydrates, you're going to like ingest alcohol? Why does anyone bother buying beer or any like vodka or wine? Like just eat a few bananas, you'll get drunk off your fucking ass. What a fucking idiot.
And I'll bet $1 billion on this.
So why Andrew Reynolds 2019 performs the largest systematic review of randomized controlled trials, observational studies, and increasing fiber and whole grain intake across the board, unanimous. This is 135 million plus people. Follow-up data shows a reduction in risk of colorectal cancer. The more fiber people eat, the more whole grains, the lower their risk of colorectal cancer, type 2 diabetes, heart disease. Why does that data exist, yet you take a different position?
Colon cancer on the rise in younger people. It's on the rise.
Sure.
Oh, there we go. Don't answer. Don't have an explanation. Just change the fucking topic.
But there could be many explanations for that other than sugar.
Listen, everything's multifactorial. But the one thing I've learned more than anything, that by eliminating fiber in plants, I've seen so many people suddenly stop having bowel bleeding.
Here we go. Why does all the best long-term randomized trials and prospective cohorts all show fiber intake reduces colorectal cancer, all cancer combined, heart disease, diabetes? I know a guy who went on the carnivore diet and he got better. Oh, right. Like again, this is the guy whose epistemic standards are, my anecdotes are better than any other form of evidence. You cannot debate this person. He is a waste of time. He has no epistemic standards. Only his anecdotes matter. That's it. So you can tell him whatever you want, show him whatever evidence you want. It doesn't matter because the only things he cares about are his own personal anecdotes. Will Mage donated $2. Let me see. Animals have been force-fed obese women's feces in experiments for Oreo manufacture. Well, I don't think there's much point in doing that. That's pretty stupid. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
Stop having bladder bleeding. Start feeling better, okay? And this is across the board. Many people in the carnivore space are seeing this, okay? So now, if it's published, that means it's right. Well, publishing is supported by some money and all of us in what we do, but the pharmaceuticals, the food industry, many of the industries, I mean, this is the way we've been living for so long. But let's just keep the science.
When you say it's...
Oh, here we go. You can't trust the science because there's money involved. Right. So how much money do you make being a health and fitness guru on YouTube? Oh, do you sell supplements? Oh, do you have a private practice? You're making money doing this, are you? So you're full of shit.
We've been living for so long. What do you mean by that?
Well, we've been eating a plant-based and a process-based diet for a long time, and we've been getting sicker and sicker and sicker. More people are infertile today.
But you don't think the quality of those plants matters? That's making up the calories in someone's diet?
Well, when you use the word quality, okay, so when you eat something, food, a plant, it is broken down between your teeth and the enzymes and the digestive enzymes in the...
This guy is literally trying to claim that there is no difference between eating an apple and eating high fructose corn syrup, you know, from like a sugary beverage, because, oh, it all gets broken down into sugar in your digestive tract. Like, this is fucking retarded.
The gut will basically make them into a process, simple sugars, amino acids,
but that's not how it works. The digestion of food is fundamentally affected by the food matrix and the quality of the plant. So when you ingest sugars with fiber, what happens to the rate at which those sugars enter the bloodstream?
Okay, so sugars entering the bloodstream fast is better than slow. A high glycemic index is better than a low glycemic index.
Yet all of the research looking at...
I'm giving you an idea. Just before you automatically say, that doesn't work. And that's the way I lived just like you for so long, until I questioned it all. And because I step back and ask the question, well, why did my friend die? Why did my sister die? Why do my patients who are infertile, are they infertile? And why is it when they go paleo, keto, or carnivore, they suddenly heal and get pregnant? So, but I asked the question first, what's the energy for your...
This guy's literally claiming a carnivore diet improves fertility. Oh, do you have any evidence for that? Yeah. My sister went on the carnivore diet and she had kids.
Mitochondria. Is it sugar or is it fat?
It's fat.
It's only fat. Okay, so what's the function of the liver? Primary function of the liver is what?
Produces glucose, metabolizes nutrients.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You mean it produces glucose first? So when you eat food, your glucose levels go up and we don't get fat. The primary job of the liver is to make fat, actually. That's why fatty liver is the most common thing. The primary job of insulin is to make fat in the liver. Have you ever heard of hepatogenous diabetes? Nobody has. How much do you know about the glycocalyx and the glycobiome?
A little bit. I know that there's very little research on it, and the research papers that exist say that it's very poorly understood.
Huge out there. Carolyn Bartozzi just won a Nobel Prize on it because it's the major work that they do to make cancer drugs and all the drugs. Now, read the Science of Glycobiology. It's the most amazing thing.
But this is getting us deep into mechanisms, and I can bring up mechanisms and say when you don't have fiber, what happens to the microbiome? It starts eating the mucus layer, and you get increased intestinal permeability. And we could just be arguing about mechanisms.
What if there's a different story? I'm just sharing a different story. I honor your work, right. But I'm just a doctor from LA, kicked out of school and again couldn't read, and I became a doctor through God's miracle, and I created a business. So the fourth largest IVF center in America. I take care of people.
This guy believes in God. You cannot trust anything he fucking says. Like again, the guy who believes in a magical fucking sky wizard is telling you that his own personal anecdotes are the highest form of evidence. Is this like somebody that you should take seriously? Just like fart and walk out of the fucking room, dude.
Around the globe that are suffering. And what do I talk about more than anything? Nutrition. Because my job as a doctor went into medicine to help people heal, not to make money. I make a lot of money. What I try to do with that is still make the most affordable IV.
Oh, well, there you go. He makes money. He admitted it. So he's being paid by the Beef Checkoff Association, and it's all a scam to make people sick so that he can get patients. Oh, weird. Right. Okay. So when other people are making money, you know, supporting other like food choices or interventions, oh, it's all a scam. They're trying to make money. They're just lying. But when he makes money, oh, I'm doing it out of the goodness of my own heart. I would never lie.
IVFs in America. I'm the most affordable. I finance everyone. But my job is if I could write books, if I could blog, if I could do something to help you change. I'm not trying to tell everyone to be a carnivore. I just am working to help people learn something that's opposite because we're not winning in this world. More and more people are homeless, are sick. The number one reason for bankruptcy, do you know what it is? Healthcare costs. Healthcare costs go up.
But this is all stuff we agree on. We're agreeing that the state of metabolic health, cardiometabolic health is less than optimal and there is a better way of doing things. We agree on that.
100%.
It's how we get there.
I'm a surgeon. I'm a scientist. I want to know the mechanisms of everything. I never heard of hepatogenous diabetes. Hepatogenous diabetes is that the majority of liver failure patients actually become diabetic. They have high insulin and high glucose. Well, that's type 2 diabetes. Are they fat or skinny?
Probably skinny.
They're very skinny. How come?
The problem with this that I have with mechanisms is we can go all day back and forth. I can cite studies, randomized controlled trials, where they literally feed one group saturated fats from animal fats and the other group polyunsaturated fats, and you induce fatty liver, increase fat, hepatic fat in the group getting saturated fats. Outcome data to me is more important because it's the summation of all of the different mechanisms, because we can study independent mechanisms. We probably have no idea about many things that are happening when food interacts with our physiology. So what's the summation? It is the actual health outcome, the risk of developing a disease or some sort of change to an established biomarker. So I think your question about what is science to the two of us is very different.
What do you know about the cause of gastric ulcer?
Enlighten me.
Well, we thought it was stomach acids that were just running rampant. And then it was a big sales of H2 blockers and
I think this guy could have done a better job debating this fucking moron. He keeps jumping from topic to topic to topic whenever he hits a brick wall where his only argument is, oh, trust me, bro, I know a guy. So, like, just hold his feet to the fire, stay on one fucking topic, and just demand that he provide evidence. And if the only evidence he can provide is, oh, trust me, I know a guy, then ask how he can reconcile the fact that people have completely contradicting anecdotes and just debate him on his epistemic standards. Because, like, again, if you can't agree on epistemic standards, there's no point in debating any other fucking topic. So this debate should have really just focused on epistemic standards when it comes to like nutrition research, because why talk to this guy? His answer for everything is going to be, oh, trust me, I know a guy.
Tums and all sorts of other things. And one guy said, you know what? It's a bug. It's a bacteria. And no one believed the guy. One day he took a glass of contaminated fluids with H. pylori and drank it and gets gastric ulcers. What's the treatment for bacteria? Antibiotics. The guy took the antibiotic, clears H. pylori. Gastric ulcer. So science is very biased. We need to stop arguing. And let me tell you, mechanisms are critical. I want to know the why. I want to know the cellular physiology. I want to understand the glycobiome. So your blood type is determined by a protein or a sugar?
Protein.
Sugar. The glycocalyx determines everything. You're allergic to sugars, not to proteins. Proteins are good, but the post-translational modification of protein is far more important. The number one is glycosylation. So glycosylation is the addition of a sugar onto a protein to give it its proper shape, charge, and function. And the glycobiome, imagine all the plants that are out there in this world. Would we be alive without them? There'd be nothing, no life. So it turns out that there's a sugar layer or a plant layer all over every single cell of our body, but that's the barcode. That's the satellite. That's the transmitter that helps us understand everything, that every cell of your body wants to know, are you friend or foe? Are you
like what the fuck is he talking about? This is just inane rambling.
Set up Dono Goal to ban Adam Gugimos. I think the tough love and shock to his system will help alleviate his schizoid tendencies. No, this is not the antic of the ID bigwigs trying to stop him from spreading the truth. No, nothing he says has merit. Ban him.
I guess we can do that. Why not? Let's see. We're at 89. There we go. All right. So there's the tip goal for you. Thanks for the donation, Random Gal.
you good or bad? Wait a minute, is that the right sperm, the right egg for me to implant in, all right, or fertilize? So I want to know the science first. I'm a scientist. But I also want, so I take that and I say, okay, well, this plant is good for this, and this plant is good for this, and this plant is good for this. But then I step back and wait a minute. We have evolved trying to understand the medicinal properties of plants forever because that was our world. I mean, going out and killing a cow is rough work.
Whenever someone makes a claim that they can't substantiate with evidence, I always apply Hitchens's razor from Christopher Hitchens. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. 9 times out of 10 it usually ends the convo.
I mean, well, yeah, but like in this situation, the problem is this guy's epistemic standards. What Simon Hill should be doing here is just debating this dude's epistemic standards. I don't think he's used to debating complete whack job morons like this, like I am. So he's kind of dumbfounded by some of this shit, and he's being way too fucking polite. But thanks for the donation, Ben.
Lions die killing cows, killing bulls, and many animals. It's easier to eat plants. But I believe it turns out that the plants are the leading cause of disease because plants make substance to kill us. Now, why does the science matter? The mechanisms matter? Because a plate full of plants all breaks down to sugar. And the sugar feeds the microbes in your gut. And I'm sorry, that damages the glycocalyx of your gut, the glycobiome.
So you're equating a black bean to a jelly bean? These are the same?
Okay, so we know what a black bean is, and a jelly bean is a man-made candy.
Right, but what I'm hearing from you is they both contain carbohydrates, and at the end of the day, those carbohydrates are toxic.
Okay, so every cell of your body has a glycobiome. Every cell of your body contains sugar. And all species have their different sugar layer that we are less allergic or more allergic to.
That's a great freeze frame. Random gal donated $2. I'm broke, but I have to clear things up. Wasn't me who donated, it was some Adam hater. I love Adam and most chatters do. He is harmless. Please change the dono gal. Okay, fine. Bootycom donating $2. God, I hope we reach that dono goal tonight, please. I don't know. Let me just put a poll in chat. Ban Adam Gugamos dono goal. There we go.
Really, most of our diseases are simply allergies. Metabolic dysfunction is damage to certain cells and certain organs of our body, and that's the problem. If the mitochondria is damaged, or the liposomes, or the ribosomes, ribosomal proteins or particles that damage it. So ultimately, if we really understand the science, the physiology, but the anatomy is so critical. So we breathe in air, right? That's critical, and then the oxygen is delivered and the CO2 is released, right? Okay, so now the blood is flowing to every organ of our body. The bowels. I mean, really, you have to eat food in order to survive. But what happens to the food in our gut? It's like becomes mysterious, but it's actually magical. The gut takes this beautiful, amazing food that nature has made for us so we can thrive and survive and reproduce and build our families and do the things we love to do. Communicate. It's all communication. And the one thing I've learned in life is that if I can listen to something I don't believe, I might find something magical.
Oh, I'm listening. I'm listening, and I think you're a great storyteller. Can I ask you a question?
Oh, please.
Why are you so sure of your anecdotes versus someone else's anecdotes that are equal and opposite?
I'm just sharing a story in life. I could be completely wrong.
Thanks for the membership, Alan. Appreciate it.
But
don't you feel, though, that it's important for us to, yes, we can talk about all sorts of stories and ideas, but ultimately, if we're recommending something to public health, we need more than an anecdote or a story which is subject to a large amount of bias. Because as I said, there are anecdotes everywhere. So if we were to say anecdotes are the best form of evidence, then which anecdote do we choose to inform public health? That, to me, that part of the story sounds great, especially.
This is Random Gallery donating to clarify that, no, Adam must be banned. He is a certified insane person and the events that follow his banning will put the planet back on the right track. It might be a hard pill to swallow, but Adam is a keystone individual.
Well, I don't know who the real random gal is, but 53% of people are saying yes so far. But thanks for the donation, random gal.
When there's words like mitochondria and liposome and glycobiome and people like this because it sounds fancy, but if I was to push back and say, how would I explain poor metabolic health to the average person? I wouldn't need to go into all of that detail, and people can choose which explanation they think that they think is more likely to be accurate, resonates with them.
Well,
and so my explanation of poor metabolic health, because I think that's where we're getting at. Dr. Kiltz's explanation is that it's plants at the core root of poor metabolic health, and I think it's hard to blame plants that are basically non-existent in the average person's diet. Firstly, and so when I look at the current diet right now and say, well, what are the problems with this? The big ticket item is that 70% of calories are coming from ultra processed foods that are hyperpalatable. They're easy to overconsume because they're low in protein, they're low in water, they're low in fiber, and when you're constantly consuming these foods, it's very difficult to regulate the total amount of calories you're bringing in relative to the amount of calories your body actually needs. So it's very easy to eat in a calorie surplus. And over time, your body has to do something with that excess energy and it begins to store it. It can store it in subcutaneous fat, which is under the skin, and that's relatively benign, not completely, or it can start to go centrally into our...
Will RFK Jr. advocate for animal fat usage in restaurants and fast food in schools? I have no idea. I really don't know. Yeah, I really wouldn't be able to tell you.
Our organs into the liver and pancreas, like I mentioned. And that's what I believe is at the core of poor metabolic health, is this spillover of excessive fat, which is driven largely, but not entirely, by a very hyperpalatable diet. And so to me, the answer to correcting metabolic health, let's say in this country, is not about removing plants or demonizing plants. It's about coming back to diet quality and saying, looking at the research and saying, well, actually, when people are eating more whole grains and legumes and fiber, we see better health outcomes, not worse. You know, regardless of glycobiome, mitochondria, liposome, these fancy words where we can get lost in a story, what does the body of evidence show us? And I think it's very clear the body of evidence shows us that we want unrefined plant foods in our diet and we want to maximize those, and that tends to help correct cardiometabolic disease.
I have a question for you. Do you think ultra-processed foods that are originally from plants, do you think they're just as bad for your health as whole plant foods?
What is an ultra-processed food?
Well, I guess the simple definition is it's something that you probably can't make in your kitchen.
Did you go to the market to buy your food? Did you grow it yourself? And is it possible that something you're growing might eventually cause breast cancer or colon cancer, or might contain something that you're allergic to, but you don't know it right away because the allergies are slow and silent rather than rapid, like anaphylaxis? So I think that overconsumption of food is one of our biggest problems. And yes, a lot of ultra processed, but I grew up with gardens and beautiful pasta and all these sorts of things that I was getting sick to, but I didn't know it. So and one of the problems I must say is that if you're looking for the scientific data, versus, okay, are there higher drug costs today and higher costs in medicine? Are we sicker than ever before? I mean, mental disorders are on the rise. One of my good friends, George Eade, wrote a book on changing your diet and change your mind and helping us. So maybe there are some simple things that we can share through stories, because your story that you mentioned about your father with heart disease was very compelling. Because it's the stories, and this is what this is all about, the story.
And I love the
stories. And I'm a scientist and I love the data, but I will tell you, the problem with the data and the government and trying to tell us all what we should eat is that it's wrong, and it's compelled by the My Plate or the food pyramid. And yes, Ansel Keys had something to do with that, but he also neglected to put all the data into science.
What do you mean by that? Let's double click on that, because I've researched Ansel Keys in depth.
Okay, so the study was reported with less. Some of the countries were not included.
That's not true.
Okay,
That's
I'm
not
giving
true.
you. I'm giving.
Yeah, that's not true. He excluded countries that didn't have adequate mortality data. So, like Mexico, for instance, they literally did not track, they didn't track deaths from any cause. So why would he include countries where he couldn't get data from? So he's just lying. Like, this is just long debunked horse shit.
Well, we can look at past actions taken from RFK Jr.'s presidential campaign when he was running before Trump train. He apparently believes the lunatic Caldwell Esselstyn of WFPB diets and reversal CVD.
Vegan food for the homeless. So, like, somebody who's not, like, up to date with this, I wouldn't say this is the most egregious thing. Like, plant-based diets are clearly beneficial for treating heart disease. So he is right that it prevents progression, and it does improve health outcomes. So, I mean, it doesn't sound like he'd support like a super high saturated fat diet or anything. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Mega Cheesecakes donated $2. Oh my god. Oh, they're munching. Oh, it looks like they got some apples. Oh my goodness, they are munching those apples good. Oh my god, they're eating apples. Oh my goodness. Oh, they love apples. Oh my god. Oh, apples are so yummy. Oh, they love apples. Oh yes, yum yum yum. Eat those apples. Oh, they are so beautiful and round. Oh my god. Look at his toes. Oh my goodness, that's a good Hyrax. Oh, so handsome. Oh my goodness. The hell's going on here? Oh. That deer says no. I am not going to be eaten. That's a handsome deer. Oh my goodness. Oh, so pretty and majestic. Oh my goodness. That is a nice, handsome boy. Oh. What the hell? Oh. Looks like that cat has a disability.
You should too. Praise Jesus. Thank you. Praise the Lord.
I don't think they should be pushing their religious beliefs onto their cat.
Has the experience, he has the strength. Yes, he may be old, but I believe he's going to win this. So I put $14,000.
I put my life savings on Mike Tyson. Well, that was not a great idea.
On the line. Oh. Mike Tyson has...
Thanks for the donation, Mega Cheesecakes. Grey Knight donated $2. Andrew Tate calls the hack-a-dance gay. It is pretty gay. Hawk is gay, sorry New Zealand, all that screaming and dancing just to get owned by gunpowder, waka taka raka raya, boom, dead. Yeah, well, he's got a point there. Next time I'm in court, I'll do the haka to show the judge I disagree, and if I'm sent to jail, they must be racists that don't appreciate indigenous culture. Yeah, I mean, you've tried everything else. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
But I want to clarify. I want to make it really clear that's not
But I'm
true.
just giving you the
Yeah,
story
let's hear
that
your
I
whole
know.
story, then
okay?
we'll hear your thoughts
Because
on
listen, so Ansel Keys, and it was against fat. It's fat is cause disease. By the way, obesity causes no disease. The fat on your body is not the cause of any disease. Visceral fat or intramuscular fat or intra-organ fat is not the cause of disease. The cause of disease is the high plant, high protein diet. Have you ever heard of protein poisoning? Do you know much about protein poisoning?
I've had numerous episodes on my podcast on protein.
Well, I missed those, but I'll go back to that. And by the way, your podcast is really excellent, by the way. I really enjoyed it. It's great stories because these are all stories. Every scientific paper is a story. And
No,
we're claiming
it's
that this
not.
story has more data that's stronger than others, but it's all opinionated. It's all our biases. We all bring our biases to everything we do because we're human beings. We have
Yeah, and randomized trials have the lowest risk of bias, especially meta-analyses of randomized trials. So, again, he's trying to gaslight people into thinking, oh, well, any study is just as good as my trust me, bro story.
We have our religions, our politics, our likes and dislikes. That's the beauty of it all. Cause of disease. Look at why one person gets an infectious disease and another doesn't. One person gets some other disability. We can't answer that. When my grandmother lived 104, she smoked Pall Malls and drank Manhattans. She's an amazing woman. My parents lived to 94. I don't know how the hell they did that.
Right, but you see, I'm not denying that you hear stories like this, but what is, do you know what a bell curve is, right?
May I finish my
Sure,
story?
finish the story.
Yeah. And look at, the science can be like, oh, this is what it is. And we're scientists, so we're so biased, but there's so many mothers and fathers, and they're all just trying to like, hey, what do I do? Well, I went carnivore, and I would tell you, it's a crazy diet. Don't do it. Like to eat meat and eggs and butter and cream, that's a heart attack. How much weight must a bear gain in order to gestate, hibernate, migrate? Thousands of pounds. Why are we hyperphagic? Because we have access to the food that's hyperphagic because we're used to famines. We're used to it. That's where we came from, right? So, but we're forgetting that. So you have something wrong with your ghrelin or leptins, and
Bootycam donated $2. He was close. The table gling up his arse. VG. Also, Jenk and Alan Lickman argument was funny. Yeah, that was close. We'll watch this AIDS next. But thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
you have pathologic something wrong. That's why you're obese. It's not. It's because instinctually you better be.
It's a survival mechanism to
100%.
try to eat food, which works for you in a place where there's not food
that way?
abundance.
No, but food was always scarce.
That's what I'm saying. That mechanism works for you.
Right. Now we're in
scarce.
a world of food that's always there. Your brain has no idea that it's the year 2024 or it's the year minus 500 from today. It really is so instinctually driven to only a few things: food and reproduction, survival. Because that's what we're all here to do. This is about survival. This is about, look at me. Won't you mate with me?
We agree on
that's
all of that
we're
part
here
of the
to
story.
do.
We agree on.
And I say there's only a few things in life, but being a doctor and a statistician and a scientist is the same thing. We're fighting to be right.
Do you not think it's confusing when people are subject to all of these different conflicting anecdotes?
I'm confused by doctors' scientific papers, and I get thousands in my office that I've been reading and looking at, and I'm like, I'm confused. I'm just trying to help someone get pregnant, have a baby, or be healthy.
There we go. There we go. Every time he brings up these issues with his epistemic standards, he just tries to gaslight and say, studies are the same as any random story I can, make up.
If I've got to spew down, what's your LDL, HDL? I have no idea, and I don't even care. Because I think it's garbage. Because Elizabeth Holmes is in jail right now.
Oh, really? You don't care about somebody's LDL? So if you have a patient who comes in with an LDL of 500, meaning they have... They likely are homozygous for familial hypercholesterolemia, and they might die in their 20s. You don't care? Like this guy is just fucking retarded.
Right now. Over trying to get billions of dollars in order to make money to help people get all their blood testing. Okay? Or Bitcoin this or this craziness.
She's in jail because she committed fucking fraud.
What is the most important thing to you? Your children. That's it. My child who's just pregnant and getting married, and like, all I care about is that. You don't have children yet?
I don't have children, no.
You will. Or there's the drive for that. But even if you don't.
Fuck you, Sook Puppy. Donated $2. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, suck puppy? I don't know. Oh my god. Oh wow. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh my god. The penguins are inspecting the camera. They're like, what the hell is this? Penguins are so fucking fantastic. I fucking love penguins. It's like the only reason I'd ever consider like maybe going to Antarctica just to like chill with penguins. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my goodness. Look how fuzzy. Oh, that's a good fuzzy. Wow. So fuzzy and fluffy. Oh, I love sheep. Sheep are so beautiful. Oh, sheep are so nice. Oh my god, look how nice and fuzzy and woolly they are. Those are some good sheep. Oh, they're so good. Oh, so pretty. So nice. They're just being sheep. Doing sheep stuff. Thinking about sheep things. Oh my god. Oh, they are so nice. Oh. Look at him eating a leaf. So nice. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, those are good sheep. Oh, so nice. Oh. Cow wants a cookie. Give the cookie to the cow. Yes. The cookie makes the cow happy. Give him more cookies. That's a good cow. Oh my god. Oh, look at that Hyrax. Oh my goodness, so handsome. Wow, that's a handsome boy. Oh my god. So handsome. Oh, that's a good Hyrax. How to have fun when you're poor. Hallucinations. Goddamn right. I love this clip. You know, it's so funny how we're really not any different than fucking monkeys. We're literally exactly the same. It's just that, you know, we can play video games. Like, that's the only fucking difference. That's a nice fat monkey. Just enjoying his little mango. Not a care in the world. Well, thanks for the donation, Vuku Sook Puppy. Pickle Pepper donate tellers, do you remember these old ass games? I know of Lego Island, I've never played it though. Adventure Quest Zerul. Never seen that one. Roller Coaster Tycoon, I know that one. Yeah, that's classic. I think I might have had that when I was a kid. Yeah, I hate those stupid resource management games. I remember Sonic 3D Blast. I remember I rented that from the video store when I was a kid. And the game was shit. I couldn't figure out how to get past the first level. But I remember the graphics blew my mind. I was like, oh my god, it's 3D. But yeah, I remember that. Was Sonic 3D Blast exclusive to the Saturn, or was there a Genesis version? Yeah, Sega Genesis and Saturn. Yeah, I had it for the Genesis. Or played it for the Genesis. Ugh. Mean Beans, Skeet Clean, donated $2. Why would you want to ban this absolute peak of human evolution?
If vegan is so sustainable, why isn't... Look, go look at the vegan stuff and go, damn, that's not that much. You really think all the vegan stuff can sustain 9 billion people? Then why is there more meat than vegan, more eggs than vegan, more cheese than vegan, more pork, chicken? There's like times 10 milk than vegan. Everything non-vegan is times 10 vegan. So vegan's not as... Just be happy you're vegan and don't be taking it out on other people. I'm vegan for vegan. I'm vegan for vegan. I want to be vegan for vegan.
Gay. Are legs overrated? I just don't get the appeal of huge leg muscles. They honestly look gay. Having big, thick quads is pretty awesome, and girls are pretty into it. Let me see. Where's that clip of Forsterman? Robert Forsterman leg measurement. Holy shit, that guy's vertical leap must be pretty good. There was some chick that he met in public who was like literally gooning over his legs. Let me see if I can find the clip. I think I can hear my neighbors having sex.
Talking of the legs, you all have very good thighs. And do you know how big they are?
Very, very big, yeah. I don't know in inch, but in Germany it's 73 centimeter.
Well, we can find out. I have a tape measure with me here. Can I measure them?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Here we go. Wow!
Yeah, so, don't think it's gay.
You know why I'm coming after vegan 2.0? See, vegan is just vegan. That's what COVID was. But now COVID's over. Nope. And, you know, go vegan for your health and all that shit. Do it, yeah. But there's people out there that are for real terrorists. They're not to be trusted. Vegan for vegan. That's what 'tis the season. 100 days. I can be vegan for 100 days out there. I'm vegan for 100 days. Vegan for life. So you want to die at 39 like that one bitch? Why wouldn't you want to live to fucking 80? I got other shit to do. Bitch died at 39 vegan. Bitch blew her head off at fucking under 50. You know why I'm VIB. I don't care. The system's broken. Vegan IB. I'm smoking a cigarette. I only ate plants and drank coffee. See, I'm vegan. But the system's so broke that I can't be vegan. And you know what's sad? I can be vegan, and some vegan's gonna tell me I'm not vegan because I'm vegan for my health. Oh, now it's vegan against vegan. They're gonna get it. I could be vegan for 90 days. Like, I'm vegan. 90 days vegan. 91, you're not vegan because it's for your health. You got to be vegan for the animals. That's a vegan activist. That's an animal rights activist, not vegan. You're vegan for your health. You can't be vegan for your health. Vegan against vegan for no reason. And the vegans for their health are going to win because they got humans and shit on their side. They got animals too. Vegan for your health. VRB, VRB.
You know the Lions won again. Come on. Cause all we do is fucking win. Best team in the motherfucking NFL. After this song, I'ma need my L. Fuck up.
All right. Well, that's Adam Gugamus.
When I have children, your same instinct is doing the same thing. We want power because we want survival, and survival is power.
Black Friday and Cyber Monday is here, and Osea has something incredible. Cleansing Body Vegan is incredible 4-piece full body polish with Undaria scent. Next, the Undaria peptides and clinically proven incredible Black Friday. That's easy. I'm going to get back to Ansel Keys eventually, but I have another question before we get there. So go ahead and reply, and then I have a question.
On Ansel Keys, I'll just quickly address that. The graph that gets put up where there was 6 studies that people often cite and say, this wasn't representative of the total literature. That's actually from a seminar where Ansel Keys discussed the relationship between fat and heart disease 3 or 4 years before the 7-country study had even started. And then the other graph where there's 22 data points, which there was an academic debate at the time around, is it fat, is it sugar? And the academics who thought it was sugar sort of put this graph together with 22 countries showing the relationship between saturated fat and heart disease. Not saturated fat, I should say. It was total fat at that time. And what people overlook is that even in that graph, when you look at 22 countries, the relationship still exists. There are a couple of outliers like France, and we could discuss why that may be. But generally, when you look at it, as total fat intake went up in the diet, so did incidence of coronary heart disease. And so even if you look at that graph and there's an outlier, I would question why someone would believe the outlier to be true against all of these other data points that we have. And on the stories and someone being 100 and smoking and drinking alcohol, these sorts of stories exist all over the place. And I think people need to understand that there is a bell curve. So what we see in scientific research is an average or a typical kind of outcome. None of us are average. We're going to fall somewhere on a bell curve.
There's no such thing.
And some of these points will be outliers. So when you hear a story, is that the typical, is that the normal response that someone would get to the intervention that story entailed? Or are they an outlier? Outliers are possible. They are not probable. So my job in communicating to people is looking at body of evidence and explaining to them what are the typical results that you would get with some type of dietary intervention.
So why don't you share your thoughts on Ansel Keys research? And maybe you guys can explain a little bit, for those who don't know anything about Ansel Keys, why there's such a clashing with communities. Carnivore community seems to think that his research was flawed at best and maybe intentionally corrupted at worst. Is that correct? Whilst plant-based communities feel like his research is meaningful. So why don't you guys just
Simon is a much better expert at that research than I am. And I think, like anything else, there's a lot of research and many people have different opinions on it. The cause of disease being fat makes no sense because we evolved eating fat.
But what does evolution care about? What does evolution care about?
Reproduction.
Correct. So, but how long does it take to get coronary heart disease?
Longer usually, not sudden in general, unless it's some inflammatory cause. But
looking back at what we ate ancestrally, all that tells us is that whatever foods those humans were eating helped them get to an age to survive and procreate and pass on their genes. It doesn't speak to that diet, those food choices being good for longevity and avoiding coronary heart disease.
Well, I don't know what will help my longevity because I have no idea how long I'm going to live or what's going to kill me. My good friend Jim Slotnick died at 25 of glioblastoma, and I equate goitrogenic foods, which we know damage the thyroid gland, and everyone has thyroid problems. It's one of the most common things I take care of in clinical practice. And I believe that living longer, I mean, we're talking about longevity at our young ages, probably in your 30s, almost 70, and we all want to live a long time, or do we want to live a good time? And there's lots of different beliefs in that. But I would say that the story is far more powerful, and science is powerful. But you take the data and you write a story about it, because I have no idea about Ansel Keys' real research data because I've never seen it. It's just reading the stories that we're all talking about. But this is the beauty of it. But I will tell you that fat and raw fat is probably the most important thing that we should consume, but we're not. And so as a vegan, if you add coconut oil, which again, it's a choice to be whatever diet you want to live, but by eating more fat and eating less frequently and cooking the carbohydrates, the plants, to simplify them and kill the microbes, you will likely live a very healthy life.
Would you agree with his statement about evolution and its purpose to get you to the state to reproduce and not necessarily to get you to have a long and healthy life?
100%. Well,
so that if you agree with that, would you think that that is not evidence for what would be a good and healthy diet for longevity?
Well,
or even maximizing health span.
When I was in Wisconsin, and we came up to this Airbnb, this old farmhouse, and it was just covered with ladybugs. They were just, and they were all mating, and then like by the morning they're all dead on the ground. Okay. However long we're here, I don't know. I mean, I see infinite numbers of sperm eggs that never mate, embryos that never make it to a baby. But I do agree that we're not here for a long time. We're here for a reproductive time.
Right, but I think most of the listeners, they're going to be interested in reproduction, certainly.
Yes.
And then they're also going to be interested in how can they compress the number of years where they're affected by chronic disease and their kids are affected by chronic disease so they have more time to live a high quality of life. And
I'm here to help people eliminate those things.
I think it's a very noble pursuit, and we're on the same pursuit, right? We're coming at this from 100%. Different angles. What I'm hearing.
This guy is just crazy. Like, he just starts rambling about fucking ladybugs. Oh. What a fucking idiot. This is like debating Frank Tufano. Actually, Frank Tufano is a better debater than this guy.
I'm the fucking VIP of this Veeb. You can ban me, bitcha buster. I'll tell all my homies to vegan. I do vegan. I live vegan. Gar. Gar 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 gar. Don't let the haters tell you different, Richard. That nigga, I can outsmoke you and outflex you, cuz plants tested be.
Alright, well, that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Adam.
You is that you like to have this overall story with certain data points, but yet when Ansel Keys comes up, you seem to have like a firm position on his research, but have you taken the time to look through all of his research and fully understand what was his contribution to nutrition science? What did he actually investigate? Not what's on a blog. What do the actual studies that Ansel Keys published, what do they show? And so what I find on the internet is a lot of people have very strong views about these topics, but they haven't taken the 1 or 2 weeks to look through it.
Oh, no, I think Ansel Keys was likely a very brilliant man. He may have had some really great science that I've never read thoroughly, but the basic concept of which was demonizing fat is what
there
the
you
published
go. There you go. He literally just admitted it. He never read any of Ansel Keys' research, and he literally just read some of this bullshit on a fucking blog. Why even bother debating this guy?
Public sees, okay? So I'm not here to argue about his science at all. What I'm here to say is that the pushing of fat out of our diets, we went from animal fats to mostly plant oils, healthy olive oil, and other plant oils, which...
Is coconut oil worse than animal fat? It's about as bad, at least in terms of how it affects your serum cholesterol. It's entirely possible
Farmers
that...
in UK spoiling their britches over having to pay an inheritance tax now. Epic bonga banter as a result.
Charlie is in Weymouth. Charlie, what would you like to say?
I would like to make 2 points. I'm going to correct you on your 7-year thing, and then I'm going to fill in the gap in your knowledge.
Ban that hoe when Piers 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 I'm about to eat 14,999 milligrams of THC cummies. I eat cum. Random gal, shut the fuck up. Who the fuck do you think you are to call me a tard? I didn't donate about Adam, so shut the fuck up. Okay, you don't want it, trust me, so shut the fuck up.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Booty Cum. I appreciate that. So yeah, in terms of how coconut oil affects your serum cholesterol score, it's equally as bad. In terms of overall risk to your health, so like diabetes, heart disease, cancer, all-cause mortality, I wouldn't really be able to tell you. But it's as bad for you as animal fat when it comes to raising your cholesterol.
I've got the HM Revenue and Customs page in front of me on the 7-year thing.
Perfect. So
it's not me you're correcting. It's the official advice.
No. It is you. You've got the wrong end of the stick.
Okay.
But so with the 7-year thing, are you happy that a farmer can pass it on in 7 years inheritance tax free?
Hang on, you're supposed to be correcting me.
Yeah. No, I'm asking you a question.
Oh. Am I happy? Well, everyone enjoys that freedom.
Yeah.
So I mean, in an ideal world, probably get rid of all the loopholes. But I think that would be brutal.
So why is it then that it's acceptable to pass on a farm in 7 years from now, but for someone that's worked on that farm for the last 40 years, all of a sudden they can't get that? If their dad died 2 years ago, if their parents die in before this thing comes in, they're going to get hit by inheritance tax. They've worked that farm for their entire life.
Yes.
Why is that? Why is that different?
Well, you've just explained why it's different. Because the rules have changed.
So exactly
to meet the new need, and also, of course, 1984 was the point this was introduced. So So 40 years is the perfect point to pick, isn't it? Because prior to 1984, you'd have been paying more inheritance tax, and all those farms.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't.
Yes, you would. So how was that fair?
No, they wouldn't, because 40 years ago, farmland wasn't the price it is now.
Prior to but the percentage that you'd pay on it would have been the same, not the total.
Yes,
but tax is all about percent. I'm enjoying being corrected by you, Charlie, but you must let me get a word in edgeways. Tax is all about percentages, not totals. It's about the proportion of the total that goes to the taxman. So because of inflation, hang on. Because of inflation, obviously all the numbers are going to be higher.
It's not inflation.
Okay, well, because of some mysterious magic formula, all the numbers are going to be higher than they were 40 years ago. But just to show you politely the error of your ways. The reason why rules change is because of economic policy. So your point is as valid as ringing me in 1984 and complaining about how unfair it is that you had to pay inheritance tax last year in 1983, and a farmer who passes away next year in 1985, his heirs won't have to pay any inheritance tax at all. Do you see the rules change?
No. Hang on. If you let me get a word in edgeways now, how much was land worth in 1984 per acre?
But you keep asking me questions.
No. Yeah, well,
considerably less. Well, how much was my house worth?
No.
How much was my house worth? How much was my house worth in 1984, Charlie? Answer the question.
Just now, you said that if you don't have the information, you make bad decisions. So in 1984, the average cost of an acre was £3,780.
And the average cost of a house?
I've no idea. I'm not talking about houses. I'm talking about acres.
No, you're talking about inheritance tax, which applies to houses. So what was the average cost of a house in 1984?
I've no idea, James. I don't care about houses. I'm caring about acres. That's what we're talking about.
I'll give you a spoiler alert. They cost a lot less 40 years ago than they do now.
£3,788.
But the percentage of tax that you pay is the same regardless of how much the estate is worth.
Right, so you're quite happy. You're quite happy that they can get.
I don't know that I'm happy, Charlie. I mean, that's an existential question. But if I'm offered a choice,
and now I tell you what, because we're not going to agree on this, I'll tell you why.
We can't disagree about counting.
I will tell you
It's
why
not
you're
an
wrong
opinion.
now.
It's
If
just
if
counting.
If you stop talking over me
Right,
and let someone who actually knows speak for once, and I know that's difficult for you, James.
Why are you so rude, Charlie? It's not
Because
my
you're
fault.
rude.
It's not my
Because
fault.
you
You've
are
just
rude.
made.
You are the rudest person on the radio because you sit
I'm,
there with your
I'm the
twiddling your
second.
knobs.
I'm the second rudest person on
No,
the radio at the
well,
moment.
well,
At this
you're still
moment,
pretty
Charlie,
rude.
it's
So-
not my fault. You're feeling silly. It's now
Blah,
2024.
Blah blah blah.
Okay,
The point
this is
is,
going
I know
well.
what I'm talking about. You don't, and you won't
Okay.
listen.
I'll be quiet for a full 60 seconds.
Fantastic. Right, okay, I'll tell you why it's different when a farmer inherits a farm and when I inherit my parents' house. So when I inherit my parents' house, my personal house, my job, my pension, my investments, they are all protected. Do you understand that?
It's not true. You have inheritance tax to pay on the estate that you inherit from your parents. You just pay double what you would on farmland.
No. My job is protected. I pay inheritance on the asset I inherit.
Yes, the asset.
Yeah, exactly. So my house
And the farm,
is
isn't that?
not
Well, I'm supposed to be
impacted by that.
quiet. Carry on. But if you say things that aren't true, I have to interrupt.
My house is not impacted by me inheriting my parents' house. Do you agree with that? My personal income, my personal job, my personal investments are not impacted by me inheriting my parents' house.
Well,
Do you
unless
understand?
it's a B&B and you work there or something like that, unless the property is part of your business. But this is about agricultural land.
Right, okay, so now let's talk about agricultural land. So when a farmer inherits his farm that he's been working on for all of his life, that
Well,
is his
not
house.
necessarily.
Now,
we
hang
just
on,
we
James,
just
you were
spoke.
gonna be quiet.
we
You
ju-
was
yeah,
gonna
but
be
you've had
quiet.
60 seconds
So you're
now.
talking over people again, James.
But you're not making sense, Charlie.
Well, you haven't let me finish.
Okay,
you
you
haven't let me
finish.
finish,
You
James.
finish then, Charlie.
So when a farmer inherits his farm and he can't afford to pay that inheritance tax because it's hundreds of thousands of pounds and he only makes £30,000 a year.
Well, look, can we
that's
crunch
his
the
home.
numbers quickly?
That's his home, James.
Can we crunch
That's
the numbers
his-
quickly?
Yeah, by all means.
So
Which
hundreds
numbers?
of thousands of pounds worth of tax, presuming, of course, that it's passed from spouse to spouse and then to heir. So it's in excess of £3 million. So for 20
in my family.
for hundreds of thousands of pounds at a 20% tariff, regardless of what the figure is, the percentage is 20%. You'd have to be living in an estate worth sort of 6, 7, or 8 million pounds.
No, 4.5 million, James.
No, hundreds of thousands of pounds. You said.
4.5. Yeah, exactly.
So that's 1.5 million, 20% of 1.5 million over 10 years.
Yeah, and how are you going to pay that?
Well,
when you earn
40% for
25
everybody
grand a year?
else.
How are you going to pay that when you earn 25 grand a year?
The same. Well, I don't. How can you possibly
this
be
is the
arguing,
difference,
Charlie?
James. When I
Mate,
inherit
sit,
a house,
Charlie.
my house is protected. When
Yeah.
a farmer inherits his farm,
Okay.
his house is at risk.
Why don't you sell some stuff?
Like what, James?
Well, some of you,
Who's going to buy it?
some of your
Who's
land.
going to buy it? Who's going to buy it?
I don't know. Lots of people are trying to buy
Exactly,
land. We
James,
spoke
you
to.
don't know. That's the funny
What
thing.
do you want to
Another
name?
farmer's not going to buy
John.
it, are they?
John's going to
Another
buy it.
farmer-
John.
No,
John
who?
is no. John is going to
What
buy
is
it.
John's going to build solar panels on it.
John. I don't know what he's going to do with it, but he's going to. But you asked me who was going to buy it, which you don't recognise.
We've had the
You're
offers
shouting at
for
me
solar
again.
panels. We've had the offers for wind
Well,
farms.
there you go.
We've
Then
had
what
the
are you
offers-
complaining about?
Because we don't want to concrete over the land. I know you're a townie. I know you're happy living in your liberal elite world of London. But for us, the countryside is the countryside. It's where our food comes from, James.
So you've been
seem
offered.
To have forgotten that.
You
seem to have forgotten that, haven't you, James?
Charlie, you
can't
don't.
accept it.
Okay, mate. I'm going to have a
I'm
little.
not your mate. I hate you.
I'm go-
I think you're an idiot.
Okay.
I think you're a lefty, liberal, woke idiot.
Okay, Charlie. The thing about solar panels or indeed wind farms is that they create energy. Now, can you think of any
I'm an
profession?
electrical engineer, James. I know how that works.
Can you think of any profession you have some experience of that uses a lot of energy?
Yeah, absolutely.
What?
I'm an electrical engineer, James. So all of the things I do requires a lot of energy.
Oh, okay. So finding ways to produce energy. At the moment, what's rapeseed oil used for?
Well, oil, cooking oil for a start.
No, what's it used for? It's used to produce energy, right?
No, cooking oil.
That's heat.
No.
Yes.
Cooking oil, James. When you go and get a bottle of oilseed rape out your cupboard, where do you think it came from?
That's not all
It
the
came from
rapeseed.
rapeseed,
The industrial production of oil is part of the energy production process, and the same is true of solar panels. Mate, they are telling you that they're going to give you money with which you can then pay your inheritance tax, and you're saying, I don't want it. I want to carry on earning a pittance.
Exactly.
Oh, well, then we're in agreement then.
We're farming an outstanding area of natural beauty. We don't want to see solar panels there. I'm shocked, but not surprised that you do.
Well, I don't like fossil fuels.
Oh, well, in that case, let's tarmac the countryside.
No,
James doesn't like fossil fuels. Let's tarmac the AOMBs. Let's tarmac them. Yeah, get some solar farms on there. Yeah, why not, James?
I think
hey, James, you like immigrants. You probably want to see some homes there as well, don't you?
Well, down with homes.
When was the last time you went to a farm?
Down with homes.
When was the last time you went to a farm?
When was the last time I went to a farm? Is that a trick question?
No.
About 3 months ago.
3 months ago, right. What was you doing on that farm?
I was buying pumpkins.
Right, okay. So you've never
less than three.
to a working farm.
I grew up on a working farm. This is such a strange argument. In a sentence, I grew up on a working farm. I probably should have mentioned that sooner. I grew up just outside Kidderminster in Worcestershire. The farmers are all around Chaddersley, Corbett, and that area.
So what? Your dad was a farmer?
Absolutely. No, I've explained several. Do you listen to this program?
So when you? No, I don't.
Well, how can you have such strong?
I think you're an idiot.
How can you have such strong views about me then?
Because the few times I have listened to you, I heard how you speak to people. You talk over them and cut them off, like you've done to me.
Down with that sort of thing, Charlie?
You are down with that, I know. That's what you love.
I mean down with talking over people and shouting at them.
Oh, I'll shout at you. I'll give you everything that you try and give me.
I've tried to give you a fair hearing.
You haven't. You haven't at all.
Okay.
I pointed the facts to you and you won't accept it.
Okay.
You know nothing, James. Stick in your London liberal lefty wokeism. You know nothing about farming.
10:53.
That caller was unhinged. That was pretty good. Bend over, donate $2. If only Simon knew to bring up the ecological association between cigarette smoking and longer life expectancy to challenge the quack doctor's epistemic standards. Yeah. Like, he doesn't even really have to do that. All he has to do is say, oh, well, I know a guy who went vegan and he cured his cancer. Or I know a guy who went vegan and he cured his diabetes. So, obviously you're wrong, you know? Like, if he can just show that anecdotes are not a way of validating any kind of scientific claim, that's all he really has to do. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. I have my Gum Gum on my lap. Gum Gum is such a beautiful, sweet kitty. He is so soft and so handsome. Oh, he has a beautiful, soft, luscious fur coat. He is so cute. Such a pretty kitty face. He is so big and round. Oh my god, I love him. That is a good cat. Oh my god, I love you. I love you so much, Gummy. Oh, you are my Gum Gum. My sweet little Gum Gum. Dodo donated $2. Amazing how these guys become huge, vicious boys. Yeah, that baby hippo's adorable. It's too bad they don't stay babies. Baby hippos are so fucking cute. Putin is threatening war with NATO.
New this morning, just days after President Biden gave the green light, U.S. officials tell CNN that Ukraine is firing the first powerful U.S.-made longer-range missiles inside Russia. Moscow has said this constitutes direct U.S. participation, and it's being seen by the Kremlin as a major escalation of a conflict that began
He's never gonna attack NATO. He knows he is just gonna get fucked if he does it.
1,000 days ago. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is warning
may grow as Ukraine expands. Putin is
Yeah, Russia's just fucking desperate. They're losing. Get fucked. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Big dumbass donate $2. Why didn't you tell us about this dumbass? It's timestamped.
There's probably never been a medical intervention.
Oh, what's this stupid shit?
So you start off chapter 4 with probably one of my favorite lines in the book. Quote, "Whenever I'm in South Florida, I feel great. I always leave feeling stronger and healthier," end quote. I agree. That's why is not about out there. It's about cholesterol. More specifically, the truth about cholesterol.
Who lives in South, and he has most of his life, but during a 30-plus year window, his doctor scared the crap out of him to tell him that the fat and cholesterol in eggs was bad for his health. Turns out that's total misinformation. There was a dogma for 60 years that natural fat was bad for you. And so we saw the food industry move to egg whites only and low-fat yogurt and low-fat everything. Turns out the worst thing you can do to milk is take out the natural fat and add sugar, which is exactly what we have in school lunch programs. Cholesterol.
I'm not even gonna bother watching this shit. It's just a waste of time. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Poll to ban Oluwale. He's a bitch and he has a nice cat named Vanilla. He belongs in the trash. Oluwale bloom more like Oluwale poo, am I right? Non-wibbies gay fwee eat fwee 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 eat fwee 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 ban Olu ban.
Maybe we'll do that next. Thanks for the donation, Oluwale.
Jenk vs Alan Lichtman on Piers. Also, Avi thinks the 13 keys predictive model is bogus, it would appear. What do you think?
Well, I don't think it's bogus. It does seem to have high predictive ability. It's just, it was wrong this election.
Look, we could get into this discussion, but one, I think you're blaming the voters. I think that's a terrible idea. And look, I debated Professor Lichtman before. I told him his theories about the keys were absurd. I was right. He was wrong. I said he'd lose his keys.
No, you were
couldn't
not
find
right,
them
and
before
I
the
was
election.
not wrong, and that's a cheap shot, and I won't stand for it.
Well, who won, brother?
You should not be
Who
taking
won?
cheap
Who
shots
won?
at me.
Who
You
won?
want to make your
You
point,
live
make your
in a
point,
total
make it
world of
personal.
denial.
I read your own followers' comments, and they all trashed you, every one of them, and supported me.
Yeah,
so quiet with
right.
your personal
Yeah,
attacks.
come find out again.
Make whatever
Okay.
point you want.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't
Look,
make it personal.
You don't know anything. You don't know
You
anything.
attacked me personally.
You're so deluded.
Oh, right. I've only been a professor for 51 years.
On this program,
published
I've never been
13
able
books.
to finish a
How
thought.
many books have you published? No, because you're personally attacking me.
It's a
Call me
goddamn
stupid.
A tall glass of shut up juice.
Boost
Blasphemy
your ego.
against.
Yeah, we're gonna watch that whole thing next. The model can be interpreted. Alan Lichtman was pretty clear on some of the keys where people said what was it? It was like the contest key and something else. He was pretty clear on it. Some people disagreed, but I mean it's his model, and I think he explained pretty clearly. Thanks for the donation, though, Gummy Gum. Booty Cam donated $2 that dum-dum you were watching is dumb fuck.
They care not a jot what the rest of the world may think. They don't care about the United Nations. They don't care about their allies in the United States or indeed in the United Kingdom. They don't care about the civilian death toll. They don't care about the burning children. They don't care.
Okay, he's a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
Check this out. Pretty crazy how high level this shower clip is of Jones training with Gordon Ryan. For a guy as tall as he is, he's sure durable and can move, man. Hanging with Gordon Ryan, wow.
Well, being taller makes you better at pretty much any sport. Ah, your tongue is so scratchy. Yeah, they're both good. He learned from the best. Thanks for the donation tool. 21st Savage $20, Richard Burgess. Russia's never gonna attack NATO. They'd get fucked. Also, Richard Burgess, the US is avoiding larger war between Russia and NATO by not supporting Ukraine. I don't know how those two things are contradicting. Do you not see how that's contradictory? No, those two things do not contradict each other. You're beyond retarded. Holy shit. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
All these brooding retards think they have some moral obligation to conquer land, to right some bullshit that happened decades ago in the past. They could easily walk away, cancel their conquests and become pro-golf players, chill and drink some juice.
Yeah, I guess so. Thanks for the donation, Void. I'm gonna have a little nap right now with Gummy. I'll just wake up in like 5 minutes. Or something. It's nap time now.
Jake bro, 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 Jake bro. Here's the thing though, Jones beat an old washed stipe, he's just a cherry picker now. He's afraid to fight Tom Aspinall, it's so painfully obvious. He's not even ranked 1 on the P4P youth list because everyone knows he sucks now. Did you even watch the fight? Balls in Richard's mouth, 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 balls. The only problem with the 13 keys is he forgot the secret 14th key: racism, misogyny, general bigotry and retardation. This is the most important one. God bless this retarded ass country. Jurian rider, 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 Jurian rider. Richard, are you there? It's your grandpa. Hope you're doing good, bud. I forgive you, Richard, for you were right all along. All they feed you in the void are the lost ambitions of troubled adolescents. A Beyond Beef burger sounds great right now. Jurian rider, Jurian rider, Jurian rider, Jurian rider. Jurian rider, Jurian rider, Jurian rider, Jurian rider, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, from the river to the sea will Palestine be free. Why the hell did VG4 lol seep anyways? Has he been taking drugs again? Stop taking drugs on before or doing streams VG. Westino, he has taken fentanyl again. Why does he have to do this during a stream?
Fuck me.
Again, some people may have some adverse effects to plant oils, depends what it is. We know there's something called essential oils. What's essential oils used for? Medicinal purposes. But do all medicinal things are good or some of them bad? I use medications that cause good things or bad things.
The dose matters.
The dose, but also the antigenicity. So most of those essential oils contain glycolipoproteins, which become antigenic. And that's one of our biggest problems. Or they contain chemicals that can affect many of the metabolic processes of your body. And that's one of the things that maybe we're not looking at carefully enough in our diet.
I think I got sick from the buffet I went to. I feel like I'm gonna vomit. Oh.
Diets. So someone might eat a very clean diet that's a vegan or vegetarian diet or Mediterranean diet, but they may have something in there that we don't know about. And to dig deep and to try to understand that, that's why I'm fascinated by goitrogenic foods and whether or not those same goitrogenic foods can cause damage to other cells of your body rather than the thyroid gland.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, please.
You mentioned there that you just the basic premise of Ansel Keys' work around reducing fat. You don't agree with that, reducing animal fats. And my question to you is, how has animal fat consumption changed, and what have people eaten instead of animal fats?
Well, when I ask all my patients, what do they eat? And I ask them fruits, vegetables, seeds, nuts, go down the list, right? And they eat chicken, turkey, fish. They don't eat much red meat. It's very lean, okay? And so that's a diet of low fat.
What kind of patients do you see?
Human beings.
I know, but when do they come to you? What's their problems?
Oh, well, it's either they're not getting pregnant or they're miscarrying.
So would you agree there's a big selection bias? This is not necessarily representative of population, these people.
I take care of human beings in the
I
population.
understand that, but being compelled to come and see someone like you, someone has to have a very specific reason. So I would be careful not to say. I would be careful not to say that what they're reporting on their dietary survey is representative of a country, because there's country data that says as people reduced animal fats, which in 1980 there was a recommendation, people didn't instead increase the consumption of healthy sources of polyunsaturated fats. They increased consumption of ultra processed foods.
I don't know what a polyunsaturated fat is. Look at.
Well, you might want to look into
I'm a
that.
physician in America. I'm one of the largest IVF centers in America. I take care of people from all over the globe, and I talk to people. It's my job, and I listen to their clinical ideas. Now, I'm not a statistician. I don't have a research project that I'm getting paid in order to publish, to have a mission of whatever it is, or we're really looking for what is the answer, because I think we all want to know what the answer is, but it's complicated. But ultimately, I take care of people with very little money to no money to very wealthy people and in between. So it may not be what you think is the country or the world or the people out there, but I think I have a good mix of people out there that I listen to everyone. I want to know, what do you eat? How do you live? What's your lifestyle? Because lifestyle matters too in longevity and health and wellness.
Sure, but what the point I'm getting at is that by the time people get to you, it's likely they've made a whole lot of dietary changes. When you go out and look at national representative data, people have not swapped animal fats for nuts and seeds and olive oil.
Well,
the calories are coming from ultra-processed foods, which brings me back to my earlier point.
Disagree.
Well, I mean, that's what the data shows.
Well,
so you're
let me ask you
disagreeing with
something.
large. You're disagreeing with large national
completely
questionnaires, surveys, based upon what you're seeing in your clinic, which I believe is subject to enormous selection bias.
I'm free I'm like online talking to people. I meet people all over the world, and so I if it's biased, it might be, but I think it's pretty representative because I see people from the ghetto and from Wall Street and everywhere in the world, and so I'm open to know you because money doesn't matter, your education doesn't matter. You're another human being.
But do you understand, coming back to why this is confusing to the average person, is that the
average person is smarter than you know. The internet provides more knowledge than it took when I went to medical school. I have faith in every human being being smarter than you know.
But it's confusing when you say, I have the answers based on my personal stories.
I don't have any answers.
And then Dr. Esselstyn or someone from a vegan camp says the exact same thing. It gets very confusing.
Look. Life is confusing, right? People wear different things. They look differently. But this is the nature of life. It is confusing. But the beauty is we're all different. And we're all learning differently. Or we're listening to different stories. But it is a story. Stories are why we are here. Compelling. So ultimately, this idea of seeds and nuts are fat. Last I looked, seeds and nuts are the most antigenic things that we consume, and people are having a lot of allergies from that. Why? Well, because we're eating them like you go to Costco or wherever the big box places, and you buy way too much food than you ever need. For me, I just finished a 5-day fast, a third of the year. I think fasting is one of the most fascinating and most amazing things we can do. We likely evolved as fasters because fasting reduces the intake of all the antigenic things we're putting in our body. And antigenicity is our biggest problem, which is caused by the glycocalyx.
I have a question for you, Simon. Is the scientific community corrupted and can't be trusted? What are your thoughts on that?
I think there are bad apples in any industry. And that's one of the reasons you need to be looking for a data that is replicated and is consistent across different laboratories, different countries. We're not going out and just cherry picking one story or one piece of evidence. looking at the total body of evidence. And back to what I said earlier, you're looking for mechanisms to support observational studies, to support clinical trials. And I find it hard to believe the entire scientific community is corrupt, even though that there might be some bad apples within it. As I say, there are bad apples in every single industry out there.
Is it fair to say, though, that the people who are funding the study might potentially have a biased interest for a certain outcome, and that it could potentially influence the people who are studying the topic?
Of course. And that's why you have to read into the methods. Just because there is a certain funder doesn't mean you write a study off straight away. You need to review the study's method and determine for yourself, based on the trial that they've set up, how they've analyzed the results, and you come to your own conclusion. That's why it's a very good practice to read the methods and the results before an intro abstract or discussion. And any good scientist will do that. So yeah, to answer your question, can industry influence studies? Yes, they can. But they're not always funding studies with a preconceived idea of this is the result we're paying for. And people probably are led to believe that that's happening everywhere. It's not.
So who are the people funding studies? In general, are they big corporations? Is it big avocado?
It's a mix
of
corporate, corporate companies, the dairy industry, the beef industry, the cereal industry, government, private donors. It depends on the study you're looking at.
So just like my thoughts hearing that is that if they're spending money, they are trying to get an outcome. And so this is where I'm seeing your feelings of corruption in science. Is that fair to say that they're looking for a certain outcome?
I'm not claiming it's corrupt.
Okay.
This is the world we live in.
Okay. So what do you think about science? Is there any way for you to decipher which science is not biased? Is there a way to tell and piece that out and say, okay, this one is less likely to be biased or corrupted, and this one has a lot of bias involved?
Does it make sense? Does it make sense? That's what I asked the question. And we have many scientific projects that we look at all the time, and we do science in our practice, and we're always reading the papers, but we always question it. And what people write doesn't mean it's all accurate, because we're all biased in what we might put in there or not. But I think I love science. I love the companies that I do work with. They're companies that make a lot of money with the science of. So I'm gonna recommend a certain test for you. Okay. Then the question is that test accurate in defining what you want to do? And there's a lot of bias. One, and plus all testing has some inaccuracies natural to it, right? No test is 100% accurate. So the biggest problem is that you may be paying a lot of money for a test in order to get a certain outcome, which you may not get. And so I'm not claiming corruption, but in some way we're all a little corrupt. All of us are biased, right? I love pizza, pasta, bread. Do I sometimes eat those things? Sure I do. I'm not sort of like, oh, never touch those things. But if it causes an anaphylactic reaction, you better not. And that's the challenge. But I think that this is not going to solve the debate of what to eat, because we're all going to come up with our own belief systems based on the stories we're told or the experiences that we've lived through some person.
Okay, so when we spoke on the phone before this episode, we discussed how scientific studies are basically a collection of stories. I think I remember you telling me that. Is that correct?
100%.
Accurately? Okay, so is it fair then to say, because it seems like you believe that scientific studies can be inaccurate, that also potentially is it possible stories can be inaccurate? Because I can think of times where I personally have, felt, oh, this is what caused this specific thing. And then later down the road, I realized, oh, wait, it was actually something completely different. So how often would you think that just stories are potentially misunderstood, our own stories even?
Oh, it's all a story. None of it is true, except we believe it. And the power of biology of belief is really the most powerful thing in the universe. That's why the concept of God is the most powerful thing, because it's a story that no one could prove. And science is something that, we've grown at so much amazing things in science, but it is a story. A scientific paper must tell a compelling story and for us to believe it. Now, because that's how many people look at it. And all I can tell you is that people are always arguing about the methodology and the data and whether or not they came to the right conclusions. But that's always going to be the nature of it.
Okay. Do you have something you want to respond to that? And then I have another question.
I think fundamentally, science is, for me, about moving closer to some form of truth and reducing uncertainty. I think we're terrible at understanding our own lived experience and telling that story. And, I see numerous anecdotes online of people saying they removed seed oils and miraculously their health recovered. And you dig a little deeper and, what foods did they remove? And it was a lot of ultra processed foods. Or was it the seed oils, or was it other constituents in the ultra processed foods? And so we can get attached to a story and become an advocate. I'm going to advocate for the complete removal of seed oils, and they're toxic, from my N=1 lived experience, but it's not necessarily the explanation for why my health improves. And you see that across the entire sort of diet tribe spectrum.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do seed oils cause disease?
Well,
in
I'll
general,
point to, no, I don't think they do.
Guess what? I agree with you.
Well, that's one thing we agree on.
Absolutely. Because I think it's.
But why do you take that position? Because we probably take that position for different reasons.
Well, I love olive oil.
So that does not mean there is a God.
I love olive oil with a little.
I don't know what you mean by that, Dodo. But thanks for the donation.
Garlic and a few other things.
But let's say something like soybean or sunflower oil.
Okay, so Don't know those answers so much. Okay, so but plant oils are industrial productions anyway.
But what does that mean?
Well, meaning that you and I have had no significant access to the seed oils until it was produced and put in a jar or a bottle. And
Does that mean it's automatically bad for our
no,
physiology?
not at all, not at all.
Okay.
But I don't like consuming things that didn't exist years ago and likely weren't my evolutionary nutrition. Okay, so that's why I stay away from.
So
them in
how do you
general.
know the foods that you consume in the ratios and amounts that you do were available to our ancestors?
Well, I think beef was. Now, was it a cow? Was it some mammoth? I don't know that answer. Okay, I can only eat what I have available today. But I can tell you that seed oils were not significant in our consumption at all. And so I just don't eat them very much. But I don't think they're the major cause of our disease. But because most people cook with them and do a little in them. But I think, and fat certainly isn't the cause of disease. That's why I go right to plants are the major culprit in most of our disorders. And that's really it. It's the foundation. It's simple. You can eat them. But because we eat 3 to 6 meals a day, between the day you're born and the day you die, your gut is full of plants digesting. And digesting plants mean you're breaking down the complex carbs slowly over time and you're delivering them to your bloodstream. That means your glucose level is higher than it normally would be if you're intermittently eating or eating mostly a animal-based diet. But you can do it as a plant-based diet also, as I said. But the cause of most disease is the fact that our gut is full of digesting plants and you're fermenting. And plus the sugar is going, and glycation is a leading cause of disease. And we see it every day. And I even think we see it in our mental disorders and in all our physical disorders. That's why if you could simply just eat one meal a day and you cook your carbs and simplify them, because complex carbs and fiber are the cause of disease. And when you really dig deep into it, you'll understand it better. But fat and oils in general are not. But are we planting and all this seed oil production that may be harmful for environment? Maybe. That's not my fight.
There's a lot in there to unpack. I keep coming back to a few different points. One is that very consistently,
he doesn't have any fucking evidence to support any of the fucking claims he's making. Then when he's asked, what evidence do you have? Well, I know a guy.
We see in observational evidence and in clinical trials, people who eat more whole grains and fiber do better. They have lower risk of colorectal cancer, cardiometabolic diseases like type 2 diabetes, coronary heart disease, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So that evidence is there and it's consistent, it's global. When it comes to fat, the evidence is consistent. It's confusing, and it can be confusing for a number of reasons. One, the saturated fat is a big umbrella term. They're not all equal. How saturated fat affects your health outcomes will depend on the type of saturated fats you're consuming. And if you were to remove them, what do you replace? Generally, we see if you look at clinical trials, when people replace saturated fat with polyunsaturated fats, so animal fats for plant oils, people have lower cardiovascular disease incidence and events. And to go a step kind of back, I wrote down ApoB, right? So you guys were talking about science and this idea of stories and how do we come to recommendations. And I was trying to explain that I'm looking for converging lines of evidence. So let's take something like earlier you said you don't look at LDL cholesterol. And I'll explain why I think LDL cholesterol, or more specifically something like ApoB, is important to look at and is a risk factor for cardiovascular disease and is causal in the development of atherosclerosis. So the first piece of evidence that you begin to go, maybe LDL cholesterol is something that correlates with disease is large-scale observational studies, okay? These studies are not perfect, but typically people in the population that have higher LDL cholesterol have higher incidence of coronary heart disease. Okay, interesting data point, consistent across the world. Now, let's take it a step further. Let's look at Mendelian randomization studies. Let's look at genetic variants. So these are things that people now have from birth. You inherit your genes from mommy and daddy. So we take out some of these confounders that might exist at a population level. Maybe the people with low LDL cholesterol also exercise more and smoke less. Now we're looking at people who inherit some type of gene from birth and have either a low LDL cholesterol or a gene that gives them high. What's the difference in risk? And you see this log linear increase in risk. As the more that genetic variation increases their LDL, or more specifically ApoB, and we can go into that if we want to, the higher their risk of coronary heart disease. Okay, so cool. So now we have observational evidence, large populations, showing us that this risk factor is associating with coronary heart disease, the number one cause of death globally. Okay, let's take it a step further. What about we do clinical trials with people who are at high risk of heart disease and we lower their LDL cholesterol or ApoB? What do we see? And again, we see reductions in risk of coronary heart disease as you get ApoB down. So here's 3 clear lines of evidence that show benefit to reducing ApoB for a very important health outcome, coronary heart disease. And then we say, okay, well, how do you get LDL cholesterol or ApoB down? What's one of the main aspects of our diet that influences this biomarker? The type of fat we're eating. And when you look at clinical trials, swapping saturated fat, I mentioned this before, for polyunsaturated fat, you see LDL cholesterol come down. And overall, across the broad body of evidence, when you look at meta-analyses, you see a reduction in cardiovascular events. That's the way that I approach.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What were the fats? were the sources of those fats?
Animal fats were butter, mostly.
For saturated and unsaturated?
The unsaturated
You
fats,
said
plant
poly-
oils. Plant oils.
Plant oils
Yeah.
with unsaturated.
Unsaturated fats.
So,
So
it was,
like
it was-
the
so it was
different-
animal fat versus plant oils.
In these randomized control trials.
Right. They use plants or animal were the different fats.
Yeah, so one group has a high saturated fat intake from animal fats.
So animal fat versus plant oils.
Correct.
Right, because unsaturated and polyunsaturated and all these things, these are confusing for most of us. But it's either eating animal fat or plant oils. The plant oils did superior.
Correct. When you look at a meta-analysis and you look across the board.
And so where does animal fat come from? An animal. Does any corporation or company sponsor them and sell them? You don't.
You know, VG, with all this stupidity and saucity, I think it's time to ask a very important question.
Let me see.
The Tibetan High Plateau lies about 4,500 meters. These differences are apparent from birth. Tibetan babies have, on average, higher birth weights, higher oxygen saturation, and are much likelier to survive than other babies born in this environment. These genetic changes are estimated to have evolved over the last 3,000 years or so and are ongoing. That may sound like a long time, but would be the fastest an adaptation has ever evolved in a human population. It's clear that human evolution isn't over. So what are other recent changes? And will our technological and scientific innovations impact our evolution? In the past few thousand years, many populations have evolved genetic adaptations to their local environments. People in Siberia and the high Arctic are uniquely adapted to survive extreme. In the past few thousand years, many populations have evolved genetic adaptations. Asia can dive 70 and Northwest Europe that used cows for milk. People's chance of survival indexes themselves.
Yeah, I don't know what I was supposed to get from that video, Dodo, but thanks for the donation.
No, but the plant oils are sponsored by large corporations.
I mean, there's a beef industry and a dairy industry.
They don't actually, because they actually stay out of that completely. Okay,
They don't fund science. The cattle industry.
Very little actually. Very little. So
I find that very hard to believe.
It is hard to believe.
Oh, there you go. Oh, the studies I talk about, they don't get as much money, so it's not a scam.
But the cattle industry actually is the small farmers, the ranchers are losing. The large, they're four packers, the most producers are really just, it's all food industry, okay?
But you think the big meat companies and the big dairy companies are not funding science?
There is less science coming from those. Well, they are, because they're all owned by the same large corporations that control most of the food anyway. But the point a little bit is, when you talk about saturated, unsaturated fats, we're talking about plant oils versus animal fat, right? And there's some bias to where the money comes from. And I can only tell you this, having dealt with a lawsuit over a patent infringement over someone's claim of something in the supplement world that I didn't know there was a patent on it. But then I come to find out that the science is supposedly wrong, but many of my scientific colleagues are all invested in this stuff. And so the point is, a little bit is, the population, the people in general, I don't think should trust a lot of this stuff.
But they should trust you.
Oh, don't trust me at all. No. Look.
But you're telling them a story.
I'm giving you 100%. Look, I've learned this not from doctors, but I suffered for years. Terrible bowel bleeding. Like, I would bleed.
This guy is just so full of shit and lies constantly.
Quart of blood in the toilet. And I would have kidney stones. I had migraines, arthritis. I go to the doctor, just get another drug. I had chronic upper respiratory inflammation for years. I went carnivore, and it went away. Now, again, this is my anecdote. You might listen to a vegan or a carnivore or something in between. Beauty is power today, as you can learn from a story. But I'm blogging, telling the story because I want you to be healthy and well. Now, if you're a vegan, I'll give you my vegan opinions. If you're a standard eater, I'll give you that. If you want to look at the carnivore, because that's what it took for me. And so the whole point is that it does keep the ability, because you're podcasting health and wellness ideas, correct?
A lot of the
time. Are you a
time.
doctor?
No.
Do you have a doctorate degree, a PhD in something in science? Okay, but how are you doing that? Because you care. Now, you're coming across with your opinion, which is powerful. Podcasting, I call this social media, social medicine. Now everyone has access. I have so many patients that come to me. They know so much more than I even know in some areas. I'm just like impressed with all of them. And the job is to share the story of what you have to share, what I have to share, what you have to share, so that everyone has access to different opinions. Then they can decide. I mean, I have a carnivore group. I call it keto carnivore because it invites everyone, not just people who want to only eat meat. I mean, most people don't want to just eat meat, but depending on what they're suffering from. That's the critical point of these stories that we're telling on this beautiful Ellen Fisher podcast.
Thank you for being here, by the way. You're so gracious and kind, both of you guys. I'm loving this conversation. I have a question. You mentioned something about the big meat and dairy industries you're saying are owned by these plant corporations. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I mean,
so then wouldn't that mean
big
that?
food.
So wouldn't that mean that part of their bias was to prove that the meat and dairy is good for you? I am so excited to be able to tell you about my dear friend Carly Taylor's new company, Sayu. Sayu's handcrafted essential oil blends offer a healthier signature scent swap for those who are trying to avoid chemical perfumes and cologne. Their oils are made from a full-size bottle of each of their bestsellers and is the perfect place entirely chemical-free. If you love exquisitely pure ingredients,
Dodo, donate $2. Hey, VG, judging by how dumb people are, do you think human evolution is slowing down? I wouldn't say that. I think people have just always been stupid, Dodo. Like, if anything, it's gotten better compared to before. Like, we're not burning witches at the stake, right? Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
alchemized into sacred scents meant for daily ritual, then Sayu is for you. You'll already save more than $50 with a discount.
Completely, but from many of the meat producers, they're just sharing their food. And I wish they would share more about how healthy and important fatty meat is, but it's really not being pushed out that way because the majority of people won't buy it anyway. And I'm not blaming the food industry for where we're at, because we all have to take responsibility individually for our health and wellness. And that's what this story is really about. Take full responsibility to listen to differing opinions in all of this. But I think for sure, I know the American Heart Association, American Diabetic Association, all these associations are getting money from large food corporations. Now, the small meat producers, they're not getting many big handouts from the government in order to grow the meat.
What are your thoughts on that? I mean, I've always heard the opposite personally, that there isn't really big avocado or big broccoli, but there is big meat and dairy that are invested into science, nutrition science. So I'm wondering, is there a way to parse out how many studies are being funded? I don't know how important you would find that, Simon, but I think a lot of people would find that interesting. How much of the research is being funded by animal agriculture industries versus processed food industries and stuff and plant industries?
I think we're all funding it. And yes, there's bias in all of it, right? I would say in
There's more of the gaslighting. Oh, my stupid stories are just as good as, research.
general, the word is that meat is not so good and plants are better. I mean, that's the sort of the bias we all share out there, because I love a good salad. And I think that is our bias, and where the money's coming from, I think it's important. But, I don't generally podcast about, well, they're doing this and, you can better be careful of that. My podcasts are, hey, this is what I have found for your health and wellness, not against this or that. Because when you fight something, do you know what it does? It fights back.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason I invited you, and then I didn't invite some of the other people who are just very negative about plant-based eaters or anything. I really appreciate your positivity and just sharing your story and your beliefs on things. I think it's really cool. So yes, what are your thoughts on all that?
Can I say one other thing?
Yeah.
I honor Simon for what he's doing and what you're doing. And I may have said this a little before, but we must hear all sides, and we must have the ability to listen to the science.
Ryan Macbeth watched one Johnny Harris video and now he fucking hates him, thoroughly debunks him.
Oh, let me take a look at that. Yeah, I hate Johnny Harris too. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Journalist Johnny Harris get wrong in his video why the U.S. military spends so much money. A number of you reached out to me about this video on LinkedIn and email and Twitter, and I finally took a look at the video in question. Yeah, there's a few mistakes, at least 25 instances of misinformation or items that need more context. Now, my first draft for this script for the video was about 90 minutes long. That's about 3 times as long as Johnny's original video. So instead, I'm just going to focus on the top 9 lies in the video. Any documents related to this, as well as sources, can be found at ryanmcbeth.substack.com for free. And that's also where you can watch this video ad-free if you're a paid member. Now, a lot of people are probably going to share this video, so allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ryan Macbeth. I served as an infantryman for 20 years, deploying to both Egypt and Iraq. While serving, I got degrees in computer science and engineering management, as well as an MSc in cybersecurity later. I went to work for Accenture Federal Services, where I wrote software that found people so my client could, well, you get the idea. Now I work for the Texas Aero Med Lab, a drone startup based out of Dallas, Texas, that uses AI-powered drones to deliver whole blood to wounded soldiers on the battlefield. Now, despite what Johnny Harris would like you to believe, just calling yourself a defense contractor does not mean the government showers you with Scrooge McDuck levels of money. So Aero Med Lab is looking for accredited investors in the range of $50K to $1.6 million for our $1.6 million fundraising round. So if you're an accredited investor who wants to help us save lives on the battlefield, call me. Now, that's kind of my first point. If Johnny Harris were telling the truth about the military, that the military spends too much on stuff it doesn't need, my Aeromed Lab would probably be funded for this round because the military really needs this thing. Anybody who complains about the military-industrial complex being a fire hose of money for defense contractors never spent a week filling out a 40-page grant form for a chance to be awarded $75,000. And It's kind of surprising that Johnny Harris got so much wrong. After all, he spoke with a diverse range of people for this story, such as an economics and climate change expert, a think tank policy wonk, and a peace activist. But Johnny Harris did not note that he spoke to anyone who actually served in the military or worked for a defense contractor. So you can see how this might tilt the narrative a little bit if you didn't talk with anybody from the side that actually does the defense work. You know, a few months back, I went on the Danny Jones podcast and I dropped a bombshell that the military-industrial complex does not exist.
The military-industrial complex. There's no such thing. No.
And to prove it, I made a YouTube video about this topic where I proved it mathematically. And one of my main points was that all the top 5 scary defense companies make less money than Procter & Gamble, a company that sells diapers. It's true. It is publicly available information. The spreadsheets and earnings records are available for free at ryanmcbeth.substack.com, or just go to the defense company's websites and download their annual reports. So I'm going to get into the top 9 lies that Johnny Harris told in his video, which are the lie about the F-35, the lie about defense spending economics, the lie about the Stinger missile, the lie about consolidation, the lie about lobbying, the lie about stock prices, the lie about distributed manufacturing, the lie about the Pentagon's revolving door, and finally, the lie about military spending. But first, if you're sick of all the lying on the internet, there is one good source for truth, and that's Ground News.
So this is kind of interesting. Have you ever heard of Polymarket? It's a betting site where you can even bet on the 2024 election results. And I was actually interviewed by Polymarket about the odds of it. So go to ground.news/Ryan and
I have almost 1 million followers on YouTube, and I get about 100 or so emails a day. If there's a 1-to-1 correlation, he would probably get about 600 emails a day. And yes, I know I'm Ryan McBeth, and I can find his email, phone number, and address easy enough because well, you get the idea. So I tried reaching out, but I guess not everybody makes themselves as accessible to their fans as I do. So to start, let's talk about the lie about the F-35. Near the beginning of the video, Johnny Harris does this.
Even made a little model of this guy. And like the real thing, the model is continually breaking down.
Now, it's kind of fashionable to criticize the F-35, and the initial F-35 had some problems with high cost, delays, and technical issues. But if you're still criticizing the plane today, it's kind of like the journalistic equivalent of creating a sitcom about a fat, stupid, blue-collar guy and his beautiful, skinny, put-upon wife. It's just lazy writing. The fact is that the F-35 is the most lethal, survivable, and connected fighter on the planet. So 19 allies and partners just happened to choose a plane that didn't work. Poland recently had their first F-35 delivered. And you know, Poland is not messing around. You know, they're on their way to creating the largest military in Europe. Did this military-industrial complex somehow trick Poland into buying a fighter that didn't work? And if you're complaining about cost, you also have to talk about capability. The F-35 is essentially a flying, stealthy supercomputer that can tie in multiple sensors and platforms. Israel calls it a deer, or the mighty one. And they've been riding it hard and putting it away wet for almost a year now during their war in Gaza and Lebanon. And the F-35 may have been used in Israel's October 26th strike on Iran, a strike that resulted in 0 losses on Israel's side. Is that worth the cost? Israel seems to think so. So next is a lie about defense spending economics, and this happens at multiple points in the video. And here's the problem. Johnny Harris compares American defense spending on individual projects with the economies of various countries.
I know that these numbers are abstract and billion doesn't mean anything to anyone, but like $140 billion, that's the entire economy of Morocco that the Pentagon spends on R&D.
Like $140 billion for research, which is more than the economy of Morocco. And while it's tempting to do these things like that in order to show scale, it's actually a logical fallacy called false equivalence. And I'll give you an example here. This is my grocery bill for the month of October. It's about $100 higher than normal because I wanted the full-size candy bars this year for Halloween to give out, so I splurged at Sam's Club for full-size bars. But I normally spend about $400 a month on groceries for just me, which is somewhat between a moderate and a liberal food plan from the USDA. Now let's say we have a family of 4, 2 adults in the home, 1 male, 1 female, 2 kids, a child of 11, and a male teenager of 14. Their grocery bill would come to $1,417.60, and their grocery bill is so high because they're not a single male living alone who makes bachelor chow for dinner pretty much every night. It's almost like if you have more people and a bigger country, you need a larger military to protect it. So calling research and development of the U.S. military equivalent to the entire economy of Morocco might help with scale, but you're forgetting one crucial thing. The U.S. isn't Morocco, bub. We're not the same size as Morocco. We don't have the same population as Morocco. We don't have the same geopolitical threats as Morocco. So this isn't a lie as much as it is the silver tongue of a snake oil salesman. Yes, to fund the military, good for everything that ails you. Guaranteed to regrow health care, kill that pesky national debt, and put that pep back in your educational system. Next is the lie about the Stinger missile. Here, Johnny Harris says,
the prices can get pretty out of control. Like the Pentagon used to pay $25,000 for this Stinger missile, and now they pay nearly $500,000 for the same missile. The price went up more than 16 times in just a couple decades. A little more than inflation.
And this is the first whopper of a lie. The problem is that on its face, it seems truthful. In fact, even Johnny Harris says inflation can't count for that.
A little more than inflation.
And here's the problem. You know, one of the people who reached out to me said, the problem with Johnny Harris is that he sounds like he knows what he's talking about until he talks about something you know about. And this is something I know a little bit about, and it needs more context. A lot more. Back during the global war on terror, America thought that the U.S. Air Force pretty much dominated the skies, so there was no reason to invest in SHORAD, or short-range air defense. We even retired the M7 Bradley Linebacker, which was the air defense variant of the Bradley fighting vehicle. And if you don't need something, why build more of it? So the Army actually stopped ordering new Stinger missiles in the early 2000s. They're just ordering parts and components and refurbishing old missiles. The idea was to continue using the old missiles until they reached the end of their useful life and something new could be developed, which would happen in maybe 2030. The production line continued with spare parts and low-rate production for foreign sales, but that was totally shut down in December of 2020. I mean, after all, with the Air Force dominating the skies, there was no chance in hell that our adversary could ever use helicopters to... Oh. I guess we needed those Stingers after all. The U.S. sent about 1,400 Stingers to Ukraine, the Netherlands, Latvia, Italy, Lithuania, and Germany, or they sent about 600 more. And the U.S. went back to the manufacturer, RTX, formerly known as Raytheon, to order more, and we found out that sometimes shutting down a production line to save money can be really freaking expensive. RTX called in retirees who still knew how to build the missile. They were literally blowing cobwebs off test equipment, and they had to redesign some of the circuit boards because the manufacturers no longer made them. And a lot of this stuff had to be done by hand. Remember, this was a missile that was designed to replace the Red-Eye. The Stinger was developed in the 1970s and fielded in the 1980s. If you wanted to develop a brand new Apple IIe, which is roughly as old as the original fielded Stinger, would you be able to do it with the original parts and manufacturers? How much would it cost to get the original Apple IIe production line going again without a complete redesign? So yeah, it's not surprising that a new Stinger missile costs so much money because we don't have time for a redesign and we're using manufacturing methods that were used back when we could smoke on airplanes. And to top it all off, he says it's the same missile.
And now they pay nearly $500,000 for the same missile.
It's not the same missile. The guts are different and the guts are more expensive. So Johnny Harris's example of the increased cost of the Stinger was dishonest. And I had the feeling that he felt like it was such a good example that manufactured his point that he just couldn't pass it up. And he just hoped that no one would look into it. Well, hi, I'm the guy that looks into it. The next lie is about consolidation. Here, Johnny Harris mentions that most of the spending goes to the top 5 defense contractors.
There used to be a lot of different defense contractors, but over the last 3 decades, they got gobbled up by these big 5. Transitioning, from the words of the Pentagon, from 51 to 5 aerospace and defense prime contractors. As a result, the DoD is increasingly reliant on a small number of contractors for critical defense capabilities, i.e. we've got kind of a monopoly issue on our hands.
And again, this needs more context. Johnny kind of implies that this happened out of greed or some sinister plot, this consolidation of manufacturers. In reality, this consolidation started in 1993, when the military started to downsize after the first Gulf War, and the Pentagon said to defense contractors that they would not be able to support them anymore, at least support so many of them anymore. I described what happened in my video exposing the military-industrial complex. Here's a clip from that video. On July 21st, 1993, a dinner was organized by then Secretary of Defense Les Aspin. The dinner was held at the Pentagon and included the top 15 or so major defense contractors. After the meal, the executives were shunted into a smaller private room with a slide projector. And the graph that was projected on the screen was not something they wanted to see. The chart showed how many companies in various categories of military equipment existed currently and how many companies the Defense Department was going to be able to afford to keep in business. This meeting became known as the Last Supper. And it was on that day that the military-industrial complex, at least as Eisenhower knew it, died. July 21st, 1993. Now, to Johnny Harris's credit, in his notes he mentioned the Last Supper, but he failed to mention the context. The context being that after the first Gulf War, we really gutted our military and our bases. Here's a clip from my Exposing the Military-Industrial Complex video to illustrate. We had nobody left to fight. America entered 1990 with 28 combat divisions spread across the active duty Army, National Guard, and reserves. By the year 2000, that number had shrunk to 10 active duty combat divisions, 8 National Guard combat divisions, and no reserve combat divisions. In 1990, the Air Force had 134 fighter squadrons. The reserves had 12, the National Guard had 45. Today, the Air Force has 48 fighter squadrons, the reserves operate 8, and the National Guard operates 25. In 1990, the U.S. Navy had 546 ships. Today, they have 239. And a lot of that is due to BRAC. The BRAC, or Base Realignment and Closure process, it was initiated to address the issue of excess military bases and facilities as the Cold War was kind of winding down. The goal of BRAC was to increase the efficiency of the military by closing unnecessary installations and realigning others to better support defense needs. So the lie here was one of omission. The Pentagon told defense companies to consolidate or die because military spending was going to shrink. And I'll get to the lie about military spending near the end of the video. The next lie is about stock prices. Here, Johnny Harris says,
some of the lawmakers who approve the Pentagon's budget own stocks in the defense contracting companies. Like, the lawmakers get richer if we spend more money on defense.
Some politicians might own defense company stocks, but it would be an incredibly bad investment to put all of your eggs in that basket. I actually took the top 5 defense company stocks and I ran them through portfoliovisualizer.com. If you took $10,000 in January of 2015 and invested $2,000 evenly in the top 5 defense stocks, you'd have made about $30,000 over 10 years. But if you had invested in an index fund, you would have made $33,000. And if you had invested in tech like Meta, Amazon, Google, Apple, and Microsoft, you would have made $105,000. The truth is, defense stocks are not profitable. In fact, you can look at the annual reports. The top 5 defense stocks made a total of $13.2 billion in profit last year. That's less than the net profit of Procter & Gamble, which made $14.6 billion. That's the GDP of the Congo. See how that doesn't make any sense? A company that sells diapers. A company that sells diapers made more money than the top 5 defense companies combined. The fact is that the trope of defense companies being some sort of gravy train for Congress is a lie. And so is the lie about lobbying. Here Johnny Harris tries to tie defense companies into shady characters with suitcases full of money.
This is a list of how much money these defense contractors spend to influence our lawmakers into spending more money on the military so that these companies can make more money. You can see right here that Lockheed Martin is at the top of the list.
Johnny Harris makes the accusation that Lockheed Martin spent $2.7 million on lobbying. And that seems like a lot of money. But again, needs context. If you think defense is bad, don't look at the oil lobby. If you just look at Chevron Corp, they spent $6.5 million lobbying in 2024. Or look at Meta, the parent company of Facebook, that spent $18.8 million lobbying. If you're a congressman, there's two lobbyists in your office, one from Facebook with $18.8 million in a briefcase, and one from Lockheed Martin with $2.7 million in his briefcase. Who are you inviting into your office first? And Johnny Harris tries to square this with his idea that companies intentionally spread out manufacturing to make sure that they're in as many congressional districts as possible to spread around the money.
This map makes it easy to see how contractors intentionally allocate their operations all across the country, spanning dozens of states and political districts.
Maybe. But maybe that's just the nature of manufacturing today. I address this in my video exposing the military-industrial complex with the analogy of a pencil. People often criticize the F-35, saying it's made in 48 different states and 10 different countries, which makes it impossible to kill because no politician wants the jobs to leave their district. But what if that's just the nature of modern manufacturing? How many parts does a pencil have? Well, it has 5. The graphite is from Brazil, the wood is from Sweden, the paint is from Estonia, the rubber is from Malaysia, and the metal is from Mozambique. So let's take a look at just one part of the F-35, the tires. Dunlop makes the tires for the F-35 in Birmingham, England. Dunlop mainly gets its rubber from Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. The main manufacturing plant for the F-35 is in Fort Worth, Texas. Not a lot of rubber trees in Fort Worth, Texas. The next is the lie about the Pentagon's revolving door.
The revolving door is not a literal door, it's a metaphorical door between the Pentagon and the defense corporations, which allows top military leaders like Jim Mattis to serve in the military for decades, retire as a general, and then join the board of General Dynamics, a defense contractor, only to pass through the proverbial door to become the Secretary of Defense under Trump, after which he passes through the door again to go back onto the board of General Dynamics, bringing with him all of his insider knowledge and government contacts and influence.
And again, this is a lie of context and omission. The revolving door needs some context. First off, you aren't going to find the kind of people who understand weapon systems graduating from Oberlin College. You're going to find them coming out of the military. Officers also have the kind of background checks and security clearances necessary to work at these companies. A top secret clearance costs about $5,500 to run, and it takes 6 to 18 months to get a clearance. So if you hire someone who doesn't have a clearance, you are putting them on the payroll where they can't work on anything that's classified for between 6 to 18 months. If you've ever tried to get a job at a defense contractor and you were rejected because you didn't have a security clearance, this is why. There aren't a lot of companies that are willing to carry a senior executive on payroll for 6 to 18 months doing uncleared work. So it makes sense to hire people who already have a clearance, like people coming out of the government or the military. Now, there are restrictions to this revolving door. For example, for 1 year, you may not accept compensation from a contractor to serve as an employee, officer, director, or consultant if, while working for the government, you had certain responsibilities or took certain actions relating to large procurement involving the contractor. So the revolving door isn't as freewheeling as you think. And finally, we have the lie about military spending. You know, this entire video kind of has this whole vibe, military spending bad because big number. And the U.S. does spend more money on the military than many other countries. Johnny Harris says that this is because...
So one quick answer to this big question of why the United States spends so much more on its military is actually pretty simple. Because this is the cost of being the global hegemon, the one who gets to enforce the rules.
Now, you know, I wasn't sure what a hegemon was because it sounds like a Pokemon character. Hegemon, I choose you! But unfortunately, I majored in difficult subjects like computer science, engineering management, and cybersecurity. We didn't say a lot of words like hegemon. So I looked it up. And it turns out that hegemon means having dominant influence or authority over others. Okay, so what's the alternative? China? You know, China is trying to become this global hegemon with its Belt and Road Initiative. But a lot of third world countries that accepted loans from China are starting to realize that Belt and Road really means enslaved and in debt. But saying military spending bad because of big number really isn't the best way to measure military spending.
Let me show you how much the United States spends on its military. Over here you've got Russia, China, India, and other big military powers. And yet if you combine them all into one, the US still spends more.
A better way would be to look at military spending as a percentage of GDP, or gross domestic product. This is the monetary value of all goods and services produced by a country in a given time. In 1960, defense spending was about 9% of the US's GDP. During the height of the Vietnam War, it was 9.42%. And then it started falling. It went up a little under Reagan to 6.81%, but then it went down to 3.11%.
Skip to 130, watch Mark Lobliner, the Jew,
Now, I read
react
ground
to
news
this
every day as part of my morning.
neo-Nazis' content.
$130. Let me see. Oh, man.
So it's crazy.
I need to start posting some content.
It's crazy. Like it's watch this.
Hi, nigger.
Oh my God, he's so cute. He's like a little monkey. Oh my God, look at how black he is. He's a black nigger.
Nigger loves his dog was a nigger.
Holy shit, nigga black as midnight. Holy shit, say what's up to this nigga. Look. This nigga say what kind. Look, I got your little.
Jesus, this is the craziest shit dude, it's every time one of those clips pops up on X. Am I the only person that just keeps showing up when I'm scrolling
No, it
through
comes
X?
up all the time for me too.
Yeah, all those clips are like so viral.
I have never seen that in my life.
They're so, dude. Well, now you're gonna start seeing them. There's one clip that's so bad that I couldn't believe it was real. Like, oh my God. Like there was one. So his outro. so his outro is. I'm just gonna show you on my computer. Don't put it on the screen.
Oh no.
No, because I can't even play it on the screen because we'd probably get pulled off of Rumble for this. But
you wouldn't get pulled off for that.
His thing is. I'll just play the music. So that's him in the corner, right? In the Handsome Truth. And the Goyim TV is like the swastikas.
I see these people talk online as if everything was fine. It's like they really have.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Morning routine. I actually pay for it. They did not give it to me for free, and I was a member before. Out to Johnny, but his email is hidden behind corporate agents, and his DMs are locked on Twitter, and he never responded to my LinkedIn request. And you know what? I get it. I have almost 1 million followers on YouTube, and I get about 100 or so emails a day. If there's a 1-to-1 correlation, he would probably get about 600 emails a day. And yes, I know I'm Ryan McBeth, and I can find his email, phone number.
What in the fuck happened here? Did I?
Dominating the skies.
Whatever. Fuck this. That's.
Ran basically the platonic ideal of a non-woke Democratic campaign.
What's the future of the Democrats? Who would you like to see run the party now?
Jon Stewart. Honestly, a controversial, charismatic celebrity might make all of the difference.
Possibly the loss would have been worse if Taylor Swift and folks like Oprah weren't working with Kamala Harris.
Although Taylor Swift is popular, obviously she's not that popular because she did not move the needle.
Alan, you deserve a tall glass of shut up juice. You live in a total world of denial.
I read your own followers' comments and they all trashed you.
I mean, brother, I said what was going to go wrong. It did go wrong. I was right.
It's lovely to see a post-election clear message emerging from the ruminations, as with the campaign itself, is that the Orange Man is still bad. Just about nobody on the left can agree on why the Orange Man therefore won by a landslide and what should happen next. Here's just a snapshot of views from the masterminds who were wrong about, well, almost everything.
It is time for the Democrats to say, okay, and you and I have talked about this before, a lot of Hispanic voters have problems with black candidates.
Right.
A lot
and
of
with other Hispanics. You've got some that don't like each other.
The working class of this country is angry, and they have a reason to be angry.
I don't respect him saying that the Democratic Party has abandoned the working class families. That's where we are.
Elon Musk is, I don't know how many hundreds of billions he has. He has been the director of misinformation.
And this idea that like, oh no, the economy is actually good or crime is actually down. This is all just Fox News. Like, shut the fuck up with that. Like, talk to some people who live near you.
I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed.
I got bad news for you. They don't have a monopoly on stupid. You wear Queers for Palestine t-shirts and masks 2 years after the pandemic ended. And you can't define woman, I mean person who menstruates.
Exactly. Whatever the prescription should ultimately be, the diagnosis is surely crystal clear. Trump has made commanding inroads with working class voters, black voters, Latino voters, urban voters, and young voters. It's a veritable rainbow coalition of disaffected people who the Democrats have traditionally relied upon and more recently taken for granted. So what drove them away? Was it government-funded operations to transgender illegal aliens? Was it prioritizing SNL and 60 Minutes over Joe Rogan and Theo Von? Was it the warm embrace of Liz Cheney and a hawkish, even conservative stance on the wars in Israel and Ukraine? Was it gaslighting America into believing Joe Biden was so sharp he could slice concrete and then ousting him for a simply dreadful candidate in Kamala Harris? Maybe it was all of the above, delivered with a customary liberal serving of supreme self-confidence and the firm belief that everyone who disagrees with them is a moron or a bigot. But joining me for an uncensored battle for the heart and soul of the Democratic Party, the host and founder of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, presidential historian and pollster Professor Alan Lichtman, Democrat influencer Harry Sisson, and author of New Prize for These Eyes, a senior political analyst at Fox News, Juan Williams. Well, welcome to all of you. Juan, in particular, a long time since I've spoken to you. Great to have you, I think, making your debut on Uncensored, so thank you very much. This is blue on blue, chaps, so you can rip into each other to your heart's content, and hopefully out of it we may get some form of consensus over certain ways that the Democrats could go. Juan, let me start with you. When you look at the election and you look at the thumping win Trump got and who he won it with, do you think this whole campaign by the Democrats to portray him as racist, sexist, transphobic, Islamophobic, a Nazi, blah, 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 did they just over-egg the devilment souffle and just in the end play into his hands?
Well, I think they thought, based on the numbers, that this was going to be an effective form of attack. And I think it was for the base of the party. But I think that there were a lot of people who were attracted to other parts of Trump. And I think the whole macho man thing, it worked. You know, you were talking about a rainbow coalition. No, it wasn't a rainbow coalition. But I think that you saw white men still go big for Trump. You saw the Latino men. And I think that's the big story of the election. Latino men suddenly went towards Trump, and there were some black men. I think it was a male thing, and I think, again, the idea that he said offensive, vulgar things about women, the fact that he is, and, says he wants to be an authoritarian, that's all true. But I think a lot of the men said, you know what, we like it.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I mean, Professor Lichtman, you correctly forecast the result of 9 of the past 10 US presidential elections, but not this one. Like most pollsters, I have to say, very, very few people predicted a big win, other than I might, if I may be so modest, I did. I went on Fox News 10 days before with Brian Kilby and said, I think he's going to win big. But actually, most people thought we'd be incredibly tight and it could go either way and so on. But it wasn't that at all. Why do you think Trump is so difficult to poll, which is clearly the conclusion I would draw from this?
Well, I am forthrightly willing to admit I missed this election. I still think I actually had 10 out of 10 before. I think I was right about 2000, but we're not here to litigate that. I still think it's a pretty good record. Now, I think 2 things are operating here. Number one, I was incredibly critical at the time of the spineless, cowardly Democrats openly and viciously trashing their elected president and their elected nominee right out there in the open. I have never seen that before, and I've studied American politics since the founding, and that tainted any nominee. And they're now taking no responsibility for that. They're blaming everybody else. Until they look in the mirror, the Democratic Party is going to be in trouble. Secondly, why did my keys miss? Because my keys are based upon the proposition that a pragmatic, rational electorate decides whether or not the White House party is governed well enough to get 4 more years. That was exploded this time by a new wave of disinformation that we've never seen before, in addition to the usual sources of disinformation. We had a huge change this time, a 300 billionaire, a guy who's richer than most countries of the world, who controls X, spreading vast disinformation. According to reports, billions upon billions of viewers saw his disinformation. People have a completely distorted view of the economy.
What was the disinformation?
Inflation is going up.
Let me pin you down on that, though. You say Elon Musk was spreading disinformation. Like what?
All of it?
Yes. He is spreading vast disinformation that's sunk in. Even people who think their own financial situation is pretty good think inflation is going up when it's been cut by 75%, that unemployment
but it's still
is
inflation.
a near high when
it's
it's
still inflation,
near
Professor.
a low.
On that point, see, it's interesting. You would say that's disinformation, but the point is that inflation is still not zero. Therefore, prices are still going up. Therefore, people...
The only way you get inflation to zero is with a recession.
Yeah, but here's my point.
Obviously.
Here's my point. Yeah, but here's my point. Democrats kept telling the American people rather arrogantly, I thought, the economy's in really good shape. Meanwhile, inflation still exists. In other words, prices have continued to go up and up and up, albeit not at the same rate they were going up. But if it wasn't zero, and it wasn't, it was like 2.5% or whatever by the end, that is still inflation. So it's not disinformation to say
the only
Americans
way
are
you
still
get it
suffering
to
inflation.
zero is a recession, is deflation. That's ridiculous. Inflation has been cut by 80%, but it's not just inflation that people are wrong about.
But do you accept
It's
inflation
every
means prices are
aspect
still
of the
going
economy.
up? Do you accept prices were still going up?
Of course.
Right, so
They
that's the point.
always do, unless
But
you have
so
a
it's not
recession.
That's not disinformation,
That's ridiculous.
then, is it? By Elon Musk,
And it's
that isn't
disinformation about every other aspect of the economy as well. Disinformation about undocumented immigrants, like they're the bloodthirsty killers. They are the most law-abiding segment of our society. According to numerous studies, including by the Libertarian Cato Institute, they commit crimes, including violent crimes, less than half of that of Native Americans. And they don't drain our economy. They are the mainstay of the agricultural, construction, personal service, hospitality industries. Studies show you will drive the economy into a recession if you go through large-scale deportation of immigrants, and you will sweep huge numbers of U.S. citizens because all the databases used to identify undocumented immigrants are fundamentally flawed. You can't have a pragmatic electorate under these conditions, and the mainstream media is utterly feeble. It spends 20 times more time on meaningless polls within the margin of error than it does telling truth to power and indicating the consequences of this election.
But it is
it's being taken over by billionaires.
Okay, I'm going to come to Cheng. I mean, Cheng, the biggest deporter in American presidential history was Barack Obama, who deported over 3 million people. This idea that Trump is going to become some outlier in terms of mass deportation. The great mass deporter was actually a Democrat president, Obama, by a long way, by the way. So this idea of disinformation, I think some of it was disinformation, but it's, I think the idea that this election was only won through right-wing disinformation, I'm afraid, I view that as a total delusion by the Democrats. Again.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm sorry, but I totally disagree with Juan and Professor Lichtman. Don't blame the voters. I think, look, we could get into this discussion, but Juan, I think you're blaming the voters. I think that's a terrible idea. And look, I debated Professor Lichtman before. I told him his theories about the keys were absurd. I was right. He was wrong. I said he'd lose his keys.
No, you were
Couldn't
not
find
right,
him
and
before
I
the
was
election.
not wrong. And that's a cheap shot, and I won't stand for it.
Well, who won, brother?
You should not be
Who
taking
won?
cheap
Who
shots
won?
at me.
Who
You
won?
want to make your
You
point,
live
make your
in
point.
a total
Don't make
world
it
of
personal.
denial.
I read your own followers' comments, and they all trashed you, every one of them, and supported me.
Yeah,
so quiet with
right.
your personal
yeah,
attacks.
come find out again.
Make whatever
Okay.
point you want.
Yeah.
Don't
Look,
make it personal.
You don't know anything. You don't know
You
anything.
attacked me
You
personally.
You're so deluded.
Oh, right. I've only been a professor for 51 years.
On this program,
published
I've never been
13
able
books.
to finish a
How
thought.
many books have you published? No, because you're personally attacking me again. Say whatever you want, but I'm not going to stand for
brother,
personal
you got it
attacks.
wrong.
Say
you were
whatever you want.
preposterously and stupidly wrong. So, okay, all right. Can I just
Don't
finish
call
a
me
goddamn thought
stupid.
ever on this show?
No, not if you're
Okay,
personally
well,
I
you
admitted
proved it.
I was wrong. I don't need you to call me stupid.
Okay.
Can I just say,
What
it's
kind of
great to see
nonsense
you
is that?
Democrats
Yeah, I
all
know.
getting
Who
along
taught
so
you
well.
manners?
It's lovely to
You
see
need
a
one. Can I
post-election
finish a
harmony as you all
goddamn
come
point?
together
We're
again.
just
Hey,
one
Alan,
right now.
Hey, Alan, you deserve a tall glass of shut-up juice, so can you just shut up for a second and let someone who knows what they're
Not
doing...
if
You're
you're
so right,
personally
Piers.
attack
You're
me.
so right.
So-
We're so
Make any
unified right
point
now.
you
Okay.
want.
So-
I will not sit here and stand
So-
for personal attacks, for blasphemy against me. You don't need to do that. You don't boost your
Blasphemy
ego
against you?
by
Who the hell are
attacking
you?
me
Are you
like that.
Jesus
Just
Christ,
make your
you
points.
loser? Okay, can
Make your
can I
points.
just give the correct answer for once? Okay, here we go. So, guys, you're blaming disinformation. There was disinformation. There was the cats and the dogs nonsense. The points you're making about undocumented immigrants, I agree with, Alan, okay? But that didn't cost the election. The main disinformation was about how the election was going to be rigged. And it wasn't rigged. It was dumb. They won easily. There was no need for that disinformation. You guys are missing the whole point. The people who are at fault are not other people. It is the candidate, Kamala Harris, the previous candidate, Joe Biden, Democratic Party, Democratic leadership. You guys don't want to admit that they're the problem. They're the cancer in the Democratic Party. So you blindly lash out at the voters, at information, at social media, and you want to shut down anyone who disagrees with you. That's not the correct answer. There are three wings of the Democratic Party. There's the establishment wing that the great majority, almost everyone on television supports and kisses the ass of and does propaganda for. That wing has led to disaster. They lost to Donald Trump twice, nearly lost to him 3 times. And then the other wing is called the progressive wing, but those are two different sets of people. In the progressive, so-called progressive wing, what you have is the identitarian left, the people who do what the right wing would call woke politics and identity politics, and that is disastrous. That's what the trans ad was at the end, and it cost us. The most popular part of the Democratic Party is the populist left. That is the Bernie Sanders 2016 campaign. That part says, let's do super popular economic proposals like paid family leave, higher minimum wage, universal health care, public option. Let's do all of these things. And the establishment goes, no, our corporations don't want that. Our donors don't want that. So we'll just do identity politics. And maybe identity politics will unite the left. But it didn't. Identity politics led to disaster. It was a poison within the Democratic
Given
Party.
Jenk's anti-Israel bias, we know what he really means when he tells Alan Lichtman, a Jew, to shut up Jews, if you know what I mean. I really hope that if Trump goes through with deportation that he gets rid of Cenk along with Hassan LMFAO.
Yeah, Cenk is a massive anti-Semite and he just tries to hide it. And for the most part, he does a pretty good job hiding it, but yeah, we know. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Used, ironically, by the establishment Democrats because they didn't want to talk about popular proposals that we have because their donors hate those proposals.
Okay, let me bring in Harry. Now, Harry, you tweeted or posted on X on November the 6th. Kamala Harris's speech was amazing, graceful, strong, hit the right tone. She's a fantastic leader and a great role model. No idea how she lost to Trump. You're a bright young guy, Harry. I've interviewed you several times. Right? You know why she lost. And that speech, in a way, to me, was the perfect illustration. She basically said nothing. She talked about billions of stars and the moonlight and shining lights and all that. There was nothing there. There was no meat on the bone, no substance. And that was her problem throughout the whole campaign. She had 100 days to show America, here's how I'm going to fix all your problems. Instead, she did the Hillary Clinton playbook. After promising us joy and sunshine, immediately pivoted to Trump's a Nazi. They're all fascists. They're all disgusting. And by the way, here are all my rich, famous entertainment friends who are all going to surround themselves on me on stages. Didn't work for Hillary. Didn't work for Kamala. And at some point, young guys like you who are the future of the Democrat Party, you've got to wake up and smell the cappuccino. You need a candidate that can resonate. I mean, Cenk's right. The Democrat candidate who has most resonated with the public was Bernie Sanders, right? You'd have done better with him running in this election. But you guys don't see it that way, do you?
Well, I think that since the election happened and sitting with it for a couple weeks, I know why Kamala Harris lost. You know, I think that what I said was premature. And I think it's a combination of what all the gentlemen around me are saying. I think it's like a middle ground in life, which I think is often the case, which is I think Professor Lichtman is right that there was a lot of disinformation pushed by a lot of bad actors in the right wing. But I think that Cenk and
Harry, there was disinformation from the left as well. When you keep calling him a Nazi...
But Piers, it's not to the same,
hang on.
It's
Let me
not to the
finish my
same
point.
level.
When you keep calling Donald Trump a Nazi and a fascist and all these things, and his supporters, Nazi sympathizers...
It was his own
all that is total
Nazi.
disinformation. Because he hasn't murdered 12 million people, and he's not going to.
Well,
and by the
Piers,
way, you all know that. So the disinformation is on both sides.
I disagree. I disagree with calling Donald Trump a Nazi or calling him Hitler. But I want to be clear that it was his own former advisors who called him that and likened him to Hitler. Kamala Harris never got on a stage and said, oh yeah, Trump's Hitler now. She just alluded to the fact and brought up the fact that his own former advisor said that. But I also want to make the point that I think that Cenk and the gentleman from Fox News is right when it comes to the economy. I think we were not great when it came to messaging on the economy. The benefit that Trump had is that he could put his slogan on a yard sign. He could say, Kamala Harris, Democrats, high prices, Trump and Vance, low prices. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, was tasked with explaining, okay, here's why inflation went up. Obviously, it's not Joe Biden and me. It's because of external factors. Here's why gas prices went up. Obviously, it's not me. It's external factors. If you're explaining, you're losing, as the famous saying goes.
Yeah.
So that was the uphill battle that we had. And I think there was kind of a perfect storm that led to Donald Trump being elected. And I think that I disagree with
But you're
Cenk
missing
often.
something else. You're missing something else,
Sure.
which is all the culture war stuff that we kept being assured by the left nobody cared about. No one cares about the trans debates, right? Nobody cares that biological men are wrecking women's sport. Nobody cares that they're invading women's personal spaces, and so on and so on. No one cares that kids are being put through mutilating surgery before puberty. And we kept being told, nobody cares about this. Leave them all alone. It's transphobic. I'm not transphobic. I wanted trans people, as I still do, to have fairness and equality in their lives exactly the same as all of us on this panel. But when you keep telling people it is fair, on the one hand, Democrats said, we protect women's rights on abortion. On the other hand, we're absolutely fine for women's rights in sport to be traduced at this ridiculous altar of biological men who are now trans women competing against women and beating them. You can't be both. So the public went, this is, and you're shaking your head, but look, the New York Times did a report about that ad, which the Trump campaign did so successfully and repeatedly.
I saw it.
Kamala's for they, them, Trump's for you. They reckon it moved the needle by 2.5 points. It was the most successful and effective 30-second ad in modern political history. So people did care. And the Democrats were just too deluded, it seemed to me, because most of them, you must realize this issue of trans athletes in women's sport is wrong. You all know it's wrong. For some reason, you wouldn't get off that train. And that delusion was one of the reasons that you lost so badly, I believe.
But Piers, to Professor Lichtman's point, that ad in of itself contained misinformation. The ad was saying, oh, Kamala Harris wants to pay for prisoners' transgender surgeries.
All right, she said it a few years ago, but she said it.
But wait, hold on. In the New York Times also reported that this took place under Donald Trump's presidency as well, because depriving a trans prisoner the right to get gender-affirming care is, Cenk, it's the law, it's the Constitution, is against the Constitution of the United States, preventing cruel and unusual punishment. Because if somebody is deemed medically necessary to receive care, no matter what that care is, and you ban it or say, no, you can't get it, that absolutely falls under cruel and unusual punishment. So Donald Trump did the same thing. And that's an example of the disinformation, or at least the lack of context that Trump's campaign included.
Do you accept that this
Cenk, I'm sorry, yes.
But do you accept the so-called culture war stuff that I would frame as a kind of very, very far left progressive woke stuff that I've seen a lot of Democrats in the more center part of the party coming out now and publicly saying what I was saying for a long time. Apparently, Bill Clinton kept warning them internally. David Axelrod has come out and said, we've got to stop this. No, Joe Scarborough did a big monologue about it on Morning Joe. At some point, you've got to recognize that most average Americans just found all that stuff complete bullshit. And that's one of the reasons you lost. And you've got to move on from it. If you come back with another woke progressive platform in 4 years' time, you will be out of office potentially for 4 more, 8 more, maybe 12 more years. I promise you. Take it to the bank.
So, Piers, I agree to a degree, but not in the way that you're framing it. I think that we do have to move on from a lot of the culture war stuff. I don't like the word woke, but I understand the context of you using it. I think that, yes, and to some degree, we have to move on. But by moving on, we shouldn't throw people under the bus. We shouldn't say, oh, trans people are the reason why, or LGBTQ plus people are the reason why. That's not the reason why. It's just that the culture war stuff came off as very kind of gross to some Americans. They really didn't like it. So I agree to a degree, but not in the way that you're framing.
Okay, let's talk about race, because it seems...
Can I get in here?
Well, one second, Shane.
Because...
hang on. Okay. One thing, I'll come to you, Shane, don't worry. On the issue of race, many people found it extraordinary that a guy who a lot of people think is racist beat a black woman, and that a lot of people that helped him win turned out to be a lot more black men voting for him than first time, and a lot more Latinos voting for him than the previous times. How important, if at all, was race in the end? Or was it actually a case of a lot of black and Latino people went, we don't care about all that stuff. What we care about is jobs, cost of living, illegal immigration, and so on?
Well, I think everybody cares about jobs, cost of living, inflation, and so on. And by the way, I don't think you're right about those numbers. I think there were more black men than black women who went towards Trump. But remember, they're still a small segment of the overall electorate. The big shift, actually, as I said, Latino men was a huge shift, and they're also not that big a section of the electorate. The big electorate in this country still is white people, and overwhelmingly white men went for Donald Trump, and white women who I thought, and I think a lot of pollsters thought, given the abortion issue and the success of abortion as an issue that favored Democrats in 2020, but also after the Dobbs decision in 22 and all the referenda, the white women again voted for Trump. But so you talk about, is this a race issue? The race issue may be that white Americans were overwhelmingly in support of Donald Trump. And if you look at black America as overall black America supported Kamala Harris. Overall, Latino America supported Kamala Harris, even Latino men who had that big shift. So to me, race is a part of the story because, in America, the demographics are creating anxiety. And I think the anxiety is most evident in terms of white America seeing that there are more black people, but also Latinos as the second largest group in the country now, and rising number of Asians. It plays out in so many ways. And I think Donald Trump is just expert at exploiting, that racial anxiety to say to people, these Democrats are playing identity politics or whatever. I think the identity politics overwhelmingly is played by Donald Trump with white America.
Cenk, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, so look, I'm going to address what Juan's saying too. But first, Harry, I know that the same policy was under Donald Trump, but that's not disinformation. That's for our candidate to go out there and clarify that and to fight back and to make her case. But she refused to make her case. She barely did any interviews. They were all incredibly structured to protect her fragile ego. All she did was talking points. Donald Trump's out there, sometimes like a maniac, but a lot of times looking like a real person at McDonald's and with a garbage truck. And our side goes, oh, that's terrible. No, it's not terrible. Those are great photo ops.
It was brilliant.
When our guy is a corporate talking robot, that is not helpful. We are misdiagnosing the case here. So when on these identity issues, the Republicans set traps. No, hold on. The Republicans set traps for us. So the great majority of the country is in favor of trans rights, and I'm 100% in favor of trans rights, and I bet you that the entire panel, including Piers, says that as well.
Yeah.
But when you go beyond rights and you say, hey, they dug and dug, they tried to find, hey, how about banning them from the military? Trump tried that in the beginning. It wasn't popular. Banning them from bathrooms, not popular. But they dug until they got to sports, and that was winning ground for them. And what I said is, guys, get out of there. It's a trap. You don't have to fight on that. You're falling into their trap. And what happened, as Piers can attest to, is everyone else on the left screamed, transphobe, fascist, Nazi. Let's dig in on our least popular position. That was terrible politics.
Totally agree with
and
that.
Juan, I love you, brother, but it ain't about race. It ain't about race.
You know what?
Latino men didn't vote for... Hold on. Latino men didn't vote for Donald Trump because all of a sudden they like white people or orange people. They voted for him based on economic issues. Democrats only think in terms of identity, but that's not working anymore. The number one identity people care about is not Latino, black, or white. It's class. Are you going to do something for the average man, or are you going to sit there and play identity politics so you avoid the more important questions that your donors don't want to talk about that actually helps the average guy, like paid family leave and higher wages?
Okay, Professor Lippman.
I don't get it, Cenk. I don't get it. The reality is, like, Bill Clinton, Bernie Sanders, Barack Obama, they stood up for Obamacare. They stood up for fair pay. These are populist issues at the heart of the Democratic Party. You go after the Democratic Party donors and the establishment Democrats stood for those issues, brought them to the table, and won. And Democrats, if you look at what Joe Biden did in terms of bailing people out during the virus and saying that we have to have infrastructure and building, that helped working people in this country. But a lot of lies were told about that history.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, Professor, I know you've got to leave us, so you wanted to jump in there.
Yeah. First of all, let me add a quick fact. There was no massive switch of black voters to Donald Trump. Donald Trump got 13% of the black vote, 11% the last time. That's 2% of a very small segment of voters. So that's one of the big myths of this election. Second big myth is that hindsight is 20/20. We have a lot of Monday morning quarterbacks who, after the fact, are telling us what Harris should and should not have done. And you know, half of them are saying she lost because she was too progressive. She was too open to the charge of being a radical, a socialist. The other half have said, of course, she lost because she wasn't progressive enough. We heard that from Cenk today. It's all sports talk radio without the entertainment. There is no way to know after the fact what she should or should not have done. If she had only done this or that, it would have made a difference. That's just hot air with absolutely no proof. The difference that I bring to the table is a track record of successful prediction based upon how American presidential elections have previously worked as pragmatic decision-making on whether or not the White House party has governed well enough. And then my analysis is based upon what's changed, what's shattered the pattern of 160 years of history. So I have a base for my analysis. I'm not just doing Monday morning quarterbacking. Cenk, you need to learn some manners. Your act is getting really thin.
I mean, brother, I said what was going to go wrong. It did go wrong. I was right. You were wrong in this election spectacularly so with your so-called keys. And now you come and tell us not the Monday morning
unlike you, I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong.
Are you ever going to learn the lessons?
Can I just ask, hang on. Just ask, for those who have no idea what the key thing is all about, why are you flashing keys?
Okay, because this brother said that he had these keys and they were going to determine the outcome of the election, and all the keys were rigged in favor of incumbents. And I tried to explain to him, no, there are things outside of the keys. We literally had a debate, and I asked him, what if Joe Biden, this was back when he was defending Joe Biden, which now seems unconscionable, what if Biden came and punched a baby every single day? Would your keys still hold? And he said yes. Okay, well, then you're an unreasonable person.
I was right.
But what I'm most worried about is not the past,
Let me
it's the
explain
future.
Why. I was right
I mean, listen to him.
about
I mean,
Biden.
You have no idea how absurd you sound. Okay, but guys, the most important thing is not between me and Professor Lichtman. God bless you, brother. I know you did a lifetime's worth of work, and I feel a little bit bad about it. The reason I'm saying it is not to rub it in now. It's because I'm worried that in the next primary, you're going to tell people to vote for the establishment Democrat. That all of you on this panel are going to go, oh no, vote for the corporate robot, vote for the corporate robot. And that's going to destrory this party. That's why I'm fighting back so aggressively.
Give me a name.
No, vote for the populist left.
Give me a name.
Well, in the old days, it easily would have been Bernie Sanders.
Who
now
is
he's
it now?
too old. So, look, I would start considering Sean Fain, head of the UAW, Sean O'Brien, head of the Teamsters, Jon Stewart. Go outside of politics. Almost everyone in politics is already corrupted. Find someone who is not corrupted and who's for the average man.
Harry, you're shaking your head, but I mean, Jon Stewart, if he could be persuaded, I would imagine could be very good as a candidate, couldn't he?
No, I don't take objection to Jon Stewart. I just think we have some people in the Democratic Party who are very talented right now who could be the Democratic nominee. Governor Shapiro won Pennsylvania by like 20 points. Governor Wes Moore in Maryland, how much more connected to people do you need other than like Wes Moore, who's great? Raphael Warnock from Georgia won a swing state and is a senator from a swing state. Gretchen Whitmer, who had a trifecta in Michigan for the first time in a long time. There's really talented people in the Democratic Party who are elected officials right now, and Cenk can shake his head all he'd like, but these people are winning in swing states overwhelmingly.
Who would you like to see, Harry?
I think any of the people I just mentioned, I'd love to see. And there's plenty more, but I think we're going to have a great primary
I'm pretty
in
sure
2028
I would
with
lay good money now that J.D. Vance will be the Republican nominee in 2028.
I'd say it's probably a good bet.
Because I think he's actually, he in direct contrast to Mr. Waltz, who I thought was a total disaster. I thought J.D. Vance started with a lot of negativity, but became a real force for Trump, particularly in getting young men to come out and vote for him. So I suspect he'll be the nominee, but we'll see. Professor Lichtman, we're going to say goodbye to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I appreciate it. In a moment, though, we're now going to be joined by, to add to our panel, the Ohio State Senator Nina Turner, and first making his uncensored debut, the host of the Kyle Kalinske Show. Kyle Kalinske. Well, Kyle, welcome to Uncensored. We've been trying to get you for a long time. Let's have a little chat with you before we get reaction from the panel. But why did the Democrats blow it so badly, and what do they do to avoid this happening again in 4 years?
I mean, the simple answer is that Kamala Harris kind of codes as a technocratic status quo manager, and Trump codes as a change agent. And so, I mean, to sum it up as simply as possible, voters just thought he's going to deliver more change, she's more of the same, and they broke for him.
Who would you like to see run the party now? I mean, what's the future of the Democrats looking like to you?
Jon Stewart. I've been pushing that since the day Trump won this time around, because what we need is, honestly, a controversial, charismatic celebrity might make all of the difference, but it's that mixed with Bernie Sanders' policies of actually delivering social democracy for people, raising their pay, getting them health care. I think that's the magic stew. And honestly, I think it's a shame that more people aren't talking about the controversial, charismatic celebrity portion of Trump being so successful. Is that you can't keep the cameras off him. He's entertaining. Love him or hate him, you can't stop watching him. And so we need to sort of mirror that on the left. And I think the way of doing that is Jon Stewart.
But I would add to that what Bill Maher's been warning for a long time to liberals, speaking as a liberal himself. And I'm pretty much where he is politically, I think. I feel the same way. And I know you've been keen to say, look, Kamala didn't mention any of these woke issues or whatever, but she's very much associated with a lot of those woke issues. She's certainly voted in line with a lot of the more progressive stuff, like allowing transgender athletes in women's sport and so on. So she's seen to be a progressive who then moved rapidly to the centre when she got the nomination, and it was all too much of a screech for people, probably on both sides. But this whole woke ideology, I don't mean the original woke ideology of raising awareness for racial and social injustice. I mean the way it's become a kind of new form of fascism, where the far left just basically want to cancel, shame, and humiliate absolutely anybody who disagrees with them about anything. Do you accept that has become a problem, a stick to beat the party with, which actually really damages them electorally?
No, I think Kamala ran basically the platonic ideal of a non-woke Democratic campaign. She never mentioned race. She never mentioned gender. She never mentioned trans people. She never mentioned pronouns or Latinx or cancel culture. She repeatedly stressed that she was going to represent all Americans. She ran to the right on the issue of the border. She talked about owning a gun. She ran on freedom and patriotism. And so when you put all that stuff together, I simply don't know what people are talking about when they say she's
they're talking about her record.
Those things at
hang on. They're talking about her record as vice president of the Biden administration, where they never stopped talking about this stuff for nearly 4 years. So you could pretend when you get the nomination, whoa, I'm a centrist, and I'm a gun-toting Rambo, by the way, as well, to all you Second Amendment people. But actually, if you judge her on what she said and did in 4 years, she was a progressive left person. And to pretend otherwise is to just ignore what went on in that period.
What I'm much more concerned about is not Democrats being woke or Democrats censoring speech. I'm much more concerned about Trump's record on those things. So, for example, Trump said he wants to punish flag burning with a year in jail. That's against the First Amendment. He sued CNN for $475 million for calling election denialism the big lie. Before he was president, he sued Bill Maher for $5 million over a joke. He said he wants to open up the libel laws. He called for jailing journalists who report on the Supreme Court abortion ruling early before the decision.
How many of those things did he do in his first term?
Pro-Palestine protesters.
How many of those things did he actually do in his first term? Because it seems to me another problem, and he does this brilliantly, by the way, with the left. He sucks you in because he just shoots them a hip and he says stuff that crosses his mind or whatever. And rather than pick him off on stuff he actually does, you all go completely nuts every time he opens his mouth and says something a bit crazy. And if I was advising the Democrats, I'd be like, stop doing this. You're literally playing into his trap every time you do this. Just pick him off on the stuff he actually does. Then you got a better chance.
All right, I'll do that. Here, ready? He gag ordered the EPA from telling the truth on climate change. That's deeply anti-free speech. He arrested and charged 6 journalists with felony rioting. He did not pardon Assange. He did not pardon Snowden. He did not pardon Daniel Hale. He wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy the U.S. to deploy our own troops against George Floyd protesters. These are all things that are actually on the record, things he actually did. And the thing that I find incredibly frustrating is that nobody talks about it. Trump magically gets a pass for things he actually did.
He doesn't
whereas
get
Democrats
a pass.
get held to a super high standard.
Come on, he doesn't
well,
get a pass.
How many times have you heard
Trump
people say
had,
those things I just
Trump
told you?
has had.
Wait.
Hang on. Let me answer you. Let me answer
last time you
you.
heard
Trump
that?
has had the most unrelentingly hostile media from a mainstream media that is largely staffed by liberals. We know this because the way they all go nuts when their paper wouldn't come out and endorse Kamala and they all resign, so they reveal their true colours. Cable news the same, MSNBC, CNN, you can fire a harpoon around their newsrooms and you wouldn't hit a conservative, right? So let's just get real about the way mainstream media is made up. I've worked in it. And there are very few conservatives. And that is part of the problem as well. And I just think that ultimately, if the Democrats are going to try and make themselves electable, they've got to move wholesale on now to a far more effective way of campaigning. And it can't just be every time Donald Trump speaks, mass hysteria, shaving your head, going on TikTok and posting videos of yourself screaming and saying you'll never have sex with a Trump supporter again. All this stuff is insane.
How about just telling the truth? Wait. How about just telling the truth? That's a radical idea, right? When was the last time you heard that Trump arrested and charged 6 journalists with felony rioting? Who talked about that? Did CNN talk about that? Did MSNBC talk about that? Did you talk about that? Nobody talks about it. And the fact of the matter is Trump attacks Democrats 4 times as hard as they attack him.
Yeah.
So if anything, the lesson to take away is the opposite. Democrats should get more arrogant, they should get more aggressive, and they should tell the truth more.
Come on, Kyle. You know that would be utter suicide.
No, that's the truth.
You know what? You wouldn't be as good at it as he is, because he does it with humour. You lot all do it with these incredibly straight-faced, virtue-signaling, I'm outraged by absolutely everything faces. And it's like, if you all just chilled out a bit, have a bit of Kool-Aid,
No.
have a bit of a laugh.
That's why I said Jon Stewart.
Death by mockery. Well, actually, you're right. Jon Stewart gets exactly the right tone. On that, I agree with you.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
we
he does.
agree. Yeah.
I agree. Let's bring in Nina Turner and the rest of the panel. Nina, you've floated that Rahm Emanuel as a new DNC chair would be a good signal that the Democrat Party is only there for the donor class. Many other people would say that Rahm Emanuel's a very effective political operator. But actually, the Democrats need a bit of that muscle now.
Piers very effective at a cover-up. As we know, as mayor of the city of Chicago, he covered up the police murder of Laquan McDonald. He closed many schools in the black community. Certain segments of the black community are very outraged by him. He is more of the same and should be as far away from the DNC as possible. Now, if the Democrats want to lose again and get handed again like they just did in 2024, then go ahead and have Rahm Emanuel there. But if they want to do a new thing and answer to the working class people of this country from all backgrounds, then they need to have somebody there, primarily who's going to say no more dark money in Democratic primaries. Rahm Emanuel is an absolute no. We know that the Chicago Teachers Union feels the same way, and many others will come out against him if he decides to run for that.
Okay. Juan, let me bring you back in, because MSNBC is now at war, which is always entertaining to watch, because Joe Amica from The Morning Show went off and they revealed this morning to go and see Trump in secret at the end of last week after bombarding him with abuse for years and years and years, having originally been great friends of his. But another MSNBC presenter, Katie Fang, has now tweeted, normalizing Trump is a bad idea, period. So clearly there is an internal fracturing going on, which I suspect is going on in the Democrat Party at large, because I would urge them to be more collegiate with Trump. I've always felt that he's one of those guys, he's a natural pugilist. If you read his book, The Art of the Deal, he says, if you punch me, I'll punch you 10 times back. Actually, if you go and hang out with Trump, and I've criticized him as much as I've praised him, he can take criticism if he feels like you're not just unrelentingly abusive. So I actually thought that Joe and Mika, we'll play a clip from what they said this morning, but I thought this was a good move on their part. Let's take a look.
Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
Now, we talked about a lot of issues, including abortion, mass deportation, threats of political retribution against political opponents, and media outlets. We talked about that a good bit. And it's going to come as no surprise to anybody who watches this show, has watched it over the past year or over the past decade, that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, and we told him so.
What we did agree on was to restart communications.
Well, what do you make of that? I mean, you know, I actually feel America's been so toxic in the way it's become so tribal, and they've been part of that, no question, on one side, and Fox have done it, I guess, on the other, and so on. Should we encourage both sides to come together a bit more, like they used to in the old days?
Sure. I mean, look, I'm all for people working together, building bridges, kumbaya. I'm all for it because I think, you know what? If you look at the Congress of the United States, totally polarized, they're also totally paralyzed. They're not getting anything done.
Yeah.
We need to get things done. And on the world stage, I could go on and on. But I think that with Joe and Mika, and I watched that show, so I'm no critic of it in that sense because I subscribe, if you will. But let me just tell you, it looked to me like their ratings have gone through the floor.
They have, yeah.
And I think that when people talk about Trump, you talk about Trump, he's a celebrity. People have said you can't take the camera off him. I think for them, it's like, you know what? This is a way to get back in the media ratings game. You know, the idea that we're connected to Trump. People like to advertise on shows they know the president might be watching. They would love to get Trump to, instead of watching Fox and Friends, to watch some of Joe and Mika, Morning Joe. But, you know, to me, that's it really calls into question, have they been authentic when they were saying that this guy is so harsh when it comes to women, so harsh and racist when it comes to blacks and Latinos, and has an authoritarian, even, as we were saying, fascist streak. So were they sincere about that, or are they now falling in line with others who find, you know what, I want to get on the bandwagon because Trump has just been reelected and won the popular vote?
Yeah.
To my mind, you got to be straight about your authentic sense so that the audience can trust you, and I think they put that at risk today.
Well, it's interesting, Cenk, because the journalism professor and author
Piers.
Jeff Jarvis has accused them, Joe and Mika, of inflicting a, quote, betrayal on their colleagues, democracy, and us all. He tweeted, it's a disgusting show of obeisance in advance.
Yeah. So I have a different opinion than everybody here. My first question would be, what are we agreeing on? So if you want to go to Trump to get him to agree on things that we agree with, like an anti-war position, fantastic. Of course we should be open-minded to that. You'd be nuts not to be open-minded to that, right? If he were to actually do anti-corruption, which he always promises but never does, right? And you can get him to be open to that, fantastic. But why are Mika and Joe going there? To push for, the public option? No, they're going over there to get access. And so they seem like utter frauds. Like, if they could show me policies that they care about, that Donald Trump agrees to, or they have a strategy to get Donald Trump to do good and decent things, great. I'm super open to it. Look, I would want to do that. I got no problems with me meeting with Donald Trump, Elon Musk, or anything else along those lines. But what I'm not going to do is compromise my principles and my ideas just to get access.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, I mean, see the Democratic Party instantly going in the wrong direction. Rahm Emanuel is the biggest dog for corporate donors. Picking him could be the worst possible thing you could do. Do you know that Rahm Emanuel lost 1,000 seats on his watch when he was at the DNC nationwide for the Democrats? There isn't a bigger loser in the Democratic Party. So look, we need a populist like Jon Stewart, which I actually, if you remember, Piers, I tried to get him into this race.
Yeah.
But John, call me. This guy never wants to, he doesn't realize how intensely popular he can be. By the way, another candidate for president could be Nina Turner, a person who actually fights for the average person, has always been right about the populist left and going for class instead of always being worried about identity politics. So there's so many options here.
Yeah. Kyle, a lot of people now say, including John Fetterman, that Nancy Pelosi should go. She's the godmother, the enforcer. Now she's blaming Biden. You can't have it both ways. I think it's really ironic. You have a woman of age 84 and she's still hanging on. Why not give a younger generation opportunity to occupy that seat? I mean, Nancy Pelosi, it does seem to me they've got to move on. Haven't they? Get somebody younger, fresher, new ideas?
I mean, I'm totally in favor of cleaning house, but at the same time, that 100% would include the genocidal maniac that is John Fetterman. So he's part of the problem that he thinks he's calling out here. He's one of the worst of the worst. So, but on the broader point of just bringing in new leadership, bringing in fresh ideas, bringing in people who believe in social democracy and Bernie Sanders' agenda, and they're willing to fight. 100% on board for that.
Harry, celebrities like Oprah Winfrey, where it's now been revealed that she and her company got paid closer to $2.5 million rather than the original $1 million as thought for the event they put on with Kamala Harris. Every single time out comes Oprah putting her arm around whoever the Democrat candidate is. Then you see Beyonce, then you see, they all come out. I feel that's over, that Trump has barreled his way through that. And that his people like Joe Rogan, Elon Musk and others, they're not really conventional celebrities. They're tech people in a tech world, really, or interviewers or journalists. Do you think this idea of the Democrats constantly being associated with super rich celebrities, singers, pop stars, actors and so on, is that over now? Because it seems to have backfired this time.
No, I don't think so. I think like the people you're describing, like Joe Rogan, are celebrities in their own right. Joe Rogan, his base of viewers just happen to be the people that Donald Trump wanted to get out to vote. The people who watch Oprah, the people that listen to Taylor Swift, happen to be the Kamala Harris's.
But they didn't get their people out to vote. Women did not go out in the numbers that people expected when Taylor Swift.
Well, women still voted for Kamala Harris overwhelmingly.
Yeah, but I love Taylor Swift, for example. But everyone thought that would really change the needle. 500,000 people apparently registered to vote extra in 24 hours when she made her endorsement. But none of that was reflected in the polls.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't effective. Who's to say that it didn't actually get out more people to vote, and that possibly the loss would have been worse if Taylor Swift and folks like Oprah weren't working with Kamala Harris? These people have, they're famous. They have a lot of notoriety. So when they're doing something with a candidate, that speaks to people who are low propensity voters, people who don't pay attention to politics like everybody else does here, right? We want to get those people out to vote, and a lot of those people align with Kamala Harris. And if they see Oprah standing next to Kamala Harris, they're like, oh yeah, that looks cool to me. So I don't think that was a mistake. I don't think it quote unquote backfired. Maybe there's a way to do it more strategically in the future. But to say that, oh yeah, no, we shouldn't work with Taylor Swift, the biggest pop star on earth, I think that's foolish.
You know what, Harry?
Nobody cares, Harry.
You're
Nobody
both
cares
right
about
and wrong.
celebrity endorsements.
I don't think they do.
Yeah, nobody.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, nobody cares about celebrity endorsements. Here, let me give you one example. If Democrats, for example, passed Build Back Better, the original Build Back Better that Biden and Bernie were trying to get through, that included paid family leave, childcare, universal pre-K, free community college, expanding Medicare, higher minimum wage, lowering all prescription drug prices, expanded child tax credit. If you got that through, I think this election very well may have been different and Democrats would have won. And I don't think dragging out, Taylor Swift or Beyonce or whoever else is going to make much of a difference because people like them for what they like them for. They like them for the singing. They like them for the dances. They don't really want to hear their thoughts on the marginal tax rate.
Yeah. I mean,
100%.
I definitely agree.
Let me bring. I want to bring Nina back in.
I agree with Kyle on that, and I want to say, Jane, thank you for that presidential endorsement. Who knows what 2028 will hold? But they overplayed their hand with celebrities. It's not that you don't want celebrities, but celebrities motivate the base that you already have. What this campaign did is they put too much stock in those celebrities. Those celebrities, just like my colleagues on this panel, just like myself, they only have one vote to give. Yes, they have influence, but you know who could have been a bit better influence on that race is everyday working class people standing by her side. Everyday working class people talking about how under the Harris-Walz presidency, things would be different for them, that the minimum wage would be increased, et cetera, et cetera. That did not happen. So although Taylor Swift is popular, obviously she's not that popular because she absolutely did not move the needle. And this is no shade to her. It is just celebrities are good for the base. They are not necessarily good to move those undecided voters.
I mean, the other thing, Nina, the other thing I would say,
the way they did it too.
The other thing I would say,
it's the way they did it.
Yeah,
it was
I
a very
agree with
elitist way. It was the way they did it.
No,
too.
I agree with you. There's a different issue which Trump's nominee picks for the cabinet. I think I see a consistent pattern here. The one running theme of all of them is they're all good on television. Trump understands the power of television like no political candidate I've ever seen. He absolutely gets it because he's a TV guy. I did his Celebrity Apprentice show. I saw him at first hand. He loves the camera loves him, and he's great at the power of television. If you look at RFK Jr., you look at Tulsi Gabbard, you look at Marco Rubio, you look at even Matt Gaetz, look at all these people. What's the common theme? They're all good talkers. And they're good on telly.
Unqualified.
Whereas if I think, but of course, everyone can have their view about their politics, but they are good performers on television. If I try and think of a lot of Democrats in that camp who are good at articulating policy on television, I start to really struggle. I do. I think it's important.
But why are we giving Trump credit for optics right now, Piers? Piers, the thing about all of his picks is that they're virulent neocons. He picked Mike Huckabee, who's an end times fundamentalist Christian, to be ambassador to Israel. This guy thinks the rapture is going to happen and Jesus is going to come back in his lifetime.
You know why he picked
Brian
him?
Hook.
You know why
for
he
State
picked him?
Department.
He picked him because
Trump's a neocon. That's why he picked him.
He picked him because he can. Because he has such a thumping mandate on November the 5th. But
do you criticize that? Do you criticize that, though? Are you against the neocons?
I don't think it's any surprise. It may be a surprise.
He does not have a mandate. It may be the craziest talking point I've heard.
Well, hang on. Hang on. My point is the Democrats had such a terrible campaign with a terrible candidate. You reap what you sow. You've allowed Trump to do what he wants, right? So I'm afraid.
Do you criticize his neocon
you're
picks?
missing it, Piers.
Do you criticize?
Here's what I think.
It
doesn't matter what I think, because the truth is,
it does. Yes,
Trump,
it does.
Trump was very pro-Israel the first time round. He was always going to be very pro-Israel this time round, and you guys have allowed him to win with a thumping mandate. So the real point of this panel...
He does not have a thumping mandate.
The real point of this blue on blue
don't
panel has
criticize
been
the
for you
neocons.
to show some self-awareness that you've allowed all this to happen. I mean, Nina, I want to come back to you just briefly.
What self-awareness? He is picking neocons. Are you going to criticize
He's
for
picking
it?
them because he's allowed to.
Or not?
He can pick
He's
them.
allowed to, but are you against it? Are you against it?
I'm against some of it, yeah.
You have nothing but criticism for Democrats, and you have no smoke for Trump, apparently.
Listen, I regularly criticize Trump.
Two things.
Come
Right now,
on,
do it.
brother.
I would not.
They're bad right now.
That's
let me answer the question.
Come on,
I would
can be
personally
true.
not have picked Matt Gaetz to be the Attorney General pick. I think it's ridiculous, right? I wouldn't.
Two things.
You should call him up and tell him that. I know
you.
you guys talk on the phone.
Huh?
He won.
I said,
so to the victor,
sorry.
to the victor goes the spoils.
Yes.
We all can agree with that.
Yes.
The man won. The Democrats left the door, the windows open. They
Everything
even opened
open.
the door.
Come in,
he has
burglars.
won. However, there is a however to this. Yes,
So-
he does get to nominate whoever he wants to nominate in his cabinet. If the
with that. Like, talk to some people who live near you.
I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. Queen Latifah never endorses anyone.
Shit.
The government-funded operations to transgender illegal aliens? Was it prioritizing SNL and 60 Minutes over Joe Rogan and Theo Von? Was it the warm embrace of Liz
fuck, dude, I
Cheney,
keep
the
doing that.
hawkish, even conservative stance on the war?
You've also mentioned before.
Catnip donated $2. Hello, Emperor Gaines. Hope you're doing well today. You can just stop when he talks about beer. I'm currently drunk and I stumbled upon this video. Also, I'm sorry you're not feeling well from the buffet. Well, thanks, dude. I keep, nodding off.
For that you are vegetarian for religious and moral reasons, and that you also don't partake in any sort of like drinking or vices, like smoking anything as well. I'm just curious, like, why do you decide to, like, how is it a moral reason to be vegetarian from your perspective? Because for me, I like eating meat. I think it tastes great and all, but morally, I'm conflicted on it. How do you draw that distinction between, like, okay, for your own personal sake, you deem it as immoral, and also for the other vices?
Well, I think there's the choices that we make in our own lives that are totally different from the policy perspectives,
of course,
that we offer on others, right? So I've been a CEO of a company. Well, do we serve meat at company events? Yes, we do. Because I believe that each person is able to make the choices that they deserve to make that's best for them. And certainly from a policymaking perspective, I'm a hard libertarian when it comes to people being able to make whatever decisions suit them and not legislating one form of morality. So put that to one side. I was raised in a vegetarian household, but the reason I remain vegetarian is that all else equal, I would rather not kill an animal for my culinary pleasure. If my life depends on it, absolutely. Not going to think twice. If my nutrition actually depends on it, like if I'm going to be less healthy in some way, absolutely, I would do it in a heartbeat, no problem. Because I do think that that's a trade-off that's justified. If it's going to allow us to live a more effective life, then absolutely. So are there circumstances in which I would do it? Absolutely. But I'm able to get that in ways that don't require killing a sentient being. If I can do it that way, I'll do it that way. That's the way I look at it.
And then what about the no drinking stance?
I'm not a hard liner. I just prefer not to be intoxicated. I prefer to be in control. Like, that's just part of the freakish nature of my control freak nature of myself, is I don't want to do things that, like, everything I want to do, I want it to be a conscious decision.
When did you make that decision? When did you realize that?
Probably like at a pretty young age. I mean, I like to be in control of the situations that I'm in. And I think that I've seen what it's done to friends, and I don't care to subject myself to addictions that allow me to lose control over myself or who I am.
Was there a specific moment?
That's not a moral decision, right? I think there's nothing immoral about having alcohol, or nothing immoral about smoking a cigarette. I mean, those are health decisions that you want to make for yourself.
Was there a specific moment, though, that changed your opinion on drinking or smoking?
No, I don't think so. I think that I'm open-minded. I mean, it's not like I won't have a sip of alcohol, but it's not like it's like poison. I have to like spit it out, right? But I just don't like being intoxicated. And I think that I did grow up in a household where neither of my parents drank, so maybe that was sort of a natural conclusion for me to come to. I also have friends who have become alcoholics and have suffered through that reinforced my belief set as I grew up. It's the same part of me that likes to get a good night of sleep. I feel good and at my best the next day, that I don't want to feel hungover the next day, and I don't want to feel inebriated when I'm enjoying life plenty as it is. I don't even drink I rarely drink caffeine, actually. I don't have coffee. I have enough energy as it is.
Where does the energy come from? We recently had a guest on our podcast that said, what was it? Like, of the uber successful, there is a
hypomania.
Yes. It's a very, very rare trait or gene that some people have. It's like a super gene where it means that you can get crazy energy off of very little sleep.
I for better or worse, I have a lot have
So you probably have hypomania.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know about the term, but I definitely am somebody who has a lot of energy. As long as I'm doing something that I think is worthy and interesting, yeah, I can run on very low fumes and be pretty high functioning.
So I'm curious, who else in your family has that trait?
My mom has that trait for sure.
There we go.
She is also not a coffee drinker.
Okay.
And like, to tell you the truth, I don't know what would happen if I drank coffee. Like, I think I might explode. It's just like
I would love to see this.
Yeah, it's probably not great. Even if I have like a tea, and
it just gets you going.
It's a little bit like I'm not even thinking clearly. Especially if I'm like tired, like after not like a great night of sleep, but then have a tea. It's like, oh no, I can't deal with that. I'd rather not have the caffeine, and I'm good at finding the energy.
Our prior guest said that a lot of that is genetic. That you would inherit that trait from a parent or close relative.
Yeah, I bet that's genetic.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. You've also mentioned before.
Wars in Israel and Ukraine? Was it gaslighting America into believing Joe Biden was so sharp he could slice concrete and then ousting him for a simply dreadful candidate in Kamala Harris? Maybe it was all of the above, delivered with a customary liberal serving of supreme self-confidence and the firm belief that everyone who disagrees with them is a moron or a bigot. But joining me for an uncensored battle for the heart and soul of the Democratic Party, the host and founder of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, presidential historian and pollster Professor Alan Lichtman, Democrat influencer Harry Sisson, and author of New Prize for These Eyes, a senior political analyst at Fox News. Juan Williams. Well, welcome to all of you. Juan, in particular, long time since I've spoken to you. Great to have you, I think, making your debut on Uncensored, so thank you very much. This is blue on blue, chaps, so you can rip into each other to your heart's content, and hopefully out of it we may get some form of consensus over certain ways that the Democrats could go. Juan, let me start with you. When you look at the election and you look at the thumping win Trump got and who he won it with, do you think this whole campaign by the Democrats to portray him as racist, sexist, transphobic, Islamophobic, a Nazi, blah, 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 did they just over-egg the devilment souffle and just in the end play into his hands?
Well, I think they thought, based on the numbers, that this was going to be an effective form of attack, and I think it was for the base of the party. But I think that there were a lot of people who were attracted to other parts of Trump, and I think the whole macho man thing, it worked. You know, you were talking about a rainbow coalition. No, it wasn't a rainbow coalition, but I think that you saw white men still go big for Trump. You saw the Latino men. And I think that's the big story of the election. Latino men suddenly went towards Trump, and there were some black men. I think it was a male thing, and I think, again, the idea that he said offensive, vulgar things about women, the fact that he is, and says he wants to be an authoritarian, that's all true. But I think a lot of the men said, you know what, we like it.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I mean, Professor Lichtman, you correctly forecast the result of 9 of the past 10 US presidential elections, but not this one. Like most pollsters, I have to say, very, very few people predicted a big win, other than I might, if I may be so modest, I did. I went on Fox News 10 days before with Brian Kilby and said, I think he's going to win big. But actually, most people thought it would be incredibly tight and it could go either way and so on. But it wasn't that at all. Why do you think Trump is so difficult to poll, which is clearly the conclusion I would draw from this?
Well, I am forthrightly willing to admit I missed this election. I still think I actually had 10 out of 10 before. I think I was right about 2000, but we're not here to litigate that. I still think it's a pretty good record. Now, I think 2 things are operating here. Number one, I was incredibly critical at the time of the spineless, cowardly Democrats openly and viciously trashing their elected president and their elected nominee right out there in the open. I have never seen that before, and I've studied American politics since the founding, and that tainted any nominee. And they're now taking no responsibility for that. They're blaming everybody else. Until they look in the mirror, the Democratic Party is going to be in trouble. Secondly, why did my keys miss? Because my keys are based upon the proposition that a pragmatic, rational electorate decides whether or not the White House party is governed well enough to get 4 more years. That was exploded this time by a new wave of disinformation that we've never seen before, in addition to the usual sources of disinformation. We had a huge change this time, a 300 billionaire, a guy who's richer than most countries of the world, who controls X, spreading vast disinformation. According to reports, billions upon billions of viewers saw his disinformation. People have a completely distorted view of the economy.
What was the disinformation?
Inflation is going up.
Let me pin you down on that, though. You say Elon Musk was spreading disinformation. Like what?
Yes. He is spreading vast disinformation that's sunk in. Even people who think their own financial situation is pretty good think inflation is going up when it's been cut by 75%, that unemployment is a near high when it's near a low.
On that point, see, it's interesting. You would say that's disinformation, but the point is that inflation is still not zero. Therefore, prices are still going up. Therefore, people...
The only way you get inflation to zero is with a recession.
Yeah, but here's my point.
Obviously.
Here's my point. Yeah, but here's my point. Democrats kept telling the American people rather arrogantly, I thought, the economy's in really good shape. Meanwhile, inflation still exists. In other words, prices have continued to go up and up and up, albeit not at the same rate they were going up. But if it wasn't zero, and it wasn't, it was like 2.5% or whatever by the end, that is still inflation. So it's not disinformation to say
the only
Americans
way
are
you
still
get it
suffering
to
inflation.
zero is a recession, is deflation. That's ridiculous. Inflation has been cut by 80%, but it's not just inflation that people are wrong about.
But do you accept
It's
inflation
every
means prices
aspect
are still
of the
going
economy.
up? Do you accept prices were still going up?
Of course.
Right, so
They
that's the point.
always do, unless
But
you have a
not
recession.
that's not disinformation,
That's ridiculous.
then, is it? By Elon Musk,
And it's
that isn't
disinformation about every other aspect of the economy as well. Disinformation about undocumented immigrants, like they're the bloodthirsty killers. They are the most law-abiding segment of our society. According to numerous studies, including by the Libertarian Cato Institute, they commit crimes, including violent crimes, less than half of that of Native Americans. And they don't drain our economy. They are the mainstay of the agricultural, construction, personal service, hospitality industries. Studies show you will drive the economy into a recession if you go through large-scale deportation of immigrants, and you will sweep huge numbers of U.S. citizens because all the databases used to identify undocumented immigrants are fundamentally flawed. You can't have a pragmatic electorate under these conditions, and the mainstream media is utterly feeble. It spends 20 times more time on meaningless polls within the margin of error than it does telling truth to power and indicating the consequences of this election.
But it is
it's
okay.
being taken
I'm going to
over
come
by
to
billionaires.
Okay, I'm going to come to Cheng. I mean, Cheng, the biggest deporter in American presidential history was Barack Obama, who deported over 3 million people. This idea that Trump is going to become some outlier in terms of mass deportation. The great mass deporter was actually a Democrat president, Obama, by a long way, by the way. So this idea of disinformation, I think some of it was disinformation, but it's, I think the idea that this election was only won through right-wing disinformation, I'm afraid, I view that as a total delusion by the Democrats. Again.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm sorry, but I totally disagree with Juan and Professor Lichtman. Don't blame the voters. I think, look, we could get into this discussion, but Juan, I think you're blaming the voters. I think that's a terrible idea. And look, I debated Professor Lichtman before. I told him his theories about the keys were absurd. I was right. He was wrong. I said he'd lose his keys.
No, you were
couldn't
not
find
right,
them
and
before
I
the
was
election.
not wrong. And that's a cheap shot, and I won't stand for it.
Well, who won, brother?
You should not be
Who
taking
won?
cheap
Who
shots
won?
at me.
Who
You
won?
want to make your
You
point,
live
make your
in a
point.
total
Don't make it
world of
personal.
denial.
I read your own followers' comments, and they all trashed you, every one of them, and supported me.
Yeah,
so quiet with your personal attacks.
Yeah, come find out again.
Make whatever point you want. Don't
Look,
make it personal.
You don't know anything. You don't know anything.
You attacked me
You
personally.
You're so deluded.
Oh, right. I've only been a professor for 51 years.
On this program,
published
I've never been
13
able
books.
to finish a
How
thought.
many books have you published? No, because you're personally attacking me again. Say whatever you want, but I'm not going to stand for
brother,
personal
you got it
attacks.
wrong.
Say
you were
whatever you want.
preposterously and stupidly wrong. So, okay, all right. Can I just
Don't
finish
call
a
me
goddamn thought
stupid.
ever on this show?
No, not if you're
Okay,
personally
well,
I
you proved
admitted
it.
I was wrong. I don't need you to call me stupid.
Okay.
Can I just say, it's great to see you Democrats all getting along so well.
Who taught you manners?
It's lovely
You
to
need
see a
one.
post-election
Can I finish a
harmony as you all
goddamn
come
point?
together
We're
again.
just
Hey,
one
Alan,
right now.
shh. Hey, Alan, you deserve a tall glass of shut-up juice, so can you just shut up for a second and let someone who knows what
Not
they're doing
if you're
so
gonna
right,
personally
Piers.
attack
You're
me.
so right.
So-
We're so
Make any
unified right
point
now.
you
Okay.
want.
So-
I will not sit here and stand for personal attacks, for blasphemy against me. You don't need to do that. You don't boost your
Blasphemy
own ego
against you?
by
Who the hell are
attacking
you?
me
Are you
like that.
Jesus
Just
Christ,
make your
you
points.
loser? Okay, can I
points.
just give the correct answer for once? Okay, here we go. So, guys, you're blaming disinformation. There was disinformation. There was the cats and the dogs nonsense. The points you're making about undocumented immigrants, I agree with, Alan, okay? But that didn't cost the election. The main disinformation was about how the election was going to be rigged. And it wasn't rigged. It was dumb. They won easily. There was no need for that disinformation. You guys are missing the whole point. The people who are at fault are not other people. It is the candidate, Kamala Harris, the previous candidate, Joe Biden, Democratic Party, Democratic leadership. You guys don't want to admit that they're the problem. They're the cancer in the Democratic Party. So you blindly lash out at the voters, at information, at social media, and you want to shut down anyone who disagrees with you. That's not the correct answer. There are three wings of the Democratic Party. There's the establishment wing that the great majority, almost everyone on television supports and kisses the ass of and does propaganda for. That wing has led to disaster. They lost to Donald Trump twice, nearly lost to him 3 times. And then the other wing is called the progressive wing, but those are two different sets of people. In the progressive, so-called progressive wing, what you have is the identitarian left, the people who do what the right wing would call woke politics and identity politics, and that is disastrous. That's what the trans ad was at the end, and it cost us. The most popular part of the Democratic Party is the populist left. That is the Bernie Sanders 2016 campaign. That part says, let's do super popular economic proposals like paid family leave, higher minimum wage, universal health care, public option. Let's do all of these things. And the establishment goes, no, our corporations don't want that. Our donors don't want that. So we'll just do identity politics. And maybe identity politics will unite the left. But it didn't. Identity politics led to disaster. It was a poison within the Democratic Party, used ironically by the establishment Democrats because they didn't want to talk about popular proposals that we have because their donors hate those proposals.
Okay, let me bring in Harry. Now, Harry, you tweeted or posted on X on November the 6th. Kamala Harris's speech was amazing, graceful, strong, hit the right tone. She's a fantastic leader and a great role model. No idea how she lost to Trump. You're a bright young guy, Harry. I've interviewed you several times. Right? You know why she lost. And that speech, in a way, to me, was the perfect illustration. She basically said nothing. She talked about billions of stars and the moonlight and shining lights and all that. There was nothing there. There was no meat on the bone, no substance. And that was her problem throughout the whole campaign. She had 100 days to show America, here's how I'm going to fix all your problems. Instead, she did the Hillary Clinton playbook. After promising us joy and sunshine, immediately pivoted to Trump's a Nazi, they're all fascists, they're all disgusting. And by the way, here are all my rich, famous entertainment friends who are all going to surround themselves on me on stages. Didn't work for Hillary, didn't work for Kamala. And at some point, young guys like you who are the future of the Democrat Party, you've got to wake up and smell the cappuccino. You need a candidate that can resonate. I mean, Cenk's right. The Democrat candidate who has most resonated with the public was Bernie Sanders, right? You'd have done better with him running in this election. But you guys don't see it that way, do you?
Well, I think that since the election happened and sitting with it for a couple weeks, I know why Kamala Harris lost. You know, I think that what I said was premature. And I think it's a combination of what all the gentlemen around me are saying. I think it's like a middle ground in life, which I think is often the case, which is I think Professor Lichtman is right that it was a lot of disinformation pushed by a lot of bad actors in the right wing. But I think that Cenk and the gentleman beside me from Fox...
Harry, there was disinformation from the left as well. When you keep calling him a Nazi...
But Piers, it's not to the same,
hang on.
it's
Let me
not to the
finish my
same
point.
level.
When you keep calling Donald Trump a Nazi and a fascist and all these things, and his supporters, Nazi sympathizers...
It was his own
all that is
Nazi.
total disinformation. Because he hasn't murdered 12 million people, and he's not going to.
Well,
and by the
Piers,
way, you all know that. So the disinformation is on both sides.
I disagree. I disagree with calling Donald Trump a Nazi or calling him Hitler. But I want to be clear that it was his own former advisors who called him that and likened him to Hitler. Kamala Harris never got on a stage and said, oh yeah, Trump's Hitler now. She just alluded to the fact and brought up the fact that his own former advisors said that. But I also want to make the point that I think that Cenk and the gentleman from Fox News is right when it comes to the economy. I think we were not great when it came to messaging on the economy. The benefit that Trump had is that he could put his slogan on a yard sign. He could say, Kamala Harris, Democrats, high prices, Trump and Vance, low prices. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, was tasked with explaining, okay, here's why inflation went up. Obviously, it's not Joe Biden and me. It's because of external factors. Here's why gas prices went up. Obviously, it's not me. It's external factors. You know, if you're explaining, you're losing, as the famous saying goes.
Yeah.
So that was the uphill battle that we had. And I think there was kind of a perfect storm that led to Donald Trump being elected. And I think that I disagree with Cenk.
But you're missing
often.
something else. You're missing something else,
Sure.
which is all the culture war stuff that we kept being assured by the left nobody cared about. No one cares about the trans debates, right? Nobody cares that biological men are wrecking women's sport. Nobody cares that they're invading women's personal spaces, and so on and so on. No one cares that kids are being put through mutilating surgery before puberty. And we kept being told, nobody cares about this. Leave them all alone. It's transphobic. I'm not transphobic. I wanted trans people, as I still do, to have fairness and equality in their lives exactly the same as all of us on this panel. But when you keep telling people it is fair, on the one hand, Democrats said, we protect women's rights on abortion. On the other hand, we're absolutely fine for women's rights in sport to be traduced at this ridiculous altar of biological men who are now trans women competing against women and beating them. You can't be both. So the public went, this is, and you're shaking your head, but look, the New York Times did a report about that ad, which the Trump campaign did so successfully and repeatedly.
I saw it.
You know, Kamala's for they, them, Trump's for you. They reckon it moved the needle by 2.5 points. It was the most successful and effective 30-second ad in modern political history. So people did care. And the Democrats were just too deluded, it seemed to me, because most of them, you must realize this issue of trans athletes in women's sport is wrong. You all know it's wrong. For some reason, you wouldn't get off that train. And that delusion was one of the reasons that you lost so badly, I believe.
But Piers, to Professor Lichtman's point, that ad in and of itself contained misinformation. The ad was saying, oh, Kamala Harris wants to pay for prisoners' transgender surgeries.
All right, she said it a few years ago, but she said it.
But wait, hold on. In the New York Times also reported that this took place under Donald Trump's presidency as well, because depriving a trans prisoner the right to get gender-affirming care is, Shank, it's the law, it's the Constitution, is against the Constitution of the United States, preventing cruel and unusual punishment. Because if somebody is deemed medically necessary to receive care, no matter what that care is, and you ban it or say, no, you can't get it, that absolutely falls under cruel and unusual punishment. So Donald Trump did the same thing. And that's an example of the disinformation, or at least the lack of context that Trump's campaign included.
Do you accept that this
Cenk, I'm sorry, yes.
But do you accept the so-called culture war stuff that I would frame as a kind of very, very far left progressive woke stuff that I've seen a lot of Democrats in the more center part of the party coming out now and publicly saying what I was saying for a long time. Apparently, Bill Clinton kept warning them internally. David Axelrod has come out and said, we've got to stop this. You know, Joe Scarborough did a big monologue about it on Morning Joe. At some point, you've got to recognize that most average Americans just found all that stuff complete bullshit. And that's one of the reasons you lost. And you've got to move on from it. If you come back with another woke progressive platform in 4 years' time, you will be out of office potentially for 4 more, 8 more, maybe 12 more years. I promise you. Take it to the bank.
So, Piers, I agree to a degree, but not in the way that you're framing it. I think that we do have to move on from a lot of the culture war stuff. I don't like the word woke, but I understand the context of you using it. I think that, yes, and to some degree we have to move on. But by moving on, we shouldn't throw people under the bus. We shouldn't say, oh, you know, trans people are the reason why, or LGBTQ plus people are the reason why. That's not the reason why. It's just that the culture war stuff came off as very kind of gross to some Americans. They really didn't like it. So I agree to a degree, but not in the way that you're framing.
Okay, let's talk about race, because it seems...
Can I get in here?
Well, one second, Shane.
Because...
hang on. Okay. One thing, I'll come to you, Shane, don't worry. On the issue of race, many people found it extraordinary that a guy who a lot of people think is racist beat a black woman, and that a lot of people that helped him win turned out to be a lot more black men voting for him than first time, and a lot more Latinos voting for him than the previous times. How important, if at all, was race in the end? Or was it actually a case of a lot of black and Latino people went, we don't care about all that stuff. What we care about is jobs, cost of living, illegal immigration, and so on?
Well, I think everybody cares about jobs, cost of living, inflation, and so on. And by the way, I don't think you're right about those numbers. I think there were more black men than black women who went towards Trump. But remember, they're still a small segment of the overall electorate. The big shift, actually, as I said, Latino men was a huge shift, and they're also not that big a section of the electorate. The big electorate in this country still is white people, and overwhelmingly white men went for Donald Trump, and white women who I thought, and I think a lot of pollsters thought, given the abortion issue and the success of abortion as an issue that favored Democrats in 2020, but also after the Dobbs decision in 22 and all the referenda. The white women, again, voted for Trump. But so you talk about, is this a race issue? The race issue may be that white Americans were overwhelmingly in support of Donald Trump. And if you look at black America as overall black America supported Kamala Harris. Overall, Latino America supported Kamala Harris, even Latino men who had that big shift. So to me, race is a part of the story because, in America, the demographics are creating anxiety. And I think the anxiety is most evident in terms of white America, seeing that there are more black people, but also Latinos as the second largest group in the country now, and rising number of Asians. It plays out in so many ways. And I think Donald Trump is just expert at exploiting, that racial anxiety to say to people, these Democrats are playing identity politics or whatever. I think the identity politics overwhelmingly is played by Donald Trump with white America.
Cenk, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, so look, I'm going to address what Juan's saying too. But first, Harry, I know that the same policy was under Donald Trump, but that's not disinformation. That's for our candidate to go out there and clarify that and to fight back and to make her case. But she refused to make her case. She barely did any interviews. They were all incredibly structured to protect her fragile ego. All she did was talking points. Donald Trump's out there, sometimes like a maniac, but a lot of times looking like a real person at McDonald's and with a garbage truck. And our side goes, oh, that's terrible. No, it's not terrible. Those are great photo ops.
It was brilliant.
When our guy is a corporate talking robot, that is not helpful. We are misdiagnosing the case here. So when on these
let me
identity
jump
issues,
in here.
the Republicans set traps. No, hold on. The Republicans set traps for us. So the great majority of the country is in favor of trans rights, and I'm 100% in favor of trans rights, and I bet you that the entire panel, including Piers, says that as well.
Yeah.
But when you go beyond rights and you say, hey, they dug and dug, they tried to find, hey, how about banning them from the military? Trump tried that in the beginning. It wasn't popular. Banning them from bathrooms, not popular. But they dug until they got to sports, and that was winning ground for them. And what I said is, guys, get out of there. It's a trap. You don't have to fight on that. You're falling into their trap. And what happened, as Piers can attest to, is everyone else on the left screamed, transphobe, fascist, Nazi. Let's dig in on our least popular position. That was terrible politics.
Totally agree with that.
And Juan, I love you, brother, but it ain't about race. It ain't about race.
You know what?
Latino men
Cenk,
didn't vote for. Hold on. Latino men didn't vote for Donald Trump because all of a sudden they like white people or orange people. They voted for him based on economic issues. Democrats only think in terms of identity, but that's not working anymore. The number one identity people care about is not Latino, black, or white. It's class. Are you going to do something for the average man, or are you going to sit there and play identity politics so you avoid the more important questions that your donors don't want to talk about that actually helps the average guy, like paid family leave and higher wages?
Okay, Professor Lippman.
I don't get it, Cenk. I don't get it. The reality is, like, Bill Clinton, Bernie Sanders, Barack Obama, they stood up for Obamacare. They stood up for fair pay. These are populist issues at the heart of the Democratic Party. You go after Democratic Party donors and the establishment Democrats stood for those issues, brought them to the table, and won. And Democrats, if you look at what Joe Biden did in terms of bailing people out during the virus and saying that we have to have infrastructure and building, that helped working people in this country. But a lot of lies were told about that history.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, Professor, I know you got to leave us, so just you wanted to jump in there.
Yeah. First of all, let me add a quick fact. There was no massive switch of black voters to Donald Trump. Donald Trump got 13% of the black vote, 11% the last time. That's 2% of a very small segment of voters. So that's one of the big myths of this election. Second big myth is that hindsight is 20/20. We have a lot of Monday morning quarterbacks who, after the fact, are telling us what Harris should and should not have done. And you know, half of them are saying she lost because she was too progressive. She was too open to the charge of being a radical, a socialist. The other half have said, of course, she lost because she wasn't progressive enough. We heard that from Cenk today. It's all sports talk radio without the entertainment. There is no way to know after the fact what she should or should not have done. If she had only done this or that, it would have made a difference. That's just hot air with absolutely no proof. The difference that I bring to the table is a track record of successful prediction based upon how American presidential elections have previously worked as pragmatic decision-making on whether or not the White House party has governed well enough. And then my analysis is based upon what's changed, what's shattered the pattern of 160 years of history. So I have a base for my analysis. I'm not just doing Monday morning quarterbacking. Cenk, you need to learn some manners. Your act is getting really thin.
I mean, brother, I said what was going to go wrong. It did go wrong. I was right. You were wrong in this election spectacularly so with your so-called keys. And now you come and tell us not the Monday morning
unlike you, I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong.
Are you ever going to learn the lessons?
Can I just ask, hang on. Just ask, for those who have no idea what the key thing is all about, why are you flashing keys?
Okay, because this brother said that he had these keys and they were going to determine the outcome of the election, and all the keys were rigged in favor of incumbents. And I tried to explain to him, no, there are things outside of the keys. We literally had a debate, and I asked him, what if Joe Biden, this was back when he was defending Joe Biden, which now seems unconscionable, what if Biden came and punched a baby every single day? Would your keys still hold? And he said yes. Okay, well, then you're an unreasonable person.
I was right.
But what I'm most worried about is not the past,
Let me
it's the
explain
future.
why. I was right
I mean, listen to him.
about Biden.
You have no idea how absurd you sound. Okay, but guys, the most important thing is not between me and Professor Lichtman. God bless you, brother. I know you did a lifetime's worth of work, and I feel a little bit bad about it. The reason I'm saying it is not to rub it in now. It's because I'm worried that in the next primary, you're going to tell people to vote for the establishment Democrat. That all of you on this panel are going to go, oh, no, vote for the corporate robot, vote for the corporate robot. And that's going to destroy this party. That's why I'm fighting back so aggressively.
Give me a name.
No, vote for the populist left.
Give me a name.
Well, in the old days, it easily would have been Bernie Sanders.
Who is it now?
Too old. So, look, I would start considering Sean Fain, head of the UAW, Sean O'Brien, head of the Teamsters, Jon Stewart. Go outside of politics. Almost everyone in politics is already corrupted. Find someone who is not corrupted and who's for the average man.
Harry, you're shaking your head, but I mean, Jon Stewart, if he could be persuaded, I would imagine could be very good as a candidate, couldn't he?
No, I don't take objection to Jon Stewart. I just think we have some people in the Democratic Party who are very talented right now who could be the Democratic nominee. Governor Shapiro won Pennsylvania by like 20 points. Governor Wes Moore in Maryland. How much more connected to people do you need other than like Wes Moore, who's great? Raphael Warnock from Georgia won a swing state and is a senator from a swing state. Gretchen Whitmer, who had a trifecta in Michigan for the first time in a long time. There's really talented people in the Democratic Party who are elected officials right now, and Cenk can shake his head all he'd like, but these people are winning in swing states overwhelmingly.
Who would you like to see, Harry?
I think any of the people I just mentioned, I'd love to see. And there's plenty more, but I think we're going to have a great primary.
I'm pretty sure, I would lay good money now that J.D. Vance will be the Republican nominee in 2028.
I'd say that's probably a good bet.
Because I think he's actually, he in direct contrast to Mr. Waltz, who I thought was a total disaster. I thought J.D. Vance started with a lot of negativity, but became a real force for Trump, particularly in getting young men to come out and vote for him. So I suspect he'll be the nominee, but we'll see. Professor Lichtman, we're going to say goodbye to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I appreciate it. In a moment, though, we're now going to be joined by, to add to our panel, the Ohio State Senator Nina Turner, and first making his uncensored debut, the host of the Kyle Kulinski Show, Kyle Kulinski. Well, Kyle, welcome to Uncensored. We're trying to get you for a long time. Let's have a little chat with you before we get reaction from the panel. But why did the Democrats blow it so badly, and what do they do to avoid this happening again in 4 years?
I mean, the simple answer is that Kamala Harris kind of codes as a technocratic status quo manager, and Trump codes as a change agent. And so, I mean, to sum it up as simply as possible, voters just thought he's going to deliver more change, she's more of the same, and they broke for him.
Who would you like to see run the party now? I mean, what's the future of the Democrats looking like to you?
Jon Stewart. I've been pushing that since the day Trump won this time around, because what we need is, honestly, a controversial, charismatic celebrity might make all of the difference, but it's that mixed with Bernie Sanders' policies of actually delivering social democracy for people, raising their pay, getting them health care. I think that's the magic stew. And honestly, I think it's a shame that more people aren't talking about the controversial, charismatic celebrity portion of Trump being so successful, is that you can't keep the cameras off him. He's entertaining. Love him or hate him, you can't stop watching him. And so we need to sort of mirror that on the left. And I think the way of doing that is Jon Stewart.
But I would add to that what Bill Maher's been warning for a long time to liberals, speaking as a liberal himself. And I'm pretty much where he is politically, I think. I feel the same way. And I know you've been keen to say, look, Kamala didn't mention any of these woke issues or whatever, but she's very much associated with a lot of those woke issues. She's certainly voted in line with a lot of the more progressive stuff, like allowing transgender athletes in women's sport and so on. So she's seen to be a progressive who then moved rapidly to the centre when she got the nomination, and it was all too much of a screech for people, probably on both sides. But this whole woke ideology, I don't mean the original woke ideology of raising awareness for racial and social injustice. I mean the way it's become a kind of new form of fascism, where the far left just basically want to cancel, shame, and humiliate absolutely anybody who disagrees with them about anything. Do you accept that has become a problem, a stick to beat the party with, which actually really damages them electorally?
No, I think Kamala ran basically the platonic ideal of a non-woke Democratic campaign. She never mentioned race. She never mentioned gender. She never mentioned trans people. She never mentioned pronouns or Latinx or cancel culture. She repeatedly stressed that she was going to represent all Americans. She ran to the right on the issue of the border. She talked about owning a gun. She ran on freedom and patriotism. And so when you put all that stuff together, I simply don't know what people are talking about when they say she's
they're talking about her record.
Those things at all.
Hang on. They're talking about her record as vice president of the Biden administration, where they never stopped talking about this stuff for nearly 4 years. So you can pretend when you get the nomination, whoa, I'm a centrist, and I'm a gun-toting Rambo, by the way, as well, to all you Second Amendment people. But actually, if you judge her on what she said and did in 4 years, she was a progressive left person. And to pretend otherwise is to just ignore what went on in that period.
What I'm much more concerned about is not Democrats being woke or Democrats censoring speech. I'm much more concerned about Trump's record on those things. So, for example, Trump said he wants to punish flag burning with a year in jail. That's against the First Amendment. He sued CNN for $475 million for calling election denialism the big lie. Before he was president, he sued Bill Maher for $5 million over a joke. He said he wants to open up the libel laws. He called for jailing journalists who report on the Supreme Court abortion ruling early before the decision.
How many of those things did he do in his first term?
Pro-Palestine protesters.
How many of those things did he actually do in his first term? Because it seems to me another problem, and he does this brilliantly, by the way, with the left. He sucks you in because he just shoots them a hip and he says stuff that crosses his mind or whatever. And rather than pick him off on stuff he actually does, you all go completely nuts every time he opens his mouth and says something a bit crazy. And if I was advising the Democrats, I'd be like, stop doing this. You're literally...
Okay, I'm way too fucked up to keep streaming. Whatever I ate at that buffet is giving me a weird reaction where I feel like I'm gonna vomit, and then I'm getting really tired, and then I'm dozing off and shit, so I'm just gonna end the stream, and then we'll stream tomorrow. But I can barely just even stay awake. So we'll stream tomorrow. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. I really appreciate it. Don't scratch my chair. Don't scratch my chair. But I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks again, everyone. Sweet dreams.